again, tell her to run, run, run. I'm grabbing all her stuff, and then we both get out of the building.
I wasn't trying to run only because, like, I didn't want nothing to happen to him. Like,
You were trying to stay with him.
yeah, like, that's what I would do. This is my best friend, so we sticking together. Like, I wasn't going to let nothing happen to him. And, like, he's still out here somewhere. Like, he's probably on one of these abandoned buildings, like, hiding. Like, he's playing the game right now. Like,
When they only got one.
yeah, and it's only one shooter. Like, and they said he was just at the library before everything took place. Like,
And you were at the library before this took place?
we were coming up from the library to go get some lunch or whatever.
How many gunshots do you think you heard?
Oh my God.
From the beginning, I heard about, well, recently I just
13.
heard 2. From the beginning, I heard about 5. So that was from the initial, because 5 people got shot before it when we were leaving.
Now, you didn't try to get down, you just tried to run.
Yeah, I wanted us to get out of the building and away from sight, because I thought that was the most important thing.
There are a lot of witnesses telling us that the shooting happened inside Chicago Pizza. Did you
and
see?
then
It was
from Chicago Pizza to the landing. Like, everybody, he was running towards inside of the landing.
So you say that this started inside Chicago Pizza and then it went to the landing.
Went to the landing.
Yes, ma'am. So yeah, from Chicago Pizza, I believe they were having a tournament and they had a dispute over the game, and I think that's where it all started.
Yeah, that's what it say. It started from a dispute in the game. They had an argument over, I guess, a video game in there, and then from there, that's when I guess they said he went to the door and just started shooting people. And then from there, he went outside, and that's when he started running to the landing. And that's when everybody, they was like, "Oh, he's right there. He's shooting. She's shooting." So we started running this way. And they was like, "Don't run that way. Run the other way." And then.
Well, we're so glad that you guys are safe. Again, these are people who were there. They were in the landing when they heard shots go off and they took cover. And right now we're going to go ahead and send it back to you guys as we continue to gather more information. Again, none of this information has been confirmed with JSO. We are still waiting on a press conference with them.
So let me ask you a question, Bethany, before those nice folks leave. They talked about some shooting, a gun firing in a park before all this happened. I think we need to understand that a little bit better. They weren't talking about Hemming Plaza. Ask them which park they were talking about.
So let's talk about, because you said you saw the shots fired inside a park. Are you talking about Hemming Park?
No, not the Hemming Park, but the part that's down from the landing. It's like literally close to the landing, but it's
the park that is past CSX.
It's a little area down here, all the way down past the CSX, where the train track set. It's a little park down there where we be hanging out, and that's where we. Little water right there, rocks and stuff like that. It's like ducked off, like anybody can easily get killed.
So what you're saying is that he possibly left that direction and was heading towards the landing. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah.
And you said that he was already firing shots when he was leaving from the park near CSX.
Right. Yeah. That's what happened. That's what I saw.
You took off towards the library, and then you were with him when you saw the guy at the park.
I just come down here, and then she video chat me, said they was coming down from the landing and saying that they were shooting. So I come down here to try to make sure my friends are all right.
And at that point, so you guys, did you actually see him run into the pizza joint?
We didn't see anything. We were inside of the building. Again, we didn't see anything happen. All I seen was the people running towards us, saying.
Which part of the building were you in?
Right there where the right in the center where the Metro PCS standing. We were sitting right there, and that's why they were like, everybody was running from Chicago Pizza inside the landing, talking about he's right there, and then that's when everybody started running inside the landing, and then everybody, you know what I mean, trying to figure out which way to go, because they was like, he's right there. So.
Was there a security officer on the scene, a police officer?
It was a security officer, but he was walking around the building monitoring, so he wasn't really, you know what I mean, downstairs at the door to get the people out. Everybody was, you know what I mean, word by word telling everybody to get out, get out, get out. He wasn't around.
The security officer wasn't around.
He wasn't around. He was probably still doing his little rounds in the building, but everybody, we was all doing word by word.
Like so it was basically just people warning each other, people running around.
Yeah, it was basically word of mouth.
And were people running over each other? I mean, were people trying to help each other?
No, everybody was holding the door from each other and just saying, come on, let's get out of here. It was more of a helpful thing, not everybody trampling each other.
It was a lot of kids in there, so they were trying to make sure their kids were straight out of everything.
So we're now learning that people were holding the doors, trying to help each other get out, and that there were kids when this shooting happened.
Okay, Bethany, thank you so much. Chicago Pizza on the first floor landing. We're trying to to get all the logistics involved.
Right.
And that little park, I thought Hibbing Park was too far away, but then again, you never know. We saw that a little bit earlier. When you pan, it's going to keep going there. If they keep panning.
If the camera could keep going to your left,
right,
whoever the photographer is, if you can
so
hear me.
at the very edge of the landing between there and CSX, there is a small park with kind of a gazebo there. So probably, according to those witnesses, and we're glad they're okay, there was some sort of argument, possibly over a video game, and then people were scattered out and running through near Chicago Pizza and hearing shots fired. But just in case you're just joining us, in fact, I'm getting texts from still family members and just from viewers saying, what's going on? It looks like something big. Unfortunately, it is. There's a mass shooting confirmed by JSO at the Jacksonville landing. 4 people dead, 11 injured. ABC News has just reported that there are 3 of the injured at Memorial Hospital, and those people are in stable condition. We do know from JSO that 1 suspect is dead. We don't know if there are other suspects involved, but we've been told by JSO that anybody who's hiding in the landing, and their SWAT officers are finding people hiding in the landing, that those people should continue to hide and wait till a SWAT officer comes, but be calm. SWAT will get them out safely from inside the Jacksonville landing.
So as Jeannie just mentioned, we know that 3 are stable shooting victims at Memorial Hospital. We're also hearing reports that UF Health is also treating some patients there as well. If you knew someone who was down at the landing, you haven't been able to get in contact with them, I know it can probably be a frustrating situation right now, but just be patient. They may be at the hospital, but those are 2 hospitals that we know that are treating patients, Memorial Hospital and UF Health at this time.
We've also heard from Marco Rubio, and we've gotten statements from him, and we've heard from Governor Rick Scott. Marco Rubio sending out this message, horrifying news from Jacksonville this afternoon, have spoken to local authorities and still waiting for more information on this shooting. Situation still unfolding. Law enforcement is asking everyone to avoid this area. And we just heard a minute ago Alex Osiris talking with Jacksonville City Councilman Reginald Gaffney. And if you heard that interview just a short time ago, maybe it struck you as hard as it struck me when he said, "This is not like Jacksonville. This is not like Jacksonville." I don't know what you were thinking, but my thought was not a good one. Mine was, oh my gosh, it is now like Jacksonville. And I don't even want to say that, but it just happened.
I know.
This afternoon. And
I was here on Friday night until almost 2 in the morning reporting on a shooting death of a young person outside of a high school football game where something like that should not happen and 2 others injured. I was back here Saturday morning, and now here it is Sunday, and we're talking about 4 people dead and now 11 injured. This should not be the way our city should behave at all.
And then the families are still grieving over Hades' death,
right,
a little
a 7-year-old
girl just sitting in the car with her dad. You know, that's been about a little bit over 2 weeks ago. Her mother's grocery shopping, and there's a robbery gone bad and shots fired, and she's hit in the head, and her father's right there, and we've been seeing them grieve. We've seen the beautiful funeral. Oh my gosh, I mean, it's been one thing after another.
One thing after the other.
I've been hearing people around town say, oh my gosh, how much worse can it get? And that was before today. And now we have this. And so all we can do is do what JFRD is saying, and that is please pray right now. Send your thoughts and prayers, depending on your own personal beliefs, to the first responders who are, you can't really tell it from that picture, but there are people scrambling right now, doctors and nurses trying to help people who are shot and wounded, try to get people out of the Jacksonville landing safely. And gosh, I hope soon we hear that if there is another second shooter, that person is in captivity, but we're just going to have to wait and see. We don't know right now.
Our Lindsay Boach is down at the scene right now. Lindsay, can you tell us what you're seeing where you are?
Yeah, just listening to your guys' conversation real quick. What the city needs a whole lot of love right now. It's really heartbreaking to get a text message from my cousin who lives in Nashville saying, are you safe? Are you okay? Because this has spread very, very quickly, and rightfully so. It's just a heartbreaking situation. I want to kind of set the scene. We're over on the South Bank, giving you a different perspective of what's going on. We've got police boats out there in the water. Actually, law enforcement just went out on another boat that just took off from the River City Brewing Company. But you can see Chicago Pizza over on the left-hand portion of the landing. And Jeannie and Anthony were kind of talking about that gazebo that's right there. looks like JSO has between that gazebo, which is on Hogan Street, all the way to another gazebo at the other end of the Times Union Center. It looks like that whole thing is taped off. There's police on either end of that. So I'm not sure if that is what Bethany was maybe talking about earlier, where they were talking about the park. But again, there's two gazebos, and it looks like almost between the two of them is where there's some JSO tape going up over there. There's also a heavy police presence, obviously, from that gazebo on the one hand of the Times Union Center all the way to the other, and then over towards the Main Street Bridge. So from what we can see right here, again on the South Bank, we've got, looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 police boats from what I can see. I'm not quite sure what they're doing out there, but 5 patrol boats that are in the water, and then a whole lot of police that are stretching from about the Main Street Bridge all the way almost to CSX. So maybe that park that they're talking about is the one that's in front of the Times Union Center, closer to the river, where that gazebo is on Hogan Street. But from where we are standing, that's about what we can see from the South Bank of Jacksonville. Guys, back to you.
Lindsay, thank you. You know, I just got this message from a viewer who just emailed me who's watching coverage right now. And they said, I, as many Americans, are so fed up with the ongoing violence in this country. We talk and nothing is ever done. And I'm sure there's probably a lot of you out there who might feel the same way as we talk about this violence in our community.
And you know what kind of scares me right now? We have not confirmed this, but we have been told by witnesses that there were children there. I don't want anyone to lose their lives, but let's just hope there were not children among these 11 people confirmed by JSO injured. So let's go now to Bethany Anderson. She was out there early on from when this first broke. Bethany, tell us what you're seeing right now and where you are.
So I am down here at Bay Street in Hogan. If you guys want an idea of where they have roped off traffic, it's here at this side street again, over at Hogan and Bay Street. But then if you want to see where the rest of our crew is, they are down the street here at Logan, or excuse me, Laura and Bay Street. So officers, when I arrived, I actually pulled up behind that police car down there, and the officers were frantically blocking off the road, throwing up the caution tape and telling me to get back. So I did. Upon arrival, I really didn't have any information other than what people were posting on Twitter and social media about what was happening down here. And then about a half an hour into walking around and talking to people, these yellow steps right here under this parking garage, that's where I found 3 men, one of them without their shoes on, telling me they were inside that tournament in Chicago Pizza, which, by the way, I've learned if you go to the landing and you take the escalator down, it's on the ground level on the right-hand side under Mavericks, is what I am told. So they tell me that they were in there ordering pizza, having a great time, and that's when shots started going off, and they just took off running. And from there, I want to show you some witnesses that we spoke with because they heard the gunshots going off. They were in the landing. We're going to take a brief second to pause. We hear an officer coming down the street right now. We're not sure if it's an ambulance or another. We're told it's an ambulance right now. We're going to continue to follow what's happening out here, check in with where that ambulance might be going, and we will give you an update in just a few minutes.
Let me just clarify something with you. You've been talking with a lot of people, and when news like this breaks, it's hard to piece together everybody's fragments of stories. But Bethany, if you can still hear me, do you feel like the shooting started outside or inside the landing from what people have been telling you?
So from what, again, people have been telling me, not JSO, I am told by this gentleman here who is in a park area down the road here near CSX that a man with a backpack was running down the road with a gun and he was firing shots. That's when he tells me that man took off towards the library in downtown and went inside, and witnesses say they saw him leave the library and take off running down here towards the landing.
Okay, well,
I'm sorry, one more time.
We'll try to work on confirming that, and we have not heard
towards me so they can.
You're doing fine, Bethany. Thank you so much. We're waiting for JSO to finish setting up their staging area. We have heard nothing really so far about a press conference because they're busy. I mean, they're busy. Their lives, of course, could be in danger as any first responder. And like we've been saying, JFRD is asking for us all to pray for the first responders and also the medical people who are involved with this.
Right. In the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, they have confirmed that 1 suspect is dead at this time. So we know that 1 suspect is dead at the scene. But they did say about 51 minutes ago that it's unknown at this time if we have a second suspect. They say searches are being conducted. So that's why we're telling you right now to avoid that area. I know you might be curious and you might want to come down for yourself to see what's happening, but please let our first responders do their job right now, because there is a possibility that there could be a second suspect out there, and they want to make sure whoever is responsible for this is off the streets. We are concerned about your safety as well as everyone else.
And we were talking earlier, there's one, I guess this is an encouraging point, that some of the people may have gotten treatment from being shot early on, because there was some sort of training exercise at Fire Station 1 near there. And when the call went out, people had already gone in to those paramedics and were receiving treatment or help at least. That training was going on right next to the landing. So for those folks, that was an advantage. That was a good thing. But we do know that people who've been shot have been taken to Memorial Hospital. 3 people at least are reported in stable condition there, and also UF Health, which of course is the Trauma 1 Center. And both those places not far. We haven't heard of anybody being taken to Baptist, but that's close too, right over the Main Street Bridge from the landing. So people may be in that ER as well.
And I'm just looking at a tweet now from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. They tweeted not too long ago that they do have an area set up for the media, so they will be addressing us as soon as we can. So be sure to stay with us, and we will bring that information to you when we receive it. Now, Governor Rick Scott, he's also aware of this situation. He said earlier, I have spoken to the Jacksonville spoken to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, and I've spoken to the sheriff to offer any state resources he may need. FDLE is currently responding, and I have also spoken to the commissioner of the FDLE, Rick Swearingen, regarding the shooting in Jacksonville, and we're going to continue to receive updates from law enforcement.
Let's go now to Alex Osiris. Last we talked to you, Alex, we were hearing from JSO, and they were telling you that if anybody is feeling threatened or is inside the landing, that they should call 911 and not try to run.
And that's still the case, Jeannie, as far as we know. We've seen just in the last couple minutes, and you may have heard in Bethany's live shot, that ambulance. It actually just turned down the street here before we lost it behind one of the buildings. But we're also seeing FHP arrive on scene here. And just a couple of minutes ago, actually, 2 of those vehicles were driving down Forsyth Street with their lights on. So we expect to see them as well as more law enforcement arrive. We've heard that FDLE is on the way.
We just lost that shot, but we'll get back to Alex just as soon as we can. FDLE, AFT, everybody else is out there. I can't imagine there's not any law enforcement agency not involved with this right now.
And this is Sunday evening. I know a lot of people may have been out, so if you're just now joining us at 3:47, let me recap for you the confirmed information we have about exactly what is happening at the Jacksonville landing. We know that 4 people are dead, 11 injured in a mass shooting that happened during a Madden gaming tournament there at the landing. We're told that there are still people who are in areas of the landing who may be hiding. If you know someone who is there, tell them to call 911 so that the police can find them and get them out safely. We also have heard that 3 people are in stable condition at Memorial Hospital. We know that others are being treated at UF Health right now. Our state leaders also talking about this right now, Marco Rubio, as well as Governor Scott, talking about that they're going to make sure that all resources are available to cover this event.
And we have the tweet from Governor Rick Scott, who was talking about how terrible the situation is and how he is keeping an eye on it and making sure that all state resources are coming to the Jacksonville area. There it is right there. Telling you this verbatim, I've spoken to Mike Williams, of course, the sheriff here, to offer any state resources he may need. FDLE is currently responding, and I have spoken to FDLE Commissioner, and we are talking about the shooting in Jacksonville. We will continue to receive updates from law enforcement. You can be assured that folks from all over the country know about this now. It's on every network, pretty much every station. It's all over the country that there has been a mass shooting in Jacksonville, Florida. As much as we hate to hear that, here's another tweet from the city of Jacksonville.
This is Mayor Lenny Curry and Sheriff Williams. They are in contact regarding the ongoing situation at the landing. They're asking that you follow JSO and all instructions from the Sheriff's Office regarding movement downtown. The mayor and sheriff are expected to address media later today. And of course, this is all very concerning for a lot of people. Marco Rubio, he says, we have confirmed that FBI and ATF are in contact and in coordination with local authorities to provide any and all federal resources needed to respond to the Jacksonville Landing shooting.
I'm looking at our Facebook page. If you're somewhere where you can't catch the television and you have to go out for a while, we are streaming all this live on our Facebook page, and we have thousands of comments coming in right now, literally. Here's one from Connie: prayers to the families from Tennessee. Someone, Lana Young, just texted Jesus. Kathy Lane is prayers from Lake Anna. And then Rita is just joining us. Where is this? Again, this is in Jacksonville, right by the Main Street Bridge, Jacksonville, Florida. Pretty much everybody around here knows where the Jacksonville Landing is. Praying for northern New York. We're getting those kinds of comments. And please, please show respect, folks. And, you know, it's just one of those things where everyone in the country has sympathy. Unfortunately, some cities have been through this. Some schools have been through this. College campuses, elementary schools.
And you know, this is one of those events that you always say, it happens there, not here.
Oh yeah, we've just gotten information now. This will be helpful to us. Jacksonville Sheriff's Office has announced that they will have a press conference at 4:30. So
4:30.
We should have much more information for you. That's just in about 40 minutes, and we'll have crews there to bring that to you live. Because we do, just like you, I'm sure, have many, many questions wondering, is the situation safe now? I mean, that's what we all want to hear, is that it's contained. But as of right now, we've not been able to confirm that.
And also, one of our reporters just contacted us and said that at UF Health, they're going to do a press conference in about 15 to 30 minutes about how they're handling this situation. We hear that they do have some patients from the shooting over there as well.
And of course, all those medical teams, all of our hospitals, they go through all kinds of training exercises, as you know, for mass casualties. And as we've been saying, this is a mass shooting, 4 or more people dead. In this case, we've confirmed 4 dead, 11 injured, 1 suspect dead, and multiple injuries at various hospitals in town.
And our Alex Osiris, he spoke with Reginald Gaffney earlier, who was downtown, and this is what he had to say.
And so when you heard the word mass shooting, what went through your mind?
Well, I couldn't believe it. I thought I was still dreaming, because I never in my life thought that this would happen in Jacksonville. I always thought it was be in other city but Jacksonville. I always thought that somehow the good Lord had Jacksonville covered. But one of the things I will tell you, every day now you wake up, it seems as though somebody getting shot. And Heather, one of my biggest frustration with not just Jacksonville, but with America now is we keep forgetting to tackle the real issue, and it's gun violence. And it started off in some other city, in some other state, now it's in our backyard. And so I'm going to be asking all the clergies, all the business owners, as well as all the politicians local, that we really need to come together and take a look at. I know we don't control gun laws, but we need to take a look at our local laws and see what we can do. Are we giving the sheriff's office enough money? I'm not sure. I don't have the answer.
And that was City Councilman Reginald Gaffney just a short time ago, expressing concern, fear, and everybody on Facebook is saying the same thing, and as well as FirstCoastNews.com, like, what do we do? This constant debate over guns. I mean, if somebody had a solution by now, we wouldn't see all these shootings. We wouldn't have this issue. But this is important. We've just been handed this information from Mayport, and we know we have thousands of military personnel. So if you are in the military at Mayport or you're connected with someone, this is really important. All Naval Station Mayport personnel are to contact their chain of command by phone for accountability muster due to the shooting situation at the Jacksonville Landing. So right now, Mayport wants to make sure all of their military folks are okay, and staff and families. So if you are a military person, contact your chain of command by phone for accountability muster due to the shooting situation, this mass shooting at the Jacksonville Landing.
You know, which is understandable, because we know that Madden gaming, especially for young men, for young people in general, I guess you could even say people of all ages, is kind of a fun event that people like to participate in. To hear that 4 are dead and 11 are injured, we're not sure exactly how many people were there at the time for the gaming event, but we can understand their concern that they want to make sure that all their people are okay. So we're trying to gather the latest information for you to let you know who is among the deceased, who's among the injured. We do know that one suspect is dead at this time. That information coming straight from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. We're still unsure at this time if there is a second suspect somewhere out there. JSO, they are searching to see if there is another person who might be responsible for this. Now, that Reginald Gaffney interview you heard earlier, that was actually conducted by our co-anchor Heather Crawford, and Heather is joining us live now from the Jacksonville Landing with more. Heather.
Anthony, it is eerily quiet out here. We've heard some sirens go by, but just to set the scene for you, we are along Bay Street, and you see fire and police trucks, cars roped off here right in front of the Wells Fargo building, blocking off any access to the Jacksonville Landing. I've been out here. I was speaking with Councilman Gaffney. I also want to bring in Garrett Chastain. Garrett, he is a gamer. He came here to Jacksonville for this Madden tournament. You were there at Chicago Pizza yesterday, and you were telling me this tournament brings in people from all over the country.
Absolutely, it's everywhere. Anywhere you could think of, probably someone came from there. Some of the bigger names have come from Seattle. Some people are coming from Texas, Dallas, just everywhere. There's going to be 3 more events like this across country. I know there's one in the next, actually all 3 of them are in the next month.
And so you were there yesterday. You told me you went back to your hotel room today, and then you were coming back over. And describe what you've seen and what you've heard from your fellow gamers.
So what I've seen is just I was just seeing officers roll by as I was on my way over. I had just left the hotel, I think honestly about 10 minutes before the shots happened. There's a clip circulating around that you can hear the gunshots, and it's probably not as disturbing as it is hearing it than it is in person, but I saw that. Some of them I knew. I didn't know them too well, but I knew them through other people that I played with. They knew them really well. It's a really just great, it was a great community. They're all really nice people. Just an innocent person just got upset, it looks like, and just, took out his unfortunate anger.
I know you've been monitoring social media, trying to find out if your friends are okay. Have you found out, or are they safe? Did they make it out okay?
I'm not too sure on anything specific. I know, as far as I've seen, 10 injured, 4 possibly dead. I'm not too sure if they are or not. They were hopefully taken to the local medical facility as soon as possible.
And so now, I mean, what do? You came in town for this tournament, and what are you doing now?
I really just hope I really hope everyone makes it out okay, even the people that are injured. It's just sad. This shouldn't happen. It should honestly never happen. I'm not going to blame guns for this. It's a person's actions that got upset. It's really just unfortunate and absolutely ridiculous.
Have you talked to your parents and told them you're okay?
I have talked to family members and coworkers back in home. They're really fortunate I'm okay. I'm really glad I'm okay, but I'm more concerned for the others.
And has that been going through your head? That could have been you in there.
Well, I was planning on going there this morning and being there all day just to see what happens, whether I was competing or not. And I just decided, no, I'm going to stay in the hotel for a little bit, wait till like the more interesting games start playing and head over there. And second on it, like almost right after I left the hotel, it had to have happened from what I know.
Garrett, I'm so glad you weren't in there. I know it's a very difficult day, and people are walking around saying this violence has to end. I hear people saying we haven't come up with a solution yet. What is the solution? People just in dismay. Councilman Gaffney told me, you hear about mass shootings happening other places, not here. But today, unfortunately, it did happen at the Jacksonville Landing. Right now, it is still roped off. We're awaiting an update from Sheriff Mike Williams. That's supposed to take place in just a little while. But it's a sad day in Jacksonville, Jeannie and Anthony.
It really is a sad day, Heather. We've been talking about this. I was just talking to someone yesterday who I met out that we were talking about a shooting a couple of weeks ago of an innocent 7-year-old girl. We were here late Friday night talking about the shooting death of a young man outside of a local high school football game. And then we have to talk about this now on Sunday. Out of all days, a day that many people hold sacred, 4 people. 4 lives lost, 11 injured because of someone who decided to do a horrible act like this one. What are we saying for ourselves in our city? What are we saying for ourselves in our country when this has become normal.
And I'm sorry to be looking down while you were speaking, but I'm really moved by some of these comments coming in now, not just from the United States, but from around the world. Listen to this one. This is on our Facebook page, and you can follow along on Facebook because we're live streaming on that. Prayers go out to the families affected by this horrible event. May God watch over you. Prayers from Senegal in West Africa. So the news has already reached over there as well. This one, former Jacksonville resident back in the United States, Stephen Poindexter, sending love and prayers from Sun Valley, Idaho. And this one here, watch out. We want to make sure everybody is safe. Be careful. And as we've been telling you, Jacksonville police are still saying stay away from the landing area. And then this one here, prayers going up to my Jacksonville. My babies live there, and this is crazy and insane. And so it has a lot of people worried, not just here. But just in case you've just joined us, because on Sunday people are out shopping and so forth and what's going on, we have a mass shooting in the Jacksonville landing. 4 people confirmed dead, 11 injured, we've been told, by 2 law enforcement sources, and 1 suspect dead. Now, the big key here is it at all safe to be in this landing area? No is the answer. JSO is planning a news conference in about 30 minutes. I hope we find out that the threat is over, but it apparently is still an active shooter situation, or at least could be, because they're telling all media, all citizens to stay many blocks away from the landing, and if anybody is inside the landing hiding, SWAT is supposed to be going in there. They have been doing this now for a good hour and a half or so at least to find people hiding in the landing. They're telling you, don't run. Call 911. Someone will come and get you. Stay calm just in case someone is still in the landing and scared.
And we still don't know the motive behind this shooting. We just know that a Madden gaming event was happening down at the landing. Heather interviewed someone, a witness, a person who was familiar with the event, who told us that there will be other events like this happening around the country. So we're not sure why this person, or maybe more than one person, decided to come into this event and open fire. That's information that we're hoping to learn from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office as soon as they bring us the latest information in the press conference that we're still waiting for. I'm told that we do have some new video into our newsroom. This video was taken from Snapchat. It shows the police response when this all happened. I would say this probably all happened maybe 4 hours ago, maybe a little less than 4 hours ago, but you can see the police there, the landing there in the distance. Not sure who took this video, but this is video we got off of Snapchat. You see ambulances, police, I'm sure firefighters as well, going into this scene to try to get a grasp on exactly what is happening.
And we can just listen now. We're told we have some sound from the scene. Let's listen and see if we can hear that.
A lot of good games going on.
It's
today.
a lot. It's going to be hard to get them on stream. It's
not
a lot.
It's not a tough out today. Excuse me, not an easy out. Oh!
Oh, that is so disturbing, because
so
you can
disturbing.
hear not just the shots being fired, you see the video game being played there, but you can hear people start to scream.
And we counted about 11 gunshots that we heard earlier when we watched that video. I did want to give a warning for that video the next time that we show it for you, because we know that it is graphic and it can be hard to hear, but we just kind of want to show you the magnitude of the situation and what we're talking about here, what exactly happened at that landing during the gaming event. But we do apologize if that maybe was a little bit too graphic. We'll be sure and give you ample warning next time about that video before we show it.
And we want to tell to people as well that we are streaming live on the First Coast News app. So if you have the app, you can watch on that. If you don't have the app, it's free. You can go in the App Store and look for First Coast News, and that's a good way to follow what's going on with us. You may have things you still have to do today, and you want to keep up with the details. We should be getting a lot more information in about 27 minutes. JSO plans a news conference at 4:30. We're also expecting a news conference from UF Health, where we know some of the shooting victims were taken, and that looks like it might be at the same time, but I'm not sure. You never know. Sometimes they give you a time they're going to start these news conferences, and of course they are so incredibly busy. But we have crews on both situations, and we won't miss any information, we promise.
Our Bethany Anderson, she's been one of our first reporters there at the scene since this all happened. Let's go back out to Bethany now to just kind of talk a little bit more about this, Bethany.
Anthony, the latest, you guys were talking about that presser. I just watched investigators walk down the street, so I believe that will start any moment now. To give you guys a quick recap, I got out here about 2 hours ago as authorities were blocking off the streets, Laura and Hogan, the one behind me here. And if you look down the road, still a very active scene towards the landing with patrol cars, fire trucks. What we have been told from eyewitnesses in this is that they saw a shooter come from a park, go to the library in downtown, and then head towards the landing. People who were eating in that area tell us they heard gunshots going off. People started screaming, and then they went running from the area. I am told that people were holding the doors, trying to help everyone get out, and that there were children there when this shooting happened. We were told about an hour ago that one shooter is dead. We don't know if there are other shooters involved. Again, we will learn that in that press conference that will be happening at any minute. We don't know if the area is safe or secure, and of course, that is the information that we are waiting on at this moment.
So much. Let's reiterate what we have just been told from Mayport Naval Station. This is important. Obviously, Mayport now trying to get an accountability. They want to make sure that all of their personnel are okay. As you pointed out, maybe some of the folks were down there at the gaming situation at the landing. So here is the official statement from Mayport right now. All Naval Station Mayport personnel are to contact their chain of command by phone for what they call an accountability muster due to the shooting situation at the Jacksonville landing. So if you are a Mayport personnel or you know someone who is, the urgent need right now is for you to call by phone your chain of command.
And the Jacksonville landing sent out a statement about this, where this mass shooting happened. They say, quote, "We are deeply saddened at the incident and we pray for everyone involved. The Jacksonville landing is fully cooperating with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office and all ongoing investigations." Marco Rubio tweeting out earlier, "Horrifying news from Jacksonville this afternoon. Have spoken to local authorities and am still awaiting more information on the shooting. Situation still unfolding. Law enforcement is asking everyone to avoid the area." And also, we know our governor is talking about this as well. Governor Scott saying that he is in contact with FDLE. They, of course, are responding. He's going to make sure that all the resources that are available are sent here to Jacksonville to handle this situation that is still unfolding, still happening at this moment.
And we want to assure you that we have all of our crews, our entire staff is here in the newsroom and also out on the streets, at hospitals, waiting for JSO's press conference, waiting for the press conference from UF Health, talking to witnesses. It is difficult, of course, at this point to piece together what happened. It's way too early, but we are hearing from people who were there at the shooting, and some of the witnesses are telling our Bethany Anderson that there was some sort of argument, possibly over video games. It may have started outside at the little park, which is between the Jacksonville landing and CSX. She's hearing that Chicago Pizza is down underneath Mavericks on the first floor on the ground level, and someone was running, she was told, with a gun and a backpack. That's not confirmed from JSO, but it is what people are talking about down there. And then there were shots, and we've had multiple witnesses tell us that they heard screams of "run, run, run," and we've been hearing that over and over for the last couple of hours.
Yeah. And also, producer Anthony, I have that information right here with me. We just got some information from UF Health, one of our local hospitals. According to the spokesperson, they have 6 patients. 5 are good, or in good condition. They do have 1 who is in serious condition. So once again, this information coming to us from UF Health, according to one of their spokespeople, they have a total of 6 patients, I should say. 5 are in good condition. 1 is in serious condition.
And they're not saying if those are pediatric. Of course, pediatric would probably go to Wolfson unless it's a trauma 1 case and maybe they took them to UF Health. We had heard earlier that there may have been some children there. I mean, at a Steve Madden gaming event, you hope maybe they were just adults. I don't want anybody hurt, but we have not confirmed or heard any official word if there were children. I'm sorry, I keep saying Steve Madden, my apologies, but John Madden. And so we're waiting to find out who they are. We don't know that yet. But the biggest information right now is we have not been given any all clear from JSO. Not at all. The perimeter is still far back for safety reasons. And if you are just learning about this, don't drive anywhere in the Jacksonville landing just to see what's going on. It is not safe as far as we've been told.
Not at all. Let's go ahead and pull up some social media right now. I think we're going to start with a message from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, if we could go ahead and do that. They say that we asked anyone in the area during the Jack's Landing incident who may have information, contact JSO at 904-630-0500 or you can call Crime Stoppers. If you are afraid about giving your name, you can call Crime Stoppers. That information is 866-845-TIPS. You can remain anonymous. You can also email info to jsocrimetips@jaxsheriff.org. So once again, you can also email any information that you might know to jsocrimetips@jaxsheriff.org. We did hear from some witnesses there. They were talking with Bethany. They said they saw the shooter possibly outside of the landing before this all happened, someone walking nearby with a gun. So I would encourage those people to give the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office a call. They said during the interview they had not contacted them, but our law enforcement, they need all the information they can get right now to figure out what exactly happened. This is someone who tweeted earlier. They said, "I am literally so lucky the bullet hit my thumb." Let's take a look at some other messages that we have. This is NBC News tweeted this out. This is from one of the governor candidates, Philip Levine, who is a Democrat. He says, "I am horrified and I am furious. The shootings are too many to count in our schools, neighborhoods, and nightclubs. Too many lives are destroyed while leaders take no action. It's time for new leaders." That message coming from Philip Levine, who is running for governor. The Jacksonville Landing, they put this message out. "We are deeply saddened at the incident and we pray for everyone involved. The Jacksonville Landing is fully cooperating with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office and all ongoing investigations." This message is from Representative John Rutherford, horrified by what has transpired at the landing. As we pray for the victims and all the emergency personnel responding to this tragedy, please follow guidance from JSO as they work to secure the area. That is so important right now. Please stay away from the area so they can do all that they can at this time. This message is from a reporter over at the TU, our partners, news partners at the Times-Union. He says Florida Highway Patrol is parked at the south end of Main Street Bridge to stop pedestrians from walking over. There's no need for the public to walk that way. So once again, please avoid the area if you can. Even when I was driving in to work today from the south side, I took a different route because I did not want to affect their investigation at all. I came in the back way to avoid that area near the landing. We do have an interview, I'm told, by our producer with a man who is currently looking for one of his friends. This is what he had to say.
And so you were there yesterday. You told me you went back to your hotel room today, and then you were coming back over. And describe what you've seen and what you've heard from your fellow gamers.
So what I've seen is just I was just seeing officers roll by as I was on my way over. I had just left the hotel, I think, honestly about 10 minutes before the shots happened. There's a clip circulating around that you can hear the gunshots, and it's probably not as disturbing as it is hearing it than it is in person. But I saw that. Some of them I knew. I didn't know them too well, but I knew them through other people that I played with. They knew them really well. It's a really just great. It was a great community. They're all really nice people. Just an innocent person just got upset, it looks like, and took out his unfortunate anger.
I know you've been monitoring social media, trying to find out if your friends are okay. Have you found out, or are they safe? Did they make it out?
I'm not too sure on anything specific. I know, as far as I've seen, 10 injured, 4 possibly dead. I'm not too sure if they are or not. They were hopefully taken to the local medical facility as soon as possible.
And so now, I mean, what do? You came in town for this tournament, and what are you doing now?
I really just hope I really hope everyone makes it out okay, even the people that are injured. It's just sad. This shouldn't happen. It should honestly never happen. I'm not going to blame guns for this. It's a person's actions that got upset. It's really just unfortunate and absolutely ridiculous.
Have you talked to your parents and told them you're okay?
I have talked to family members and coworkers back in home. They're really fortunate I'm okay. I'm really glad I'm okay, but I'm more concerned for the others.
And has that been going through your head? That could have been you in there.
Well, I was planning on going there this morning and being there all day just to see what happens, whether I was competing or not. And I just decided, no, I'm going to stay in the hotel for a little bit, wait till like more interesting games start playing and head over there. And second on it, like almost right after I left the hotel, it had to have happened.
So that was a person that our Heather Crawford spoke to who is familiar with this gaming event. When he heard about this, he came down to see if anyone may have been injured in this shooting that he knew.
We have a special guest now, a man who is very familiar with active shooter situations. He was in law enforcement for 38 years. Chief Ben Carroll. He retired from Clay County Sheriff's Office as Chief of Emergency Management. And now your company helps people train for active shooter situations. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so you've been listening to all of this, and thank you so much for joining us, Chief Carroll. And when we're hearing JSO tell people to hide, you were talking about a 1+ rule. Why is that, and what does that mean?
Yes, right now JSO SWAT is clearing the area for an additional shooter. And law enforcement always operates on a 1+ rule. If there's one bad guy, then there's possibly two. If there's two, there's possibly three. So right now, JSO would like anyone who is currently hiding, who has found a place of safety and security, to remain in that place where they're currently safe until the SWAT team clears to that area to them. They don't want them popping out on them unexpectedly.
And kind of tell us, so what is it like for law enforcement when they respond to this situation once they get in there? What are they looking for at the time?
Well, when they initially respond, they're looking for someone armed who's actively shooting, still trying to take life. And they want to immediately address that and stop that. If not, if the person's retreating, they try to pin them up into an area where they can't harm anyone else, where they have other victims.
Now, as we've been saying, JSO is planning a news conference in about 15 minutes if they're able to keep that time, because we know they're extremely busy. But it is possible that right now there are people still in the landing hiding on the cell phones with family members or friends. And if you are listening right now and you're a friend or a family member, what would you advise them to tell that person who's scared, frozen, just petrified inside the landing, if that's still going on?
Be the voice of calm. Talk to them very calmly. Assure them that everything's slowed down, there is no more shooting, and that the police are actively working their way up to them, and to remain in a place of safety. Don't come out just to try to go ahead and, well, they don't hear any more shooting now, try to run out, because they might run into the law enforcement, they might run into another bad guy.
All right, and I know last time we spoke to you was about school security, which you are an expert in when it comes to school safety and how to protect those areas. You know, just kind of once again reiterate to the public, what can you do in this situation if you find yourself in an event like this?
Well, as an employer, as the owner of the landing and all the companies that are there, they should have solid policies on what to do during emergencies such as this. Then they need to train their employees, because those employees are going to fall back to their highest level of training, and they're going to be able to give direction to the customers that are there that don't know what to do. They'll be the voice of reason and calm at that time. Also, if you're just an average citizen, you need to, in this day and age, we need to be thinking, if we go to this area, this public gathering, and something happens, what is going to be our course of action as a family to try to make ourselves safe and to move to an area of safety?
And so now we're looking at wanding. Friday night there were wanding, trying to catch anybody with a gun getting in the stadium, but unfortunately the shooting was after the game outside the stadium. Jacksonville Landing obviously doesn't have metal detectors. As you see these situations now in Jacksonville, what is a solution?
Well, everyone's safety is their own personal choice. People need to think about, okay, what do I need to do? Husbands, fathers need to think, how do I protect my family if we're going out? If you don't have a plan, then you're not going to be able to plan in the moment of an emergency. Your plan's going to be to fail. So we say those that fail to plan to fail. So always have that plan in your mind. In the event I need to protect my family, what are we going to do? Do we have a place to regroup if we get separated during an emergency? Do we all know where we're going to? Everyone meet back at the car. So things like this, already so the family knows what to do when faced with some type of threat.
And from all your, I'm sure, Anthony, you and I have been talking about this, from all his years of law enforcement, as you're watching the situation, what are you observing that Anthony and I have not noticed because you're the expert?
Well, as law enforcement officers, we're judging movements, we're judging actions by people that seem to be out of place. In other words, we're identifying potential threats. People that aren't acting like everyone else. On a hot day like today, people wearing heavy overcoats with the hoods up on them. That may not seem right, their clothing. People carrying backpacks that are not engaging and just kind of standing around, hanging out, not really doing anything for long periods of time. These are kind of things we're looking for.
And kind of tell us what maybe we can expect in the next few days. What is law enforcement's job going to be?
Well, initially it's going to be to stop any type of further killing. Next it's going to be to secure the scene. Following that, they're going to do a very, very detailed investigation through the Sheriff's Department, interviewing witnesses, pulling videotape from surrounding businesses, all different things to help them understand exactly what the shooter did, what his plans were. They're going to be interviewing family members of the shooter, trying to find out what was his challenges going up to this. Obviously, he's not operating in full mental capacity at this point, somewhat diminished, and trying to just put together everything that occurred today. And also, they're going to be working with the victims' families, trying to help them put things back together.
How does SWAT know when they can say the scene is clear? I mean, how many people do you think they would have in there? Is there some sort of grid where everybody has checked and double checked? How do you know, okay, we're all right now?
That's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to completely clear the scene of all people. That way they know that area is now secure. And they will maintain a perimeter around that area to make sure people don't filter back in until the crime scene has been cleared.
Well, we're all waiting to hear some more information from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, hopefully in about 10 minutes. And Chief Carroll, if you can kind of stick around for us, I would love for you to listen to the JSO presser and then tell us your observations about what you hear, if you don't mind, sir. We appreciate your time.
Sure, thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Just give you an update at this hour at 4:20. We are expecting a press conference from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office in about 10 minutes. But let me read to you the confirmed information that we have right now. 4 people are dead. 11 are injured. That's coming to us from 2 police sources in this shooting that happened at the Jacksonville Landing. I would say this probably happened about 4 hours ago here in downtown Jacksonville. It happened during a Madden gaming event where several people were playing Madden Live. And we've heard several responses now from state leaders. We also heard from EA Sports, who is responsible for making the game, all sending their condolences at this time and all vowing to do what they can to cooperate with this investigation and make sure something like this does not happen again. Our local hospitals, we've heard that Memorial Hospital has some patients. We're told 3 are stable there. The latest information I have from UF Health, which is known for their trauma center. They have a total of 6 patients. They say 5 are in good condition right now, but they do have 1 patient who is in serious condition.
And we want to make sure that people understand, too, that when we're talking about these facts, that when we say that they've been confirmed, it's not just one person telling us that. We are making sure that we are hearing from multiple, at least 2, but multiple trusted law enforcement folks, so that we make sure we give you the exact information. I'm trying to read at the same time as I'm talking here. UF Health on their Twitter page is just saying that they have responsible people, the best people and resources to save lives, and they've been tested before from whether they're other shootings or traffic accidents. I mean, they have full staff there, and you can imagine that they're scrambling right now, but well-trained to handle these kinds of emergency situations. Again, JFRD asking for prayers and thoughts for first responders. Now, we're looking at some, producers help me out here. There's live shots right now down near the Jacksonville Landing. It's, I can't tell exactly who that was walking in because I'm only seeing their backs. Anthony, could you see before they turned around?
I could not see either. We do know that there are a lot of law enforcement down there. We have ATF, FDLE, the FBI is also on scene at this landing right now, trying to do what they can to gather the latest information. So a lot of people, probably from all over the state, who are going to be down there trying to get the latest information and figure out exactly what happened and why this happened.
We've been hearing from Councilman Reginald Gaffney, and he said that Mayor Lenny Curry is on his way. Of course, this is a Sunday, people scattered out all over the place, but the mayor has sent information that he's obviously upset about.
And also Senator Bill Nelson, Jeannie, he just sent a statement in saying that this shooting in Jacksonville deeply saddens, shocks, and outrages all of us. I'm making sure that all federal resources will be available to assist victims and their families and to help law enforcement do their jobs. In EA Sports, I mentioned earlier, they're responsible for the Madden game and also for their championship series. They say, we are aware of this incident at a sanctioned Madden Championship Series competition in Jacksonville. We are working with authorities to gather facts at this stage. They say this is a horrible situation and their deepest sympathies go out to all involved. But once again, we're hearing from 2 sources that 4 people are dead in this mass shooting, 11 injured.
And I'm sure everyone wants to keep up with what is going on. We are streaming all of this information live for you on our First Coast News app. which is free in the App Store if you don't have it. You can also send that to friends and family so they can keep up with what's going on in Jacksonville, because as we've been pointing out, people around the country are checking in with family members. The news has spread not just in the United States, excuse me, but around the world. And so people are concerned. They're worried. Are you okay? Where are you? I sent out a message to my family that said, I'm okay. And then somebody very close to me just said, but where are you? So people do want to know details. They want to confirm where you are. Are you safe? Are you sure you're okay? And so a couple of messages won't hurt.
Yeah, because this did happen in a public area in the Jacksonville Landing, which is located here in downtown Jacksonville. If you're not familiar with Jacksonville, or maybe because I know we have a lot of people watching us on social media right now, if you're not familiar with the area, maybe you've visited a couple of times, you're wondering where the landing is. When you drive into downtown, when you cross the Main Street Bridge, that big blue bridge there, the landing, if you take a left, it's over on that side. You can actually see it while you're going the backside of the landing while you're driving over the Main Street Bridge there. You can see the landing. And we're told this happened around Chicago Pizza in that area there. We've heard some reports from witnesses. This is not confirmed information. This is just what people are telling us, that they may have seen the shooter outside, kind of over there. You see where that gazebo is? There's a small little park area. They say they might have seen the person with the gun coming in to the landing at that time before they arrived. Those witnesses told us that they started running when they saw that person with the gun, but of course, that's just witness information right now. We're still working to get that confirmed when we talk to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. And hopefully about 5 minutes or so, that press conference could be delayed because, of course, this is an active situation at this time, and we do want to give them time to gather the latest information for us that we can pass along to you that is accurate and also information that will keep you and your family safe during this time.
And please remember that Mayport is asking every personnel to call the chain of command and report that you're okay or where you are. They're trying to do a complete accountability of everyone who works or is stationed at Mayport Naval Station. And I think that we should probably keep repeating this because JSO has tweeted this out, and we want to make sure that that information is coming to you. There is now a media staging area at the Wells Fargo building. That's on One Independent Drive that faces the landing. And they say they do plan to start this news conference promptly at 4:30. That is just in about 4 minutes. It's going to be live on our Facebook page, on their Facebook page, and they are still updating. Just a few minutes ago, they're still updating with the same information. Stay away from the area. We have a mass shooting, and it is not safe to be within blocks of the Jacksonville Landing.
And we have seen video that is supposed to be from when that shooting happened, while someone was actually playing the game at the time. It's very disturbing video. You can hear the gunshots in the background. We counted about 11 gunshots, and you can hear people yelling in the background, trying to figure out exactly what is happening, and I'm sure getting to safety as well. It is something that is hard to hear as we deal with another round of violence here in Jacksonville.
And you know, Bethany Anderson was there early on when this happened a couple of hours ago, and she was talking to people who told her that there were 50 to 100 people. It's hard to estimate a crowd when you look around, but I mean, that tells you that several witnesses thought there were quite a few people there on the first floor of the landing there playing the John Madden games. We also talked to other people who were just having lunch. And here's this video, Anthony, that you were talking about.
Yeah, this is video that we got off of a Snapchat. Not sure exactly who took the video, but you can see first responders. You see an ambulance. You see a JSO patrol car. They're rushing to the landing right after that shooting. That person is standing probably, I would say, maybe 2 or 3 blocks there from the landing. I can't really see on that monitor as first responders there rush to the landing to respond to that event. I first heard about this on social media as well. I was at home just kind of scrolling on my phone, and I started hearing people talking about, is it true that a shooting just happened at the landing? Is it true that it happened? And as soon as I found about it, I started contacting people, and a source told me that it indeed was true, that multiple people had been shot and that there were also fatalities at the landing. And I came in as soon as I could so we could get this information passed on to you to tell you exactly what is going on so that we can keep you informed on this situation. We've heard reports from JSO. They say that they knew that people were hiding out at the landing. They were asking those people, maybe if you've been talking to someone, to call 911 so they can know where they are, so they can come and get them out of those areas. I'm not sure if everyone has been rescued at this time. That is some information that we are still waiting from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office when we get that press conference. Maybe in about 2 minutes. They gave us a 4:30 start time, but of course we know that could be delayed during this ongoing situation. We do know this is confirmed information from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office that one suspect is dead. So once again, one suspect in this mass shooting is dead at this time. We don't know if that suspect was shot by a police officer or if they took their own lives. That's information that we are still trying to get for you at this time. But we do know 4 dead, 11 injured, and we're going to be sure and pass that latest information on to you as soon as we get that press conference, hopefully in just a few minutes.
And as we just talked with Chief Carroll, who had 38 years of law enforcement experience. He was a police officer for years and with the Clay County Sheriff's Office. He was talking about this 1+ rule. So Anthony, when you were talking about we know one suspect's dead, in an officer's mind, they have to think 1+. So if there's one person dead, there may be another. If it's 2, it's 2+. I mean, they have to operate on that kind of risk because they don't really know. And we are just so hoping that here in just a few seconds, really, if JSO can do the 4:30 news conference as they had planned, that we're going to hear that the scene is been given the all clear. I have not seen that on Twitter or anything from JSO officially. I don't know if they're waiting for the press conference to announce it or if the scene is still not clear.
Right, that's something we don't know at this time, and so we urge you to please stay away from the landing. You might be curious for yourself to come down and see exactly what's going on. Please stay away and let law enforcement do their job as best as they can to get the latest information and make sure that everyone is safe and try to find, if there indeed is another suspect out there, that they can find that person. But right now, all that we know is that one suspect is dead at this time. I am hearing from one of our reporters that they're all gathered there for the briefing, but it might be delayed by a bit. So once again, we will have that information for you as soon as we get it, but that press conference might be delayed. Actually, it looks like they are getting set up right now. You can see a lot of media coming in. We have media from across the state who are coming in regards to this situation. I'm sure national media probably will be coming in as well. That was our Alex Osiris right there. But they're all getting set up at this time so that the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office can pass along the information right now, the confirmed information that they have at this time on this mass shooting at the Jacksonville landing.
So we're looking at the Associated Press reports right now. They're saying that the GLHF Game Bar at the landing was hosting a Madden 19 video game tournament. That's what they're calling it, that title, at the time of the shooting. And then several networks nationwide are calling it on the scenic riverfront of Jacksonville. So now let's stop the latest information and get to this news conference from Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. You're going to see Bahia right over there on the far left. She just walked off screen. She's a public information officer. We've been told that she may be doing the speaking there. That is Melissa standing there in front of the microphones right now.
Hey, good afternoon. So I'm here, I'm Sheriff Mike Williams of Duval County. I'm going to give you a very brief update right now. We're going to follow up. The mayor and I will come back out in a couple hours with a lot more detail. At this point, some information we wanted to put out, just again, answer some very brief questions up to this point. So we just finished clearing the landing of potential witnesses and victims, that type of thing. And here's what we know up to this point. We have no outstanding suspects at this time, no outstanding suspects. We have one suspect in this case. He is deceased at the scene at this point. He is a white male, and we are still working to confirm his identity. We have deceased victims at the scene. We also have injured people at the hospital, and we will release counts later on. We don't have a count for you today currently. We are aware of a video that is out on social media. We have that video, but we would encourage people, if you have additional video or any other information about the incident, please reach out through 630-0500, our non-emergency number, through Crime Stoppers at obviously 1-866-845-TIPS, and share that information. You can also share it online at JSO Crime Tips at jacksheriff.org. So, as I mentioned, we just finished clearing the Jacksonville landing of potential witnesses, other victims, that type of thing. We have no outstanding suspects at this point, and we'll have, again, more information and a full brief in a few hours. One thing I can add, we would encourage people not to come downtown to spectate. We don't need that at this point. We've got a very large crime scene downtown, a very large perimeter on this crime scene, and we will divert you away from that, obviously. So with that, couple of quick questions.
Sheriff Williams, there's a lot of speculation about what led up.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Does it appear the suspect is from our area? We're hearing possibly Baltimore.
Still waiting to be determined.
There's a lot of speculation about what led up to the shooting. Can you say anything about that?
So at this point, no. We'll, as soon as we have more information about that, we'll share.
So, Sheriff, do you have any cleared out of the building? Or all the witnesses cleared out of the building?
We are still working with the witnesses.
How many witnesses? How many people
Several,
in the building?
several
Sheriff,
witnesses.
where do you believe that this shooting began?
In the landing, and again, we'll have more detail about that as the night unfolds.
Inside, specifically Chicago Pizza?
Inside one of the restaurants in the landing.
Was it exceeding the fire marshal's limits of occupancy?
No, we haven't even got into that detail
One
yet.
more question.
What should families be worried
Sheriff,
about right
how
now?
many people were there?
So we will talk about a operation to try to get families information as quickly as we can. Again, this information today, right now, I wanted to get out that we have no outstanding suspects. We have the scene secure, and we will follow up in a couple hours with more information. Thank you all.
Number of fatalities, do we know?
We will announce via Twitter any updates and the time he will be speaking again. You guys will be all escorted back out. Further information will be from
the
here.
outer states, can you give that Twitter?
It's JSOPIO on Twitter. That is the original source of information.
Okay, so we just received a briefing there from Jacksonville Sheriff Mike Williams. This is the important information to pass along to you right now. There is no outstanding suspect at this time. So there are no outstanding suspects. They believe that they have one suspect, a white male, who is dead at this time. We're unsure if police shot him or if he shot himself. That's information that we're still waiting to learn. But there are no outstanding suspects in this mass shooting. They have one suspect who is believed to be dead at this time, and they have cleared the landing.
That's important. They've cleared the landing, although you probably just heard Sheriff Williams say this. Yes, the landing is clear, but still, don't come downtown anywhere near the landing. They have police work to do. They want to make sure everybody stays safe. And so he is emphasizing that please don't come down anywhere near the scene. So you probably heard a lot of questions from reporters, and I'm sure you have them too. What led up to the shooting? They're saying they don't really know yet. They're still investigating. How many witnesses were there? They're talking to people. They're asking people if you have a tip, if you saw something, if you know anything about it, even if you weren't there and maybe you heard something, to please call JSO. Yes, the shooting started in the landing or was in the landing inside a restaurant, and they are working now to work with families to make sure the families of the shooting victims and the deceased have all the information.
And I have a viewer who actually tweeted and asked me this question. They wanted to know if the suspect is someone who is from Jacksonville or if it was someone who was from out of town. And a reporter actually asked that question at the press conference, and the sheriff says that they're unsure right now. So we don't know if the suspect is someone who is a Jacksonville local or if it's someone who came from outside the area. Of course, that information is going to be something that they're going to pass along to us in the next coming days, maybe even tonight, as they work to get more information. The sheriff said that he, along with Mayor Lenny Curry, they will be back in a couple of hours to give us a little bit more information. But this is all still fresh. This is all still new. This happened probably about 4 hours ago, if that. And just what we know right now, sources telling us that 4 dead, 11 injured. 2 local hospitals are treating the injured. UF Health, they're supposed to be giving us a briefing, I believe, right now, and they tell us that 1 person is in serious condition at this time at their hospital.
And so Bethany Anderson has been down there since this all started to break. Let's go live now to Bethany. She has been safely away from the landing where the police set up a perimeter. Bethany, where are you now?
We are down here at Bay Street and Hogan. Now, I want to show you where I was when I arrived on the scene because it was all just kind of starting to unfold. Officers were just arriving. I'm going to take you for a little walk here in this direction, down here past the parking garage. My car is just behind that JSO vehicle. When I got out, the 2 officers there were saying, get back, we're roping this off, get back. And I did, and at that point I started to just try to figure out, okay, what is going on, what's happening here. So as I walked in this direction, you can see that little yellow slab right there at the parking garage. I saw 3 men sitting down that had just taken off out of inside of Chicago Pizza, and they told me they were in there at a gaming tournament when somebody entered the building and started firing shots. They took off running so fast, one of the men lost his shoes. They were just in shock, in total shock. And now I want to show you what's happening behind me here. The latest, authorities are now letting vehicles that were parked in this area here to leave. We actually saw a few gamers leaving the tournament. They actually had their controllers in their hands. Some of them somber faces. To say that I looked at heartbreak would be an understatement. I tried to talk to them and they just said no comment, and please let the rest of the media know we need our privacy right now. And as journalists, we will respect people that are processing this and their loved ones. But if you were inside the building when this shooting happened, text your loved ones, let them know that you were safe, and wait for JSO to come find you. Don't try to run out right now. And if you look over behind me, you'll see where this patrol car is. I've actually seen several officers talking to, or excuse me, several people talking to the officer inside that parked car before they were allowed to leave. One girl came out of here with a backpack and she just started bawling. And another man who was down there at the tournament went to go check on her. Again, not comfortable going on camera at this point. Witnesses tell us, now this is just from witnesses, that they saw a man with a backpack that was shooting at a park nearby. They then tell me they saw him head to the library and then down to the landing. And I'm also told there were a lot of heroes in this situation. Right now we have state troopers coming down the road here. I'm not sure if they've actually blocked off. Yes, it looks like now they have blocked off parts of Bay Street, so you will not be able to access if you're trying to get to I-10. State troopers are now blocking the road here. Very traumatic, to say the least, these people that I've been talking to off camera. But of course, we are still waiting for more information. We just had that 4:30 press conference, and we'll continue to bring you updates out here as they become available.
Bethany, thank you for bringing us that information. We want to bring Chief Ben Carroll back in to talk with us a little bit more.
That's right. And if you didn't meet him earlier, he had 38 years law enforcement experience, retired from the Clay County Sheriff's Office, was director of emergency management, and his office, now his firm, trains people in active shooter situations. So obviously you know what you're talking about. This, we were just hearing there's a mix of good and bad news because people have lost their lives and they're injured. But the good news is Jacksonville Landing, excuse me, is clear. We've heard that. But what is your observation from what the sheriff just said?
Well, they're asking anyone that saw anything to please call into the sheriff's department, provide them with information. Often people see something, but they think, oh no, or they talk themselves out of calling it in because they think that, well, maybe it doesn't matter, but it does at this point in time. There can't be enough information coming into the sheriff's department. So if someone saw something and they think that just had that little thought in the back of their head, that didn't look that looked out of place, they should call into the TIPS hotline and let them know what they saw.
And it can be the littlest thing. It could be someone who simply just maybe didn't acknowledge anyone as they were walking down the street. As you mentioned earlier, it could have been someone who may have had on a coat or a hoodie. And of course, we know that it is hot right now, so that would be unusual at this time.
Someone just sitting in a car for a long period of time that just didn't look right at the scene to them. Call that in, let them know what information you had.
And Heather Crawford was interviewing some people earlier. You were talking about one of the reporters asked the sheriff, was this person from out of town? They don't know yet, or they're not going to be able to say just yet. But that would be possible because this Madden tournament draws people in from all over. So it may be somebody from out of town who just got upset about an argument or some sort of video issue. Who knows?
Who knows? But what we do know is active shooters have characteristics that we can go by. We know that most of them don't have a plan of escape. They just plan on going in and creating as much chaos and devastation as they can. Most of them, usually when challenged, will either kill themselves or they'll surrender.
So when you look at this, do you think this is someone who was planning something, or just somebody who got in a rage and had a gun and shot people? From your expert eye, what are you seeing?
Well, they probably had somewhat of a plan, but it was very limited. They never thought about how they, once they perpetrated this terrible act, how they would get away. They just thought it up to that point in which they perpetrated the act.
Well, definitely, it's just a chaotic situation here. The JSO is still gathering information, needing tips.
And we're still trying to get some of the latest information in. I am hearing from sources that a possible suspect vehicle may have been found as well at this time. Of course, we're still waiting to get that information confirmed for you. But we can tell you, if you're just now joining us, there are no outstanding suspects at this time. JSO believes that they have their only suspect. That is one man. They said that suspect is dead at this time. So once again, there are no outstanding suspects in this mass shooting that happened at the Jacksonville Landing.
And Chief Carroll, help us understand. I mean, it's logical that the police don't want people down in that area, but can you give us some examples of why they really are telling citizens to stay away still, even though the scene is clear at the landing?
Well, self-deployment is always a problem for law enforcement during a major event like this. People show up that might have the skills or the ability to help, but law enforcement doesn't know they're there. So staying away is the best rule to put out at a scene like this. Please stay away, and if the police need you, they'll call you into the scene.
And so what kind of evidence would they be gathering from the landing right now that maybe the average citizen doesn't think about?
Oh, there's quite a bit of evidence that they will be picking up, such as videotapes from surrounding cameras, bank cameras, just people that had their phone videos going at the time. They'll be looking for all different types of leads to try to determine what was the shooter's motivation.
And so many witness interviews to go through. We heard that maybe 50 to 100 people were possibly there. That's just kind of a rough count at this time. There's going to be so many people to talk to and try to get all that information together.
Yes, and under stress, people will remember things differently. You can have 5 people under stress see the same event, and they'll all remember different things about it. So their stories won't necessarily always line up.
But we don't want to deter you from giving any information. Still give any information that you may remember to JSO.
Or cell phone video, as you just pointed out too, right?
Yeah.
And so Anthony, you were talking earlier about this video, and you can actually hear the shooting and screams, and it's disturbing, so we won't be showing that. But of course, it's probably flying all over social media, but you could hear the gunfire. I don't have a trained ear to hear what type of gunfire that might have been or what kind of gun. You could hear the individual shot. So at this point, do you have any idea, have you heard from any of your sources whether it was an automatic rifle or a handgun, or is that way too early to ask about that?
I would say until you probably would be able to tell a little bit about the type of handgun just from the audio, but it's very limited to what you're going to be able to disclose. If the shooter is down, they probably know now at this time what type of handgun it was. It's probably near the shooter, either when he ended his own life or when someone else stopped him. They probably also have a pretty good idea of what his identity is, such as a lot of times they don't think it through. They still have their wallet on them.
Right.
They know, that's how they track down the vehicles that might be related to the shooter at the scene.
And they mentioned JSO, Sheriff Mike Williams said it's a white male. They are working to confirm his identity. As you said, they may already know. And you were pointing out too, Anthony, earlier as you were listening to this, is that when the sheriff is talking and trying to answer these questions, there are so many questions right now that their number one ask right now is for people to call in.
To call in. If you have any information, you can call the sheriff's office. That phone number is 904 630-0500, or you can call Crime Stoppers. You can remain anonymous. Maybe if you don't want to give your name, call Crime Stoppers. That phone number is 866-845-TIPS. Once again, 866-845-TIPS. You can call Crime Stoppers. You can also email the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. You can find that email address on their website, also on their Twitter, social media pages right now, and you can email any information that you may have on the situation, maybe any videos or pictures that can help tell exactly what happened at the landing maybe about 3 hours ago when the shooting happened.
And Chief Carroll, let me ask you, I've heard a lot of people say, well, my goodness, are we going to need metal detectors at every single place we have? There are so many doors and open areas at the landing. Would that even be possible?
It's not realistic. Metal detectors, ballistic doors come at an extremely high price. And really, again, we go back to the individual being responsible for their own safety and security. We highly recommend that people have that plan in their mind with their families, what they're going to do, whether it's going out and obtaining their concealed weapons permit and adequate training on the use of a firearm, or just personal safety classes, self-defense classes, so they have good situational awareness.
All right, thank you, Chief Ben Carroll. We appreciate your insight. I'm sure we'll be talking to you a little bit later. We do want to go back out to the scene now. Lindsay Boach, she's standing by with some information for us. Lindsay.
Hey, good afternoon, Anthony. Yeah, we're on the South Bank. We've been watching the Main Street Bridge. It looks like right now, and every so often they close the bridge. They've got FHP on either side, I guess, blocking it off. People are having to U-turn, but nobody is allowed to go over the Main Street Bridge right now. Again, that's just something that we've seen some cars go over every once in a while, but right now it is closed. From our point of view, what we can see is it looks like there are police all the way from under the Main Street Bridge, and we were even being told that police are as far to the east as the Hyatt Regency, but we could see police under the Main Street Bridge. There are boats in the water. We can zoom in and see that those are JSO boats, and then police stretched all the way over towards CSX, and it looks like there's a park there by the Times Union Center, and it looks like part of that is roped off. There's a gazebo there, and it looks like it goes maybe 3 or 4 of those light posts in is where that area is roped off, and then JSO all the way down to that other gazebo towards CSX. We can see, or we have seen some police kind of walking around outside of the landing, and then one of them got in one of those patrol boats. And we have seen a lot of just casual boaters who are riding by on the river as well, kind of checking things out. Here at Friendship Fountain, a lot of people have been coming out here. They weren't at the scene. They were just coming to kind of see what they could find out from us, or see what they could see from our point of view. But from where we are, again, on the south bank, you can see that there's nobody at the landing right now. Obviously, that is closed off. JSO saying don't come near the landing. Again, it is a crime scene. There is police tape blocking off portions of that Hogan Street gazebo, and then farther west a few light posts in. That is about all that we know right now from our point of view. Again, right now it looks like the Main Street Bridge is closed off. FHP has part of it blocked off over towards the San Marcos side, and I'm assuming that there's another officer on the other side because vehicles are not allowed to go back and forth. People are having to U-turn. So Main Street Bridge, if you're trying to get downtown, is not an option right now. Guys, back to you.
All right, Lindsay, thank you. I want to pass along to some new information. This is coming from our Good Morning Jacksonville anchor, Keitha Nelson. She has an update from UF Health. She's saying that 6 victims total there, just 6 victims total at UF Health, just at that one hospital. We're told 5 in good condition. 1 is said to be serious. We're told that one victim will stay overnight for surgery, a gunshot wound to the chest. And most victims sustained more than 1 gunshot wound. So this is coming from our Keitha Nelson. She says what she's heard from UF Health, most victims suffered more than 1 gunshot wound, and their ages 20 to 35. So the ages of the victims there at UF Health, we're told there's a total of 6. Their ages 20 to 35.
So we also know there were some gunshot victims taken to Memorial. We have not heard anything yet from Baptist, so we'll wait to hear that. We are still expecting to hear a medical update, or at least a situational update from UF Health. That should come at any time, and so we should get some more information about the wounds or whatever they're able to release at this point. But we do know that JSO is working with families, and we have multiple deaths here, so families have to be notified, and we would not expect any identities at least for quite a while so they can do that.
And as we get closer to the 5 o'clock hour, we understand like a lot of people may have been out this Sunday. You may have been out of town. Maybe you're just getting back into town, or maybe you were out shopping or whatever, and you're just now turning on the news. To recap for you, we have a mass shooting that happened at the landing about 3 hours ago during a gaming event, during a Madden gaming event. Police sources tell us that 4 are dead, 11 are injured. There are no outstanding suspects at this time. The sheriff just confirmed to us that they have 1 lone suspect, and that suspect is dead at this time. Our Bethany Anderson, she was one of the first reporters on the scene after this all happened. Let's go back in and check in with her now, with what she is saying, what she is seeing. I'm told that she is still gathering information, but she is now available. Let's check in with Bethany.
Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I am live here in downtown off of Hogan and Bay Street, and Brianna here, this sweet woman that I just met. Where do you work? You work next door to Chicago Pizza?
Right in the landing, right over there in the landing.
So tell us what happened. You were working.
Yeah, so I was just working regular. Next thing you know, I hear the gunshots. I look over because my job's right there by the window. So I look over. I see people running, going crazy, just running. I end up going back to my job, hiding. Then after the shooting stopped, the police came and got us, and they escorted us out the building. And then
they brought you to a nearby building. Which building did they bring you to?
The Symphony in the back, right behind the landing, the Symphony right over there.
And as you were leaving, what did you see?
I seen somebody on the ground. I seen a body on the ground. I seen a kid with blood all over him. I seen people with blood on their shoes, everything.
And one man told you that he lost his best friend?
Yes, there was one of the people I was talking to, one of the gamers, his best friend ended up dying in that situation.
Brianna, how long have you worked here at the landing?
I've been here for about a year.
Have you witnessed this before?
I have not. I've not, like, I know it gets a little crazy out here, but it's never been like this, like never anything like this.
So witnesses that were gaming also told you what happened. What did they tell you?
They told me that the guy, he was a regular gamer, and he didn't really have too many friends. Like, nobody really talked to him that much. He got in an argument with one of the other gamers. It was a small argument, but right after the argument, he stood to the back for a little while and then started letting off the shots.
And you said he fired into a glass window?
Yeah, he shot like something glass, because the first shot, it was like you hear a glass break or something. So that's why I was kind of ignored, because, you know, all the games are loud and stuff, and you don't really pay attention to it. But then once you heard the multiple shots back to back to back, that's when everybody was like, oh, wait, they're shooting. And that's when everybody started running.
And so, Brianna, how long do you think this whole thing went on for?
I would say the shooting probably lasted about a good 20, 30 minutes, maybe, or longer, maybe longer. I know it was like a lot going on, but it felt like forever when I was hiding. It felt like a really long time, but.
You told me you peeked around the corner, you saw people. Who told you to hide and get down?
Yeah, so when I looked over the corner to see what was going on, the security came and got me, and they were like, go hide, go hide. So I went and hid, and then after the shooting stopped, that's when they came back and got us and took us out to the building.
And I saw that you made it out with the coworker who, you know, did not want to go on camera. Brianna, you're alive right now. How are you feeling?
I mean, I'm very thankful, very thankful. Very, you know, shocking, traumatizing moment right now also, but just happy that I can, you know, go home to my family, and I'm sorry for all the people, you know, the families that lost someone today.
Brianna, did you call your family right away to let them know?
Yeah, actually, I called my mom, like, while the gunshots were going on, and I told her, like, they're shooting out here. I told her, I'm okay, I'm hiding right now, but they're shooting, and I didn't want to scare her, but I knew that she was going to see it on the news immediately, so I just called her, let her know that I'm hiding and I'm okay.
I'm sure she's glad to have her little girl still alive right now. And authorities are out here behind us. They have been letting people go in and out of the crime scene. We will continue to remain out here with team coverage to bring you updates.
Bethany, thank you for bringing us that interview. That poor girl, a worker there at Chicago Pizza, that heard those gunshots and was there as that was all happening. She said she called her mom to tell her, I'm okay. You're going to hear about this soon, but I am okay. A tragic situation there. Once again, police sources telling us that 4 people are dead, 11 injured in a mass shooting at the Jacksonville Landing that happened at a gaming event down there that was near Chicago Pizza. That's why we were talking with that woman there. She was actually a Chicago Pizza employee, but there are no outstanding suspects. The only suspect in this situation is believed to be dead at this time.
So the situation is all clear at the landing, and that's very good news from JSO. I've just gotten an information, a text from one of the sources I have in law enforcement saying that he is hearing the motive is based on a conflict over the gaming event. That's not confirmed by JSO, but by somebody else in a different part of law enforcement. But that would align with what we're hearing from not just Brianna, but from some of the other witnesses that Bethany has been talking to down there. There was some kind of argument, and that escalated into this tragic situation. Let's hear now from Mad Dads. As you know, that organization's been here for years, trying to make some peace in Jacksonville, and they have some comments on what's happened this afternoon at the Jacksonville Landing.
I mean, you always see it around the country, but for some reason you never expect it to come into your city. But I'm just thank God that we got a sheriff department that trains for this, a fire department that trains for it, and city officials that train for this. So the response was great. I just wanted to say thank you to our first responders, to Sheriff Mike Williams, to the fire department for being here. I heard the fire department was here even before the call even went out to help render aid to some of the victims. And we're just so grateful for our city leaders, for our sheriff department and our fire department once again.
Right now, all eyes are on Jacksonville around the country. What do you want people to know about our city?
I want to know about our city that we are a loving, caring city. And our city is not immune from this, just like any other city. And what we all have to do across the country is come together and figure this out. What leads to gun violence? Is it mental illness? Is it lack of parenting? But we all have to come together as a nation to solve this problem together. It's not just a Jacksonville problem. It's not just a Chicago problem or Indiana. It's a nationwide problem that we all have to come together and work in common accord to get answers.
Tell me about your heart. Did it hurt today?
Words can't describe it. I mean, Mad Dads have been doing this for 15 years. And sometimes you just run out of things to say. I just want to be here to hug families, to hug our city, to hug my children.
That's AJ with Mad Dads there. I've interviewed him on numerous occasions for different violence in our city, for people who have died because of gun violence. He is very passionate about what he does.
Yeah, I was just writing down his quote because I just want to hug our city. I think a lot of us feel that way. Let's go out now to Heather Crawford, who's down near the landing. Heather?
Jeannie, I want to set the scene. You see members of the SWAT team right now behind the crime scene tape. My photographer, Joe Massa, who's on the scene, told me that they just sent the bomb squad robotic device into the parking garage here. You're seeing this unfold live as we are as well. You heard the Jacksonville sheriff earlier say that the scene has been cleared. But right now, SWAT members there coming out from behind the crime scene tape, and we know that that robotic device with the sheriff's department that searches for bombs is checking out the parking garage. Now, I was just speaking to City Councilman Reginald Gaffney, who is this is his district, and he has been out here for several hours. He joins me now live, and Councilman Gaffney, I know you went in and you talked to some folks who were inside Chicago Pizza. What did they tell you happened?
Well, unfortunately, they came here to the game last night. They're from Savannah, Georgia. Married couple with 3 little kids. The young man told me that they was eating pizza and they heard a lot of discussion. One guy got upset. He peeped around the corner. He realized the game just got started, so he didn't pay no attention to what may have happened. And so he went back and sat down, and he said less than 30 seconds, he just heard bam, 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 bam. He heard the shots. So him and his wife and the kids started running out the other door. His wife, unfortunately, she dropped her pocketbook and her keys, and so they've been stuck around there for about 2.5 hours. I was trying to help them get their belongings so they can go back to Georgia, so they're a little frustrated. The other thing I learned since last time you and I talked by a reliable source, but I don't know if I'm supposed to share this, that the shooter himself took his own life. He killed 3 and took his own life. We don't know if he's from Jacksonville yet. You heard the sheriff say he's a white male. But those are things that I learned so far. I also was told by this other family that was others from Georgia there also. They came as a group to enjoy the game, and this is what they ran into.
So, Councilman Gaffney, we have not had the Sheriff's Department confirm for us that the shooter did take his own life. Police tell us that there is no shooter at large right now. But police told you that it's going to be several more hours before anyone can get back into the landing. Is that right?
That's what they told me. Told me and the family who I was trying to help. Touched back with them in about 3 hours. That was about an hour and a half ago. So it's going to be a while. Yes, we'll be here for a while.
Councilman Gaffney, thank you for your time. I'm going to go check out and see what is going on behind us as far as where the SWAT team was going. You see along Bay Street, it is all roped off. They're telling everyone to stay away from the Jacksonville landing. We're going to keep continuing to talk to witnesses out here and see what more we can learn, and we'll check back in with you, Jeannie and Anthony, in just a little while. Back to you.
All right, Heather, thank you. So we heard Gaffney say, though, that the suspect may have killed himself. I've heard that from sources as well, that the suspect killed himself, but of course we're still waiting for final confirmation from the sheriff's office about that at this time.
In case you're just joining us, you want to make sure you know all the latest information. A couple of hours ago at the Jacksonville landing, there was gunfire. The scene right now is all clear. The new development is there's a bomb squad in the parking garage near the landing with a robotic device checking it out, even though they have said the one and only suspect is dead. It's a white male. They've not identified him. They may know, they may not know, but there's no public identification yet. We do know that 4 people have been killed, and there are 11 victims right now in hospitals. We've been told from UF Health that 5 victims may go home. 1 may have to stay overnight, and we're still waiting for updates from Memorial Hospital. Here's a bit of good news, reassuring news. I've just gotten from One Blood, that's the blood donation folks. They're saying that they have been checking with local hospitals, and after the mass shooting in Jacksonville, there is plenty of blood inventory at each hospital. It is sufficient to help anybody who was wounded in the shooting this afternoon.
And that is definitely some good news to hear, that our blood sources are met for anyone who may be in need of blood after this mass shooting. Our Keitha Nelson, she was at the UF Health press conference, and the information she was passing along to us is that those victims are somewhere between the ages of 20 and 35. The victims that they have there between the ages of 20 and 35. As I was mentioning earlier, this is a popular event among younger people. We do know that there are 3 people said to be in stable condition over at Memorial Hospital, but we're still working to get the latest count for you. We're told one of the patients over at UF Health actually had a gunshot wound to the chest. So there's still going to be a lot of information that's going to come out in the next few hours, so be sure to stay here with us so we can pass the information along to you.
And we are trying to get just as much information confirmed and out to you accurately as we can. Just a reminder that you can also watch us streaming on our First Coast News app. That's live streaming also on our Facebook page, and of course firstcoastnews.com. And something else, of course, the #1 message that we all were waiting to hear from JSO is that the scene is clear.
That's right.
They say 1 suspect, and that suspect is dead. Their second message, which is also top priority, is if you have any tips at all to please call. So let's give those numbers again in case that you have any information, maybe some information on your phone, cell phone video, you heard something. We've been talking with Chief Carroll, retired from the Clay County Sheriff's Office, telling us that sometimes people have a tip and they don't realize it's a tip. They think it's not important, or they feel awkward calling. Whatever you think might be suspicious, might help, JSO is saying please call. So the Crime Stoppers number is 866-845-TIPS, or you can call JSO at 630-0500. Again, 630-0500. Sheriff Williams emphasized that over and over. They really need citizens. And we've seen from some of the crimes in the last couple of months, they've held a press conference and said, if it weren't for the citizens helping us out, we may have not solved the crime.
And I was on my phone because I was pulling up those numbers along with the email address that they have. If you don't feel comfortable talking to them on the phone, you can also email them. And this email address is also good if you have any pictures or any video of what happened, so they can help piece this story together. That email address is jsocrimetips@jaxsheriff.org. Once again, that email address is jsocrimetips@jaxsheriff.org. I'm told our Ken Amero is standing by now with some more information. Let's go out to Ken to see where he is. Ken, where are you at and what can you tell us right now?
That's correct, Anthony. I'm on the west side of the Jacksonville Landing, right next to the Florida Times-Union Performing Arts Center. And right now, about this time of day, usually you'll find a jogger or two, or maybe someone riding their bicycle. Absolutely quiet. And while Sheriff Mike Williams says the crime scene has been cleared, you can see there's still police tape here, and there's an active investigation. In fact, some of the participants, or those who were at the landing, are being questioned right here in the Times-Union Performing Arts Center. Some of them left earlier. We tried to reach them for comment, and they absolutely declined. I was talking with a gentleman who was here earlier today, and he said he was walking by just before the shooting took place, and he heard this very loud and angry argument taking place, but he had no idea what was going to happen next. He did not see the shooting, but he did hear the argument that took place prior to the shooting. Still a very active crime scene here in the river, St. Johns River. We've got 2 vessels. They look like they belong to the Fish and Wildlife Commission because of the uniform the men are wearing, but clearly they're securing the perimeter just to keep any curious boaters or anyone from getting close to the landing. Again, beyond that, it is relatively quiet, but strong police presence here still, until I guess they've got all the information they need, until they're absolutely sure that it's time to remove the police tape and go home for the night. But right now, still an active investigation, even though the sheriff says the crime scene has been cleared. People are being questioned by police in the Times-Union Performing Arts Center. Some of them look like they're gamers from the backpack they were wearing. Some of them may be employees of the landing. We don't know for sure. reached out to a couple of them for comment, but they had nothing to say as they were either walking away or walking in. So we don't know exactly what role they're playing, but we do know they're being interrogated by law enforcement to get to the bottom of what actually transpired, what led up, why the shooting, things of that nature. A wonderful Sunday afternoon. Weather has been perfect, and again, any Sunday afternoon, you probably would find someone jogging on here, the west end of the Landing. This is a North Bank, very, very popular corridor. Today, no one, absolutely nothing except the police crime tape and the incident that occurred just to the east of my shoulder. I'm west of it at the Jacksonville Landing. So that's the situation here on this side of the river. Back to you.
Ken, thank you. We can understand for some of those witnesses what they went through was very traumatic at this time, so I can understand why they may not want to talk at this moment after being questioned by police. This is something that people were not expecting to happen at all. Now, I do want to say this. We had some video that we showed you earlier of the Madden gaming event where those gunshots were heard. You could hear in the background and you could hear people screaming. We have decided not to show that video anymore. So once again, that video that we had earlier that showed the gunshots being heard in the background during the gaming event and people screaming for help. We are not showing that video at this time. We understand that it can be traumatic for some people, but we have decided not to show it. It's still out there on social media. I just heard from people that is being shown on the national news at this time, but we are not showing that video due to the sensitivity of this situation.
Let's go back out now to Heather Crawford, who's down in the Jacksonville Landing area in a safe place. She's talking with someone who had a direct connection with this tragedy this afternoon. Heather?
Yeah, Jeannie, you know, when the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office first sent out that tweet that there's been a mass shooting, anybody who knew anybody who may have been around the downtown area, their hearts just dropped. And I'm joined now by Brianna Gracia. I know you were talking to my reporter, Camera Leppinger, and your husband was inside the Jacksonville Landing when the shooting started.
It's true, he was.
Tell me, you came down here not knowing if he was okay or not. Tell me you found out he's okay.
I did, and it was the help of Cam, actually, that I found out. I was able to call throughout all the hospitals, and he wasn't there. And it was through a friend of the family that reached out, found out through Facebook that Brian was okay.
So tell me what he was doing at the Jacksonville Landing.
He's a bartender here. He works here about 4 to 5 days out of the week, and usually Saturday and Sundays are his busiest days. And he left the house about 1:30, and I got a text about 3 o'clock, 4:30, between 3 and 4, and said that, is Brian okay? There was a shooting at the Landing. I tried to call his cell phone, couldn't get a hold of him, and I ended up getting a ride down here to find out what was going on.
I mean, and as his wife, I mean, when you got that text and knowing your husband was at the Landing, I mean, walk me through what that was like for you.
It was really scary. We have 5 children together. We've been married for 4 years, and I mean, I'm originally from Boston, and I was there when the Boston bombings happened. So I would think that the move into Jacksonville, it was a little bit of a safe haven. But no, to know that he was in here, it was surreal. It was a surreal feeling.
So have you been able to talk to him?
No, unfortunately not. I think he left his cell phone inside, but I know for a fact that he is okay, and thank God for that.
Because you've heard through friends who've talked to him?
Yes, absolutely. Yes. Also, I believe that one of his friends knew somebody else at the Landing and got a hold of them, and they told him that he was all right.
And so do you know, is your husband still inside the Jacksonville Landing, or have they moved him somewhere else?
No, they think they moved him somewhere else. To another location.
And how far away was where he bartends compared to where the shooting unfolded?
It's fairly close. I know that for a fact. I know if you come out the door where he works at the bar, I know the Chicago Pizza is right there around the corner, so he was fairly close.
And so now, I mean, what do you do now? You can't go in the Landing, it's all roped off. You don't know where your husband is, you know he's safe, but take me through what you're gonna do now.
I'm gonna go home with my kids and let them know that he's all right. And I don't know, just go home and pray for the rest of the victims and other families that haven't had word yet, don't know what's going on. But I'm extremely grateful, and especially again to Cam for helping me get to these hospitals and find out if my husband was okay.
Well, we are so glad that he's okay, and thank you so much.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
We appreciate you. Thank you
you
so much. So Camera Leppinger, our reporter, helped her call around to the hospitals and make sure that her husband was okay. She still has not been reunified with him. And that's the situation for a lot of families right now who are wondering if their loved ones are okay or not. The Jacksonville Sheriff's Office told us they would give us another update this evening. They haven't yet said the time, but we're continuing to talk to people downtown who were in this area when this mass shooting unfolded. You see, we're standing right in front of this crime scene tape. It's still all blocked off. We've seen the SWAT team go into a parking garage right beside the Wells Fargo building. So we're going to continue to stay down here. We have multiple crews here on the scene working to gather more information, new information to update you. Jeannie and Anthony will send it back into you.
Heather, thank you. And you know, with tons of information swirling around right now, we want to verify some of that information that's circulating on social media. So our Jessica Clark is joining us now with an update with the confirmed information we have and what's not so true.
All right, so we're going to break this down for you, and here is what we know at this hour. We have verified that 4 people are dead and 11 people are injured. The Jacksonville Sheriff's Office confirms that 1 suspect is dead, and at a press conference that just wrapped up a little bit ago, police confirmed that there is only 1 suspect, and that 1 suspect is dead. Now, one thing that is incorrect that has been circulating at this hour is the shooting is ongoing, that it's active. We know that to be false. Okay, so let's go through here. On the left-hand column, this is the information that First Coast News has been able to verify. 4 dead, 11 injured. 1 suspect, and that suspect is dead. He's a white male. There is no second shooter, according to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. Also, according to hospitals, we have been able to confirm 5 victims are in good condition. 1 victim is in serious condition, and their suspect, we have been able to confirm that the suspect shot himself, and we've been able to confirm that with Councilman Gaffney. Also, the Associated Press is reporting that the suspect shot himself. And that middle column, that's the information we know that you're seeing on social media, but this news agency has not been able to confirm it. So in that second column, is the shooter from out of state? We've heard that information. We are working to confirm if that is true or not. Also, you've probably heard that the suspect is retaliating for losing a tournament. We are working to confirm if that information is false or true. And so that, again, those 2 elements we know floating out there on the internet, but we are working to see if those pieces of information are confirmed and true or false. And again, in that far right column, the information that we know is false is that this is an active shooting. That's not the case. It is not active anymore, according to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. And this was information that we were provided through our sources, through the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, through hospitals, also through a councilman and another news entity. And so again, we are working right now to go through any other bits and pieces of information to find out if those are true or not. If you have something that you want us to verify, send us an email or go onto our Facebook page and we will try to verify that for you. Our email address, the easiest way to get in touch with us is news@firstcoastnews.com. Our Twitter is @FCN2Go. That's with a number 2, FCN2Go. You can also go onto our Facebook page. If there's information that you are hearing that you are concerned about, let us know and we will try to verify that information for you. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, Jessica, for putting out the proper and confirmed information that we have at this time. That is our jobs, to pass along to you what we know that is correct and what is accurate for your information and also for your safety. Now, I'm just getting an email here. This actually came from the governor's office. They say at about 4:30, the governor called President Trump regarding the shooting that happened at the Jacksonville Landing, and he talked to the mayor about an hour before that, and I'm sure we'll be hearing more information about that phone call and also what the president is saying about this as well in just a moment.
We are also going to join Chief Carroll again. I appreciate your being live with us today. If you haven't met him yet, we've been saying that he's 38 years experience as a law enforcement officer, retired from the Clay County Sheriff's Office as Director of Emergency Management, and also has years of experience in training for active shooter situations. So we've been told now that it's clear. And you've been watching, Chief Carroll, some of the video, the live pictures we've been having from downtown. What are you observing about the law enforcement officers around the landing right now?
Right now I can see the tactical team starting to move away, starting to come in groups, which means that it looks like the tactical side of the response is now starting to spin down, and now the investigative side is starting to spin up or to gain momentum. And what we're basically looking at here is we're looking at what we call a low probability, high consequence event. Most people don't experience this in their day-to-day lives, and but it's one of those things that if it does happen, there's an extreme consequence that has to be dealt with.
And, you know, something that we mentioned earlier, we know that the FBI is there, ATF, FDLE, along with our local sheriff's office. Why is it important that all of these agencies come together during situations like this?
Well, right now there's a lot of questions to be asked. Obviously, there's a mental health component that's going to be asked here. And if so, then how did the shooter obtain a firearm? And obviously he's got a firearm. This isn't something a normal person would go and do. So is there some type of background that may have led investigators or could have alerted others that this type of event, he was going to carry out this type of event?
From your experience profiling shooters over the years, is it expected or normal or even an accurate profile to think that someone maybe was drinking, just got mad because he didn't win a game and would start shooting people like this?
Well, that's not normal. A lot of people drink every day and play video games, but when they lose, they don't resort to deadly force violence. So obviously, that's where we're seeing he's operating at some type of diminished mental capacity.
And so rage would not possibly be an explanation, maybe?
It could be, but again,
it's probably more than that, you're saying.
Having those aggressive tendencies, someone probably knew that the shooter had those type of tendencies prior to this event today.
And Chief Carroll, you've been saying that we're moving now, as your observations, that it seems to be standing down somewhat, but moving into the investigative stage. And we just heard from Ken Amaro with some new information for us that police and investigators have set up investigative questioning in the Times-Union building, which of course is very near the landing, really pretty much across the street. And they're asking gamers, employees, witnesses, anything they can to find out more. Now, that must be a very tedious process.
Yes, it is. Some of the things, most definitely they're going to have a lot of investigators there interviewing a lot of the witnesses. But we got to remember, it's tragic, but a lot of the witnesses that had the most information are either dead at this point in time or they're seriously or critically injured in the hospital.
Or even traumatized. So will you talk to folks today? Will the investigators talk with them and then go back later on if they had a chance to calm down? Or is it pretty much interviewing people today on the scene?
It'll continue because a lot of people don't remember the way stress works. Under stress, you only remember small windows of what occurred. As time goes on, 12 to 24 hours after a major incident where you're put under great stress, you'll start to remember more and more about the event that occurred.
And can you just let people who may have this question, would it be legal if you have a concealed carry license to have a gun at the landing?
Yes, unless you're in certain establishments prohibited by law, you're allowed to walk around public with a concealed weapons permit and your ID with a concealed firearm.
So we've heard from multiple sources now that this gentleman, or this man here, a white male, unidentified as of yet, killed himself, took his own life, committed suicide. What does that tell you about this crime today?
It tells me that most definitely the perpetrator had a mental condition, whether diagnosed or undiagnosed. This is not something an average person operating with their full faculties would do. And it's so sad for the families that are going to have to experience this trauma and the loss of their loved ones as time goes on because of this. And that's the reason it's so important that we do our screening when we are issuing weapons permits, doing background screening, mental health screening for people who are attempting to obtain those firearms.
All right, Chief Carroll, we appreciate it for giving us some more insight. And of course, we'll be checking back in with you later as we continue to gather the latest information. As I just mentioned, some more information that was passed along to me is that our Governor Rick Scott, he has been in contact with President Trump regarding the shooting at the landing. He called him around 4:35 to be exact. He also was in contact with Mayor Lenny Curry at 3:15, and he has also been in contact with FDLE and also Sheriff Williams, making sure that we have the appropriate resources here so that we can figure out exactly why this happened and so we can move on from this situation.
And you mentioned appropriate resources. That, of course, would include blood supplies for the injured. We have had a confirmation. We've been contacted by One Blood. They said they have checked all area hospitals. There is plenty of blood, but they are asking you if you ever wanted to donate blood. You never know what kind of situation may pop up as the shock of this afternoon, and they're always encouraging people to donate blood. We've also been asked by Mayport to keep giving you this information. There is an announcement from Mayport because it's Sunday and people are out going about errands or just having some social time, and they're trying to make sure that all their personnel are okay. So Naval Station Mayport personnel are to contact their chain of command by phone. They're having an accountability muster, as they call it, because of the shooting situation at Jacksonville Landing. They want to make sure that you're okay. So please pick up the phone and call your chain of command.
Our Bethany Anderson has been out at the scene since this all happened. She is joining us live again with more information. For us, Bethany, what are you seeing at this moment?
Well, right now we've moved locations. We're at the corner of Laura and Bay Street now, and that's where I ran into this sweet woman here. And you were just out at the landing. What were you doing?
We stopped at a coffee shop to get a drink, and then everyone started running, and everything just turned into chaos.
And you said there was a guy running towards you. What was he saying to you?
He just started saying that there was shooting, that somebody was shooting everywhere. And then he told us, after he said that, we were like, what do you mean? And then that's when we started hearing the gunshots.
What did you do at that point?
I panicked. I ran inside the coffee shop. I stayed there because I panicked, okay? And he was panicking too because he's not from here. He was he came over here from Dallas. They were doing a tournament inside Chicago Pizza. And then supposedly the white guy got mad because he lost. And then that's when he took out his gun and started shooting at everybody there. And then he literally ran out in the luck of time because he started shooting everybody. Any person he saw, he started shooting everyone.
When you say you ran inside the coffee shop, did you get down? Did you duck? Did you wait for police? What did you do?
I ran towards the back, literally towards the back. There was a back door, and I ran all the way towards the back, at the back door. And I just stayed there. And then my friends were like, come on, let's go. I'm like, no. I'm not going nowhere. I was gonna stay right there until everything calmed down, and everyone just started running and going everywhere. Everyone was going crazy, and then the police started rushing over there. It was very chaotic.
And when did you finally move?
I wanna say 25 minutes after that. We walked to the landing because our friends were there at the landing, so we went looking for them. And then when we finally found them, the police were already trying to put the tape around the perimeter. They were taking people out, putting them into gurneys. The police, the ambulance, everyone was rushing there, arriving there. And the shooter was loose. They still hadn't caught him. So it was very scary.
What, did police finally escort you out? Did they finally help you leave?
They just kept everyone, they didn't want no one there. But then they wanted, to make sure everyone was safe. So I guess they kept everyone, in front of the Omni Hotel. They didn't let nobody leave until, 20 minutes after.
So I imagine your friends, your family have been texting and calling you. Did you let them know that you're safe and you're okay?
My phone was dead, but I actually just put it to charge, and I was able to communicate with them and let them know that everything was okay, whatever.
Thank you so much, and we're so glad you're okay. And I hear your friend over here saying he's hungry, and we'll try to find you guys some food in a minute. Again, just harrowing tales of people who were out at the landing today, eating, either playing games at the tournament, just having a Sunday off when this mass shooting happened here in downtown Jacksonville. There are a lot of people who are starting to cross the caution tape, and we're going to continue to talk with them and bring you updates as they become available.
Bethany, thank you so much for getting those interviews for us, and thank you to those people who have been through such a traumatic experience, agreeing to share their stories with us at this hour. So if you're just now joining us, this is the confirmed, verified information that we have for you. 4 people are dead, 11 others injured in a shooting that happened during a gaming event at the Jacksonville Landing today. The sheriff spoke moments ago, giving us an update. This is what he had to say.
No outstanding suspects at this time, no outstanding suspects. We have one suspect in this case. He is deceased at the scene at this point. He is a white male, and we are still working to confirm his identity. We have deceased victims at the scene. We also have injured people at the hospital, and we will release counts later on. We don't have a count for you today. currently. We are aware of a video that's out on social media. We have that video, but we would encourage people, if you have additional video or any other information about the incident, please reach out through 630-0500, our non-emergency number, through Crime Stoppers at obviously 1-866-845-TIPS. Urge people not to come downtown to spectate. We don't need that at this point. We've got a very large crime scene downtown, a very large perimeter on this crime scene, and we will divert you away.
So you heard the sheriff say there are no outstanding suspects at this time. They believe they have their one and only suspect, and we have confirmed with multiple sources that that suspect killed himself.
So he was mentioning the hospitals. We have some new information from UF Health. Lana Harris is there. And Lana, we're hearing now from you, from your Twitter account and from your direct reporting here, that some people were brought in by ambulance. Some other shooting victims were actually brought in by private car.
That's right. So we're told that doctors got the call that there was a shooting victim, and within the span of 10 minutes, there were 6. They came right here to UF Health. Of course, this is a trauma center here. Some, like you said, came by ambulance. Others drove themselves. We're told that the trauma center was fully staffed despite it being Sunday. We're told that allowed them to respond quickly and go into their emergency plan. Now, we're told that some victims were shot more than once and that the shootings range from their torso area and their extremities, ankles and wrists. Remember, we reported earlier about one person saying that he was shot in his hand and that he felt lucky to be alive. Now, we're told that not all of the victims were from Jacksonville. Some, we are told, are from out of state, and their ages range anywhere between 20 to 35. The UF Health does say that family and friends of the victims can now visit them here in the hospital. We're told that JSO has been on scene speaking with these victims and that they hope to release one of the victims, that they hope to release 5 victims tonight. One may stay overnight. He or she may need surgery. Now, again, since there were victims that came from out of state, if you were supposed to be at the landing today, if you live near the landing, or if you were supposed to be at this tournament, call your family, let them know that you're okay. Reporting in Jacksonville, I'm Lana Harris, First Coast News, on your side.
All right, Lana, thank you. And once again, as I mentioned earlier, Governor Rick Scott has spoken to President Trump about this mass shooting here in Jacksonville. Jeannie is speaking with one of our experts, and she's going to get some information from him, and we're going to bring you that in just a minute. But the president told Governor Rick Scott that he is offering all federal resources to our area at this time. Once again, FDLE and Florida Highway Patrol are assisting in this situation. Let's go and check now with our reporter Alex Osiris, who is at the scene. Alex, what can you tell us?
Well, Anthony, we just found Kim Davis here, who's a state representative here, District 14. And Kimberly, can you tell us, we just spoke yesterday. We met out at Rains High School, and you told me about the gun violence. We meet again less than 24 hours later. What's going through your head?
What's going through my head is that we need a breath. I mean, this is breathtaking, it's unimaginable, but we need to come together in our community, and it's going to take a collaboration of everybody working together to, first of all, we have to find out what is going on, because we don't know all the details. We just know that lives have been lost, people have been injured, and now it's time for leaders to be leaders. I'm sure that our mayor and our sheriff and all of the leaders that are in positions to handle situations like this, I know that they're in the war room right now collaborating and getting things together, and I'm ready to do whatever I need to do as a state representative. It's time to shake and move in this city.
As a representative, Ms. Daniels, can you tell me, what's going to be the pecking order here? What is going to need to be done in order to change the violence that we see here?
Well, I really believe that it starts in the community. We have 2 different circumstances that were going on. The situation at Rains High School and the situation here is like day and night. I think that Jacksonville is on alert. And so when you're on alert, as being ex-military, you have to wait, find out the information, and see what your orders are. And it's going to take a team. It's going to take our leaders coming together, and we have to put our heads, our resources, everything that we have together so that we can take the problem head on.
Now, Ms. Daniels, you also brought CJ out here, and CJ, you're former JSO. Your son is out here working as a member of JSO. Can you tell me, just as a father, what your thoughts are for every time that he has to go to a scene in a situation, even something like this?
Well, of course, the job's hard, and the citizens of Jacksonville need to understand the men and women of JSO work very hard. They wake up every day to keep the community safe, and we need to keep them in our prayers to make sure they're safe.
Sir, we thank you for your time, and Ms. Daniels, thank you so much. Guys, we heard from JSO. It's been almost 45 minutes now. We do expect to hear another briefing at some point tonight, and as we learn those details from the scene here off of Laura and Bay Street, which again has brought out some more deputies, including FHP, which has set up a barrier here on Laura Street. We'll bring more details and information to you. We'll send this one back inside to you.
Alex, thank you. We're going to go to our Heather Crawford now, who is standing by. Earlier, Heather spoke with someone who was, I believe, participating in that gaming event. She also spoke with City Councilman Reginald Gaffney. Heather, what do you have for us at this hour?
Anthony, I've just met two witnesses. This is Rico Martinez and Javari Long. Gentlemen, thank you for your time. So they were coming to the Jacksonville landing when the shooting unfolded, and their video has gotten thousands, tens of thousands of views on Facebook. Rico, let me start with you. You were coming to go to the Madden tournament just to watch or to participate?
Just to watch. I was just coming out there just to watch, but I seen a friend, and he was just running. He was like, man, they just shooting down there, just shooting down there. So we walked down there and started a video, and then we just seen everybody running out of there.
So you didn't run away from the scene. You actually ran to the
scene. Yeah.
And describe the sounds and the sights of what you were seeing unfold before your eyes.
Screaming, just shooting. I heard gunshots, people just running, pushing each other, just getting out of the landing, trying to get out of there.
Javari, you were with him headed to the Madden tournament. I mean, for you, were you in shock? I mean, running to the scene, most people would run away from it.
Yeah, I just wanted to get a footage of, like, people hear about Jacksonville, but haven't really got to, like, see what's really happening inside Jacksonville. Like, this been going on. He just killed a lot of people at once, but it's been going on. Like, somebody just died yesterday at a football game. But I just wanted to, because no news was here, so me and my friend decided just to go up to the scene and let let the world see what's really going on.
Because nobody was here when we was coming down, like no news, no police, or nothing.
Yeah, I heard it was babies. Look, like, I have a 1-year-old. Like, I can't imagine me going out to eat, because some people's in there for to eat, some people's in there playing the game. So I can imagine me bringing my daughter and somebody just come in and shooting, like, for no reason, just because of a Madden game.
And I just want to point out, we haven't confirmed that there were any babies that were killed. Police haven't given us details on the victims, but we do know that people were in there, not only taking part in the Madden tournament, also just eating at the restaurant. And so, did you go into the restaurant, or where did you stop?
I stopped, like, right in front of the landing. Like, right in front of the landing.
We could have, because nobody was there, really.
We could have just went, but we didn't want to. We
seen people come out running, screaming. People come out through the back. People was coming out through the back screaming. People was coming out through the front. People was shot. Like, I seen the girl. She's not little, but she's young. Like, she probably was a high schooler. Shot in the leg. I don't know where on the leg. They was carrying her out, shot. Like, to see her life help. Like, I seen a grown man, like, shot, like terrified. Like,
he worked there too.
And he worked there. Like, I've never seen a grown man so terrified. And this got to come to an end, man.
And so you each posted these on your own Facebook accounts. And why did you want people to see what had happened there?
Because, like I said, for one, no news was there, so I wanted to get live footage of, like, what's happening at that moment, because nobody else was there. And, like, the city needed change, and, like, and people keep saying, oh, you need to stop the gun violence. Everybody got guns. It's going to keep going on. It's not going to stop.
So y'all are young. How old are you?
22 right now.
I'm 23.
22, 23. You live here in Jacksonville. What is the solution? How do we stop this violence?
How you stop it? It's no opportunity here in Jacksonville. People bored. People don't got no work out here, so they don't got nothing to do in their free time but to be out here and shooting and killing and stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's nothing for no child or for people even my age to do out here. So yeah, some people got jobs, but people bored. People bored. When you bored and you got time on your hands, guess what? You gonna go out and do stuff you don't got no business doing. You're gonna do stupid stuff. People crazy.
I mean, you can spread the word about, oh, stop this, but it's not gonna stop. It's gonna keep going and keep going. Not only here, but everywhere else.
People need something productive to do, because once you're doing stuff, once you active in something, you don't have no free time. You don't have no time to be out in the streets. You don't got no time to be just anywhere. You know what I'm saying? You working, doing something you love, or just doing something. You know what I'm saying? You don't have no free time, like, and it's gonna keep happening.
And then a friend of ours, we just seen, he just came out here from Texas, and he just lost 2 friends in there. Now he going back home by himself.
He lost 2 friends in this shooting.
2 friends in there, yeah.
And what did he tell you he saw unfold? Was he inside, Matt?
Yeah, he was inside. He was, like I say, when he heard the shot, he just ran out of there, and he lost the 2 friends in there.
So heartbreaking.
Yeah, and his mom keep calling him, and he don't know how to explain it to her. You feel me? Cause it's crazy.
So let me ask you this: after you filmed this on Facebook and you're hearing the shots, and no police are here, no media's here, then what did you do?
Like, soon I got on, he was on live before me, but soon I got on live, like, they was like, some police was out there about to arrest a homeless guy, like, for nothing. Like, they got so much time, police got so much time on their hand to go arrest a homeless guy, when little they know somebody just shooting, killing people down there. So
you told police?
No, he got the call, but I'm saying that's just,
you could let him go, and he was like, oh, I'll see you later.
You should have been where a lot of people at.
We know police have been working.
Arresting the homeless people, like, so he got that call, he went down there, that's when we started walking.
We know police have been working really hard out here trying to get this scene secure. We've seen tremendous police presence out here as they rush to the scene to help, and those firefighters who were here just moments after the shots rang out. But gentlemen, thank you so much for sharing your stories and ways that you think we can stop the violence here in Jacksonville and all over the country. But that's the latest. You see behind me, Bay Street still roped up, off. We're still waiting to get another update from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, and we'll bring that to you live as soon as they give us new information. Jeannie and Anthony, we'll send it back to you.
Heather, we do have a question for you. We're about to speak with our expert here, and before we transition into that question, we wanted to ask you, do you still see the bomb squad there? I believe you saw them earlier. Is the bomb squad still out there?
Anthony, I'm going to just back up here for just a minute. Just let me look, if I can.
Watch your phone, love.
I see a large...
All right, guys. We'll have you come over here.
There's still several of the large JSO trucks, but I can't see if they're still in that parking garage or not. Let me ask one of the reporters. Camera, can you see, is the bomb squad still on the scene over there? It's pretty hard to tell from this vantage point, Anthony. I'll get off the microphone and go check it out, and I'll be updating Twitter and Facebook and see what I can find. But we did see a large SWAT team walk out of here, but JSO telling us that the scene is secure. So as soon as we get more information, we'll share it with you, Anthony.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Heather, for checking on that for us.
And Anthony, you mentioned we do have a special guest. This is Ron Worth. You've probably seen him on our air over the years. 30 years in the FBI, and I'll get your title correctly, retired special agent Ron Worth. Now, when we first started talking, when he came in the station this afternoon, he was busy teaching a gun safety class and came to us to report today for us and analyze what he's saying. And right away, you focused on that there was a bomb squad with a robotic device looking in the parking garage.
Could be if this individual came in a car and they have found the car, they may be looking in the car to see if he had either a device in the car, or there may be some other evidence and they don't want to open it. They would like to open it remotely with the robot. The robots is their best way of opening things without opening a door, that kind of stuff. So again, if they have a reason, they found the car or found something suspicious in the garage, then they're going to be looking at that, and that's why they bring the bomb squad, and that's why they use the robot, so you don't have to have hands on that device.
And of course, we have no idea if they found anything or they were just checking out of precaution, but there may have been some reason for them to be concerned about this, right?
That's very true. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't have called them. When you see the evidence response team or their crime lab people coming, just gather up evidence from the shooting, but I can't imagine they'd have the bomb squad out there unless they had some reason to believe there might be something there or something suspicious that they had to investigate.
And Ron, we watched that video earlier that we are choosing not to show anymore, what is believed to be from that gaming event when those shots were fired. We probably heard about, I watched it for myself, we probably heard about 11 shots, if not more than that were pretty back to back. It was just kind of almost like pow, 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 like that. What kind of gun do you think?
We're probably talking about some kind of a semi-automatic pistol. Something that's going to fire more than 5 or 6 rounds, which was a revolver. So you would have like maybe 6 shots, then you have a long pause while they reload it. So you're probably talking about a semi-automatic pistol, high capacity magazine, maybe like 15, 16 rounds. Again, we don't know if there were more rounds than that fire. We know 11 people. I mean, we had 11 people injured and four people, four people dead at this point in time. So that's 15 right there. So that's probably a high capacity, or he changed magazines relatively quickly.
You mentioned before he may have had more than one gun, but we don't know that.
That's right. There could be more than one weapon in the scene when he did it. He could have fired one and then dropped it, or fired one, had two guns or something like that. Again, we don't know that at this point in time because the investigation is ongoing. And the focus of the investigation right now, as far as I would be concerned, would be to try to figure out why. Okay, who he is and why he did it. Did he have a personal agenda with somebody at the game? Is he mad at the landing? Is he mad with the company that's there? Or is he just mad for some other reason? And again, if he brought a device there in his car, or something like that, then they're probably checking to see if he had intended to do more damage with that than what he did already, which was a severe amount of damage, obviously.
Yeah. So if I could just clarify one thing you said, for people who are not gun experts, if there are more than 6 shots and it's a revolver, it would have to be reloaded, the revolver would?
Yeah, usually they make a 7-shot now and sometimes make an 8-shot, but still for 11 rounds, you're obviously talking about, boom, 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 11 times. You're going to have a reload in there someplace. So if it's a semi-automatic, you could have a 15-round magazine or more, and then you could easily fire, 15 shots relatively consecutively, fairly close together. And that would be pretty easy to do, again, depending upon the kind of gun he has, or again, if he had 2 guns. What the answer might be there. Again, like I said, I think the primary focus at this point in time, everybody, JSO, the FBI, FDLE, everybody is going to try to figure out why he did it. Once you find out why, then you can go on from there to figure out, ways to figure out how the best way to stop.
What would you say is the profile, or maybe even a common link of the people who make the decision to do something like this, to carry out a shooting of multiple people?
I would love to tell you there is something. I'm not sure that you can come up with exactly why someone does it. It's something inside that says they have to react the way they do, and they do. It can be the fact, again, it could be the fact that they were mad at somebody, they were upset about something, that they, it could be any number of reasons. The Twinkie defense out in San Francisco was the fact that the guy ate too many Twinkies, and that threw his chemical balance off, and he went crazy and shot people. I don't know. Like I said, at this point in time, I know everybody is focusing on why, including the news industry, why this guy did it, and if we can find out why and who he is, and if he has an agenda, some other agenda. I mean, again, maybe he's against some background issue with these people or something like that. That's going to be the primary focus. And then once they find out why, they can kind of go back to it and figure out what the best way to kind of finish the investigation is.
Now, Ken Amaro has been telling us that at the Florida Times Union Center, which is pretty much across the street from the Jacksonville landing, investigators are questioning employees, people who were there just gaming, anybody who might have some information. Help us understand as laymen what types of questions you ask those folks, because we've heard witness after witness say, I was scared, I was running. Of course they were scared. But what can you find out from those folks?
No, you can find out, if we want to try to separate the people who saw this person on his way in, who saw him before he started shooting, obviously what did he do at the very end? Did he finish shooting people and then shoot himself? I mean, again, by trying to determine what his motivation was at that point in time, again, did he have something carried with him? Did he carry something into the game before he did it? That would indicate possibly the presence of a device, or possibly the presence of other weapons. Again, do we know what that package is? If he carried something in? Again, just general things that they want to know.
And we've been talking about, Anthony's been naming the agencies there, FDLE, FBI, you're retired, FBI. What's the difference in what FDLE does at this crime scene versus what the FBI is doing?
Yeah, I think in this case you're going to have, and again, I'm not sure at this point in time if anybody from the JSO was involved, but if somebody from JSO was involved, okay, then FDLE is going to handle the crime scene. Or it could be the fact that it's such a massive shooting that both the Sheriff's Office and FDA are going to handle the crime scene. The FBI is going to be interested in covering any out-of-state leads, unless we come up with a reason why this person is a person of interest to the FBI. But otherwise, anything needs to be covered out of state, where he came from, if he's not from here, where he maybe purchased the weapons, any reason why he might have had some agenda with these people here. That's the kind of thing that the Bureau is going to be interested in doing.
All right, Ron Worth, thank you so much for speaking with us at this time. I'm told we have Congressman Al Lawson on the phone right now. Congressman Lawson, thank you for joining us. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you quite well.
My first question for you, just your reaction when you heard about this shooting at the Jacksonville landing.
I was in total shock, and I know the community is shocked, and I'm very saddened by the news. of this tragedy in Jacksonville, not only today, but also at the high school game Friday night.
And Congressman Lawson, a lot of people want to know right now, what are we going to do? What are our lawmakers doing to take care of this issue? This is something that has become all too common.
Well, I think everyone has to get involved, not only local law enforcement, but FDLE and from the governor's office, is to make sure that we have the resources in place that is really needed to stop this type of situation, because, you know, for this to happen at the landing, you know, it sends a very bad message to parents, for kids, everybody, and even at a football game. We just can't afford to let this continue to happen. It's going to have to be a combination not only of elected officials, but our community. We need to listen to the community about their concerns. We need to listen also to law enforcement and connect and try to connect whatever we have with federal resources to stop that. It's been all over CNN, you know, about these mass shootings, and it's not getting any better. And so we can solve the problem, but we all have to work together as a unit to make sure that it happens.
Congressman Lawson, we appreciate your talking with us today. As far as this mass shooting just within the last couple of hours at the Jacksonville Landing, we know the scene is clear, but have you talked directly to any law enforcement officer, and if so, have you found out any information?
I have calls into them, you know, and I know that they're extremely busy, and I certainly hope that I will be able to connect with them before the day is over.
And Congressman Lawson, what would you say to the families of those poor people who died in this tragic shooting?
I mean, that's what is so tragic. You know, our hearts here in this community in Jacksonville goes out to the victim, their families, and this news will never get easy. You know, and I want them to know that Jacksonville can be a safe place. You know, that this is one of those tragedies that occurred, you know, like occur all around the country, and we're gonna make sure that we stop it. You know, it's no reason. We got to do something more about gun violence and what it's called in decrease to these families. No one knows how it's going to feel to those parents today, you know, to just think that they're having to deal with this or someone knocking on their door to tell them what has happened to their children. And that's basically what they are. They will always be their kids.
Congressman Lawson, we appreciate you joining us right now. We're sure there's going to be many questions for our local and state leaders in the next coming days. Thank you once again.
And we're going to stay on top of it.
All right. Thank you, Congressman. We're going to go out to Alex Osiris in just a few minutes. I'm told he is standing by with former mayor of Jacksonville, Alvin Brown. They're currently talking right now. We'll go to that in just a minute. But first, Jeannie, do you have some information?
Well, Anthony and I have been talking about these numbers, and of course, we heard from JSO 4 dead, but we were asking, does that number 4 include the shooter, which we've now confirmed committed suicide, killed himself, took his own life, as we've been saying. So the answer is we're going to try to clarify that, so we don't know in all if there are 5 dead or 4. But let's talk a little bit now about some information we've just gotten from JSO. JSO is confirming that they are the lead investigative agency, and FBI has deployed personnel to the scene, which is not a surprise. We've just been talking with retired Special Agent Ron Worth, who's saying the FBI and FDLE are there and starting the investigative phase. But again, if you're just joining us, the key right now is that the scene is contained. We know that there is the all clear at the Jacksonville Landing. However, police are still saying, don't come down there. Please don't interfere with the investigation. There are people who are still upset. There are people being questioned. They need the space and they need the safety of everybody to still be there.
Right, and we are still working right now to get the latest numbers for you on the number of people who are dead in this shooting and also those are injured. The Jacksonville Sheriff's Office is trying to sort out those numbers for us so we can bring to you the most accurate and verified numbers that we have for you in that situation. But we do know that over at UF Health, they're telling us that they have a total of 6 victims. They say that 5 are in good condition and they actually may be going home tonight. We're told 1 is in serious condition. They had a gunshot wound to the chest, and the ages of those victims, 20 to 35. So we do have that confirmed that UF Health is treating 6 victims at this time. 5 are in good condition, One is in serious condition. We're told that they're going to be undergoing surgery later tonight.
And Chief Ben Carroll was commenting on footage like you're seeing right now on your screen. They're obviously walking, they're not running. You can see there's not a sense of panic. He's saying that of course is showing him, and the same thing with retired FBI agent Ron Worth, that we're moving from the chaotic situation, the active shooting situation, to the investigative situation. We also want to point out too, we are collecting interviews and talking with so many people who were involved with this, and we're just beginning to hear the personal stories of how this has affected people this afternoon. And the one that really stands out to me is Brianna. She talked with one of our reporters earlier. And she wasn't there, but her husband was. And they had been married. They've been married 4 years. He's okay. But they have 5 children together. And you think about the panic. She had to call all the hospitals to see if he happened to be there. He was a bartender down there, and they found out that he was okay. But for a lot of our folks in our own First Coast, it has been a panicky afternoon trying to confirm that someone's okay. And of course, we know there are lives lost, and those families are grieving right now. We don't know the identities of the victims.
That's right, Jeannie. And we want to go now to Alex Osiris. I believe he has an interview with former Mayor Alvin Brown. Alex.
Yeah, Anthony, and we are joined here at the scene. Former Mayor Alvin Brown here. We're touching the tape. We're so close to this scene. What's going through your mind here?
Well, it's a sad situation. You know, you had a group of people who came in from all around the country to play a Madden game right here in the wonderful city of Jacksonville, and apparently don't know all the facts, but victims, people who are wounded and in different hospitals. I think it's sad, and enough is enough. I think we as a country need to do real gun reform in this country. I think that at the end of the day, they're still gathering all the facts, but for someone to be upset and to take 4 people's lives is unacceptable. Enough is enough.
As someone who was the leader of this city for years and knows the process of dealing with JSO and walking through a situation like this, can you speak to that and kind of what the process is and what's going to happen next?
Sure, I'm sure that the mayor and the sheriff and other stakeholders in law enforcement, AFT, the federal, the state, the governor's team are gathering all the facts before they come out to get all the details, and they're going to come up with a game plan to work together. But I do think it's important that we really got to focus on gun reform. I think we need to, for example, I think that at the end, it's remember, stand your ground. Someone gets upset and just take a life, you know. We got to focus on gun reform. We got to get the guns off the street. We got to close the gun show loophole in this country so you can have universal background check. No one knows the state of mind of the shooter, but we got 4 people who died in this city that becomes a national story. We're better than that. We're better than that as a country. So I would encourage my colleagues to really focus on gun reform. As someone who's running for Congress, I can guarantee you I would introduce legislation that we would take no money from the NRA. We would ban all contributions for federal, state, and local elected officials, work with them to get the guns off the street. We got to take our community back, our state back, and our country back. There have been too many mass shootings and killing in this country. And I was honored to receive the common sense from Mothers Demand Action about gun safety. We got to have the reform. Law enforcement put their lives on the line every day in this country, and they need to be protected too. They protect us every day, and we got to look out for them too. Someone who has a mental problem shouldn't have access to a gun.
That's former Mayor Alvin Brown from Jacksonville.
And then as a nation, as a state, and as a country, and I know if we work together, it takes everyone working together to improve safety, and not only in this community, in this country.
And as someone from here, it's your city, it's our city, it's everyone who is coming down to Jacksonville, and they've seen this iconic landing. You're seeing police lights. Give me an emotion. Give me one word that is going through your mind right now.
Disappointed. I'm upset about it. I think it's sad.
You mentioned we can do better.
We can do better. Together we can do better. Together, by all of us working together, we can improve the quality of life in this city, in this state, in this country. We gotta accept the fact that you don't know someone's state of mind. Let's do universal background checks. Let's close the gun show loopholes. Let's get the weapons of war off the street, because it also protects law enforcement. They have to gear up and come out here and protect us. We should look out for them too. No kid in this country should be snuffed out for someone being upset. There's too much violence in this city and in this state and this country, and we as a nation can do better for that.
Alrighty, sir, thank you for your time. Former Mayor Alvin Brown out here at the scene. Again, we're still gathering more details from JSO. They expect to hold another press conference later on this evening to give more background on what may have happened and maybe the mindset of what was going on inside of the landing earlier today. We're live out here on Laura Street. Alex Osiris, First Coast News, on your side.
Alex, thanks so much. Again, that was former Jacksonville Mayor Alvin Brown, and what stood out to me, he just said, is no kid should be snuffed out because somebody gets upset. No kid or no human being at all, really any age.
And I think that's something that we all can agree on. Something like this should not be happening in our community across the country, something so senseless. Let's take a look now on social media. We have a few comments. If we can drop that bar for just a minute, there we go, so I can read that. This is coming from Mike Kay, one of our employees here at First Coast News and also one of our sports experts. He says that Madden, and more specifically football, is a game that unites us, forms friendships, gives us a break from the grind of our lives, and inspires folks to live their dreams. It's unfortunate that so much ugliness has just been thrust upon us this weekend in Jacksonville.
We are getting literally thousands of comments, not just from Jacksonville, but around the world, people supporting, people speaking out. This is from Governor Rick Scott, just spoke with that's President Trump regarding the shooting at the Jacksonville landing. He offered any federal resources needed to respond. FDLE and the Florida Highway Patrol are currently assisting local law enforcement. So we now know, of course, that we reported that a while back, that Florida Governor Rick Scott has talked personally with President Trump.
And this is someone saying earlier that the Main Street Bridge in Jacksonville is closed. Of course, there's going to be a lot going on as they continue to investigate exactly what happened there at the landing. This is one of our reporters. This is a video we were talking about earlier of the bomb squad. He says that they have just left the parking garage and they're headed back toward the landing. In situations like this, of course, they're going to look around the area because they don't know if the person who did this had planned this out. It's possible that they may have planted bombs in other areas around downtown Jacksonville, but we don't know that for sure at this time. But they have to take every avenue, look down every road possible to see exactly what other threats may be out there.
Heather Crawford had reported earlier that they were using a robotic device just to make sure, and retired FBI expert Ron Worth was saying maybe somebody saw a backpack or something that this gunman, who's now dead, was carrying, and that's why they wanted to make sure they covered all the bases. We're going to be having a lot of team coverage for you. We'll be talking with witnesses, we'll be talking with our reporters and other experts, and we'll be talking about all of this because this situation, really, we're just beginning to find out the information, but the most important part is the scene is clear now at the Jacksonville landing. And so
couldn't believe it. I thought I was still dreaming because I never in my life thought that this would happen in Jacksonville.
I just want to be here to hug families, to hug our city, to hug my children.
I really just hope I really hope everyone makes it out okay, even the people that are injured. It's just sad. This shouldn't happen. It should honestly never happen.
This is live First Coast News coverage. Shooting at the Jacksonville landing.
Good evening. It is a somber day for Jacksonville. A deadly mass shooting at the Jacksonville landing leaves several people dead. Good evening. I'm Jeannie Blaylock.
And I'm Anthony Austin. So here's what we know at this hour. At least 4 people are dead, 11 others injured. We're told the lone suspect is also dead, and he died from a self-inflicted wound, but we're working to get information on whether his death is included in that death count number and get the latest numbers for you. We know that this shooting happened early this afternoon at a restaurant at the landing where a Madden gaming tournament was taking place.
And as you can imagine, it was a chaotic scene at the landing. People were frantic. They were being told, run, run. They were hiding wherever they could to find shelter. This is, of course, still a developing story, and we have live extensive team coverage for you tonight. We have crews at local hospitals where victims are being treated and crews at the scene at the Jacksonville landing. Let's start tonight with Heather Crawford. Heather?
Well, Jeannie, here at the landing, as you can see behind me, it is still all roped off with police tape. Florida Highway Patrol's here. We've had reports of the FBI being on scene, and the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office and FDLE are right now on the scene continuing to investigate. They tell us that the scene is secure, but I have talked to numerous witnesses, a group of people I just spoke to, who were headed to that gaming event, that Madden tournament, when they said someone just ran out and said there's a shooter. And instead of running away from the scene, these 4 people I just spoke with told me they were running to the scene. And they heard, just described, hearing screams and seeing people coming out covered in blood who had been shot. You know, this is the Jacksonville Landing. This is a landmark in our city. This is not supposed to happen here. And I've heard so many people say, on the multiple mass shootings that I've covered, it's not supposed to happen here. This wasn't supposed to happen in Jacksonville, and yet it did. And so now the question everyone is asking, why did it happen? What's the motive? We are still working, as police are, to learn the motive behind the shooting. The suspect, the lone suspect, police tell us, is dead. But so many questions. And just as far as the Madden tournament goes, people were there yesterday. They came back today. It was a lot of people from out of town who were at that tournament taking part in the game. And for whatever reason, someone opened fire. We know that 4 people have been killed, 11 people have been injured. I just spoke to a woman whose husband was working at the Landing, not at that gaming event, but nearby. And she came here just frantic, trying to find out, is her husband okay? Was he injured? She's gotten word through a friend of a friend of a friend that he made it out alive, but she thinks his cell phone's still inside, so she doesn't know where he is. She doesn't know how to get in touch with him. And that is what we're hearing from people who are surrounding this area right now. A huge media presence here, a huge police presence here, and then people coming to see if their loved ones are okay. We are continuing to stay on the scene right down the road by the Wells Fargo building. We saw the SWAT team and we saw the bomb squad send in a robotic device to check to see if there might be a bomb. We have not gotten any word about that yet right now, but we are keeping a close eye on that situation. This still very active, fluid situation here at the Jacksonville Landing, where there today was a mass shooting this afternoon, but according to police, the situation has been cleared. Jeannie and Anthony, will send it back to you.
Heather, thank you. And you know, with tons of information swirling around, we want to verify some of the information that's circulating on social media.
Our Jessica Clark joins us now in the studio with an update on this. Jess?
Good evening. So, as you mentioned, there's a lot of information out there online, and so we're going to break down some of that information to tell you what we've been able to verify and what we have not verified and what we know to be false as well. So let's go ahead and bring up this screen that we prepared for you. We know that there are 4 dead, according to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office and according to law enforcement sources. Now, this 11 injured, we're getting from 2 law enforcement sources, but we do want to say that according to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, the numbers are fluid, and so the numbers could be changing. 1 suspect dead. We have been able to verify that. It is a white man, according to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. There was no second shooter, according to JSO. Now, 9 victims expected to be okay. We've been checking with different hospitals in the area, and 1 victim in serious condition. So if you look at those numbers, 9 plus 1, we've been able to track down 10 victims. The 11 injured is from 2 law enforcement sources. So we're looking for that 1 extra to confirm. And those are people who have been injured. 4 dead again. And then the last part on the left-hand side of your screen, suspect shot self. We have been able to confirm that with a councilman. Also, the Associated Press is reporting that. If you go into the middle column, this is information that's out there. We have not been able to confirm this. So let's just go through this. Is the shooter from out of state? Unconfirmed. We've heard it. We're trying to check it out for you. The suspect retaliating for losing in a tournament. Remember, this was a gaming tournament at the Landing. We have not been able to confirm that. We've heard it. You have too. We're going to check it. And also the suspect's name. We've got a name from people who are floating a name out there on social media. We have not confirmed it. Until we confirm it, we are not going to report it. In the false section on that right-hand column, there's an active shooting going on. That's false. The scene has been cleared. It has wrapped up there at the Jacksonville Landing. Of course, the investigation is ongoing. So let's come back out here to the newsroom where we've been working on all of our social media platforms, and let's show you what's happening here. I'm sitting here with Destiny, who's a part of our social media team. We've got, first let's start with our website. Our website here, you can watch the streaming video of our coverage from wherever it may be. I mean, even if you want to see here, this is what it looks like here. And you can watch throughout the evening what's happening. Then there is the coverage of the mass shooting, Jacksonville Landing. So that's what that is. And then walk us through the rest of this, if you don't mind.
So this is our main story. We update this all the time. We're listening to the community reacting. We're updating with hospital information, police information. This is a live stream of what you are seeing on your television right now. You can watch that on YouTube. You can watch it on Twitter. You can also watch it on our website. Here we have a running list of videos of witnesses who we're talking to on the scene. They're recounting the chaos that was going on during the shooting at the landing.
We also want to tell you, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and our website all have streaming coverage. So if you want to go onto one of those platforms, if you're not by a TV, you can watch on any one of those platforms: Twitter, Facebook, our website, and our YouTube channel. So we will keep you posted and continue to try and verify some of this information that's floating out there. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Jessica, for breaking down that information for you. It's so important that we get the most accurate information out to you as possible. As you heard Jess say there, the numbers that we have listed there on our screen, the 4 dead, 11 injured, be sure to stay with us because that number could be fluid. Of course, in situations like this, there's a lot of information coming in, but that's the numbers that we have confirmed through more than one source. So when that number changes, we'll be sure and bring that to you.
And we will continue to update you throughout the night with all the latest details, as Jessica was talking about. Wherever you are, you can stay up with this situation. Let's go now to Lana Harris. She has information from UF Health, and the victims, the shooting victims, were there within, we're understanding, 10 minutes?
Very quickly. In fact, I was speaking with Dr. David Caro, who is a doctor here at UF Health, and he was saying that, they first got that one call for the first victim, and 10 minutes later, just about around that time, there were 6. Of course, we know that UF Health is the only Level 1 trauma center in the area, so they were very busy. Of course, we know that some victims also went to Memorial Health. Luckily, no additional doctors had to be called in. We're told that they were fully staffed despite it being Sunday, which allowed them to respond very quickly and go into their mass casualty plan, so that was very good. Give you a rundown of who is in here now. 6 total mass shooting victims came in. Some came in by ambulance, others came in by their personal vehicles, we're told. Some of these victims were shot more than once, and their shootings, we're told, ranged from their torso area, their chest, and their extremities, like their ankles and their wrists. Remember, we reported earlier that one victim tweeted that he had been shot in his hand and felt lucky to be alive. Now, we're also told that not all these victims are from the Jacksonville area. We're told some are from out of state, and their ages will range anywhere between 20 and 35. Of course, not a lot of information about the victims out yet, but we're keeping an eye on that. We are told that family and friends of these victims can now visit them in the hospital. Previously, of course, they were not allowed to because of the hospital's mass casualty program.
They're a live scene right now. This is a live look. Producers, if you can tell me what we are looking at right now. I know it's one of our photographers getting video of the scene, the live scene, about what they're seeing right there. But let's go back to Lana. Lana, I'm sorry, you got interrupted there. Can you go ahead and continue?
So Lana was at UF Health, and as you heard her say, there were 6 mass casualty victims brought in. They were already fully staffed, and so that was the update there. Some came in by private ambulance, private car, other by public ambulance. And so let's switch over now to the Jacksonville Landing area. We've been hearing from Bethany Anderson for hours this afternoon, and Bethany has been talking with witnesses who were there, who had to run, who were working there, piecing together the fragments of this story of what possibly happened. Bethany?
The people are dying on the streets, and you guys are going through the same motions over and over and over again. Does it take for someone close to you to lose their lives to gun violence for you to wake up and realize to do something? Because quite frankly, I'm tired of seeing people hurt, dying on the news, or quite frankly today, getting shot in front of my face.
All right, so it appears that Bethany is interviewing someone right there. I'm not sure if this exactly who that person is that she is talking to. But Bethany, I believe, did Bethany want to speak to us? I saw that she was approaching the camera there. She might be coming back for a shot, but we'll wait to go back to her a little bit later. You know, something that I want to point out, too, I kind of want to go back to Lana and speak with her about that information she was giving us at the hospital. I believe she said all of the people who were there are not necessarily from Jacksonville. Some people are from out of town. So those victims there, they might not all be people who are native to this area.
And that makes sense because we've been talking with folks all afternoon who've come in from out of town for the Madden event, and so maybe some were not from Jacksonville. But we've also been confirming with the One Blood folks that there is a sufficient blood supply at all the hospitals, so that wasn't a current concern this afternoon. We also talked with Sheriff Mike Williams in his press conference this afternoon, and he was talking about the outstanding questions. There still are. Of course, the number one question is why? What was the motivation? We know it was a white male. Now we've confirmed that that shooter committed suicide. We know that. But we also don't really know of the 4 people who were killed. Are we including the shooter in that, or are we not? We think that that probably is a total of 4, including the shooter, but we want to verify that, and we're still working for that number.
And of course, this all happened at a Madden gaming event, a popular event, especially among young people and gamers alike. A lot of gamers are expressing their condolences on social media about what happened here. We did hear video. We did see video of gunshots being fired during what we believe is that Madden tournament that was happening at the Landing. Our organization, First Coast News, we have chosen not to show that video, not to air that video anymore on our air because we want to be sensitive to this situation. But in that video, you can hear several gunshots, I would say 11 or more, being fired, and you can hear people yelling in the background and just running, trying to get away from this horrible situation.
And as I mentioned, Bethany has been interviewing quite a few people this afternoon trying to piece together the story, and there is a common thread, and not just from Bethany's witnesses, but from others as well, that there was some sort of argument. We heard that from some of the lawmakers as well who've been checking in with law enforcement. Some kind of an argument got out of hand. We've heard that there was a man allegedly outside between the Jacksonville Landing and the CSX building and that little park there where the gazebo is on the waterfront. May have had a backpack, maybe not, but something blew up. Something got out of hand, and that's when the shooting started. We've heard people who were nearby having lunch saying they heard screams of run, and they ran. But this afternoon, there was a really critical point from JSO. They put out a tweet that said, please, if you are inside the Jacksonville Landing and you're hiding, stay put. SWAT will come to you. And that was very dramatic this afternoon, but it was the reality for folks. They said there were many people, that was the word, many people hiding. SWAT was finding people hiding inside the landing. And of course, now we know the scene is clear, but what a frightening experience for those people.
A frightening afternoon. You can imagine when those people went there, they didn't expect something like this to happen. You always think it's something that happens other places, not here in Jacksonville, but the reality is it has. This is video you're looking at right now from Snapchat. This is a video of first responders responding to the scene. You see an ambulance there, then you see a JSO patrol car. Several law enforcement headed as soon as they found out about it. I would say that this probably happened, Jeannie, I know you were actually at the station. We started getting reports of this, what, sometime after 1?
About 1:30
or so when this all happened. I believe we're going to go back now to Bethany Anderson. You saw she was conducting an interview there. Let's check in with her.
Bethany, we understand that your audio was fixed, and apparently she's talking to witnesses right now. Let's listen in.
Where the game room is, we were in the bar area getting ready to order a pizza, and everyone just started screaming and running after the shots rang out.
What's the restaurant or the bar?
GLHF Game Bar. Good luck, have fun game bar.
Was it right by the pizza restaurant? Or
It's attached to it.
It's attached to the pizza restaurant. Okay. And real quick, again, you said that you had something to say. What do you want people in Jacksonville to hear? What do you want leaders to hear you say?
Politicians, wake up, because the people that you're supposed to be representing are dying. You stop sitting on your butt, stop collecting checks, and do something. You guys are voting into office for a reason.
Did you hurt yourself protecting your wife?
No, I actually hurt myself trying to run. She was actually behind me, and when I heard her calling for me, I went back for her.
Tell me about your injuries.
I believe I just sustained it against a chair or the pole that was there.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so what do you do now?
I pray. I pray that there's a solution soon. I pray that we become better people. And I pray that this country has some kind of unification, because we are desperately in need of it.
town, so what do you think this says about the greater scale of the United States' condition with gun violence?
That something like this can happen anywhere, but it shouldn't happen. It shouldn't happen anywhere. Us at our age or any generation should be able to go out to a public event, have a good time, and make it home to our families.
No matter what state they're in.
Exactly.
Did you immediately recognize that these were gunshots? I mean, did it actually dawn on you when you heard what was happening around you?
After the first shot, yes. The first shot, I thought there was a balloon, but quickly I realized there aren't any balloons.
And you were on the outside? You were in the restaurant or outside the restaurant?
I was in the actual restaurant.
How quickly were you able to get out?
About a minute, including the trampoline and trying to get through the door.
I mean, describe that scene. Was everyone just trying to run out the door?
Yeah, everyone was trying to run out the door. The first shot, everybody just turned around and looked, and after the second, third, fourth shots, everyone just took off and ran for the exit.
Did you see anybody trying to help someone up? I mean, I was told there were children around. Did you see children?
I didn't see children, but a lady did say that her child was next door.
You guys are coming home with your lives tonight. Does it break your heart to know what happened to other people just a few feet away from you?
Yes, especially since from the conversation I had with one of them, a pretty good guy, very genuine. It shouldn't happen to anyone. Unfortunately, 3 guys or 3 people will not be returning home to their families. And it's sad and it's sickening.
Did you know the gaming community? Were you close with all of these guys?
For the most part, some of them I just met for the first time, others I talked to over the phone.
And tell us about the ones that you spoke with who said aren't making it home.
I'm sorry?
You had spoken to some of those who did not survive. What were they like? I mean, tell me about the conversations you had with them.
We were just talking about the game, talking about our experiences, talking about what brings us down to Jacksonville, just cracking jokes, doing things that us as the younger generation like to do.
How old are you?
I'm 28.
28. And was this the last day of the tournament?
Yes.
So it was the finals. And the shooter, did you tell? Had he gotten angry? Had he lost? What?
I actually didn't see his face, so I can't tell you one way or the other whether he was a disgruntled gamer or if he was an opportunist or anything like that.
What kind of weapon did he have?
To me, it looked like a small handgun. I mean, he had support underneath it, so.
There were 12 shots in 15 seconds. Does it hold that many rounds?
I'm sorry?
Does a gun that small hold that many bullets?
I'm not a gun enthusiast, so I can't answer that.
What did it sound like? I know it's difficult to do, but what did it kind of sound like?
Balloons popping. And I think that just had to do with the acoustics.
So the other gamers who were walking out of here, who were just devastated, the look on their faces, what do you have to say to them?
We're going to be all right. The Madden community is going to be all right.
And were you and your girlfriend talking?
We were just talking, getting ready to order a pizza.
And after you started running, can you describe what that was like? Talking to her, telling her to move.
I don't remember saying anything. I just remember heading for the door, and she was behind me for a split second. I was on the floor trying to get up, and I finally made it out. I turned around, I'm screaming for her, and I didn't see her after probably 3 seconds, and then she emerged, and she was calling out to me. I ran back to get her, and then we made our way to safety.
What happened in the minutes after you got out of the area? Where did you go? Talk to you?
We went to a Cinco de Mayo restaurant where we were able to get a plastic bag for her for ice for her ankle.
What did the people there say to you when they saw you?
They just asked us what happened.
Did you guys hide there at all? How long do you think you were hiding out?
15, 20 minutes maybe.
How scared are you when you're sitting there waiting for help probably?
Very scared.
Were you all barricaded anywhere?
In the bathroom.
You are now a mass shooting survivor, you and your wife. Did you ever think you would be one of these?
In the back of my mind, I was always fearful that it would happen, but I always thought the chances were low. But my mom always said it can happen anywhere.
There's a lot of people talking about if you see something, say something. If you recognize an individual who might need help, notify. Does this put you on more alert about the people around you?
Yes, makes me definitely more conscious of my surroundings, who's around me, what's around me.
How long have you and your wife been married, and do you go to these gaming events together all the time?
Well, actually, she's my girlfriend. We've been dating for a year, but this is actually our first one.
Will you go back to another one?
As long as the security is tight, yeah.
How packed was the room?
Probably no less than 100 people.
And real quick,
No.
Can you tell me again where you're from? I apologize.
Chicago, Illinois.
And Chicago is known for gun violence. After you hear about what Jacksonville's been going through lately, what do you think the cities are similar?
I don't think the cities are similar. I think people's hearts are similar. And I honestly think that we need to pray and to get rid of the guns. Marquise Williams, M-A-R-Q-U-I-S, Williams, W-I-L-L-I-A-M-S.
And your girlfriend's name?
Taylor Poindexter.
Thank you so much, Marquise, and we're so glad that you guys are alive and okay, and I'll be praying for you tonight.
Thank you.
Do you need water? Can we bring you anything?
No, I played football for 4 years, so this is nothing.
Okay. Wrapping up our interview with Marquise, he and his girlfriend survived. They're both big gamers, and you hear that they're devastated. This was not something they ever thought would happen to them, and now they're just going to have to live lives like this never happened. The grieving will have to begin. They'll have to process everything. And they're one of the many people, you heard him, 100 people that were inside there when that shooting happened. We're going to remain out here tonight to continue to speak with a lot of these victims as they continue to leave tonight.
All right, Bethany Anderson, thank you so much. And that really does stick out in your mind to say, I don't think the cities are similar.
No.
Because we've been hearing of the dozens of people shot almost every weekend in Chicago, but people's hearts are similar. And that's the problem. We heard former Mayor Alvin Brown say we have to get the weapons of war off the streets, not just to protect all of us as ordinary citizens, but to protect our first responders.
Right, right. You just never know what's going on with someone. I mean, there's a lot of people that, you know, they say it's a gun issue or they say it's a mental health issue, but you heard him just say there, people have similar hearts, and we have to do what we can to help the people in our community and across the country.
And you mentioned mental health. We've been talking with former FBI Special Agent Ron Worth, who was in the FBI for 30 plus years, and he said the biggest question now for investigators is why. And considering the fact that it's been confirmed that this was a suicide, mental health will definitely be a top of mind priority as this investigation continues. But you know, this has been the emotions the last couple of days. On Friday night, here we had the shooting after the Reigns football game, and one person lost a life, 2 teenagers were hurt. And then a couple weeks ago with Haiti, the little 7-year-old being shot and killed in the car, just waiting for mom to shop for groceries. And then the Jaguars last night win a preseason game. So we had a little bit of a breath, and then today this hits a shock again. But we've been hearing from Shad Khan
That's
today.
right. We do have a statement from Jags owner Shad Khan. If we could go ahead and pull that up, we're going to go ahead and read that statement to you. This is the beginning of the statement. He says, "It is impossible to comprehend today's news. I'm heartbroken for the families and friends of the victims and can only express my deepest condolences as we try to understand why and how this can happen, not only here, but anywhere."
And then he goes on to say, what I can say is I know today what lifelong Jacksonville residents have known forever. We are resilient, compassionate, and remarkably supportive of our neighbors and friends, particularly in the most trying occasions. This tragedy will ask the best of all of us, but I know we will respond. And speaking of responding, when Sheriff Mike Williams had a press conference about 4:30 this afternoon after he announced that the scene was clear, which was a sigh of relief for all of us, that the one and only shooter was dead, he said, please, they need tips. They need anything at all that might help. And let's give those numbers again because it's important. And Anthony, you mentioned earlier a key point here, and that is if you're uncomfortable, please go ahead and call, because you know Crime Stoppers is an anonymous situation. You never have to give your name, and that Crime Stoppers number is 866-845-TIPS. You can also find that on firstcoastnews.com, and you can also call JSO at 0500. And our experts have been pointing out to us all day that you may think you don't really have that great information, but maybe you do. Maybe it's really important.
I mean, it could have been the tiniest thing that you may have saw. Maybe you saw someone who was acting strange just walking down the sidewalk, or you saw someone that may have had on a sweatshirt. You know, in this type of weather, that would not be something that would be normal. So if you saw anything can help them piece this narrative together as they try to investigate and find out exactly what happened. The good thing that we do know at this hour is that they believe the lone suspect is dead. They believe that he did kill himself. They say that there are no other outstanding suspects at this time. But one thing that you're going to notice, the numbers might change when it comes to the number of people dead and injured. What we have confirmed so far through multiple sources, 4 people are dead, 11 are injured. And we don't know when it comes to the 4 dead if that number also includes the gunman as well. But that's all information that we're working to get for you. The sheriff gave us an update probably an hour or so ago, maybe a little bit more than that. But he says that he's going to give us another update in a few hours along with the mayor, Lenny Curry.
And you've been talking about that video that we've chosen not to show where you can hear the shooter. And our crime experts and our FBI and our Clay County Sheriff's Office expert has been telling us that when you hear that video and you hear, you kind of went 11 shots in that video.
If there might have even been more than that.
Yeah, for the first time we heard a witness clearly say he thinks he saw a handgun. Now I say think because we haven't confirmed that with JSO, but he said it looked to him like a small handgun. And our experts have been explaining, since we're not gun experts ourselves, that most revolvers require reloading after 6 rounds, although there's some these days that take 7 or 8. But obviously they're going to be analyzing that video and everything else they can get. We heard earlier from Ken Amaro that they have an investigative area now across the street, basically at the Florida Times Union Center, to interview anybody. It could be gamers there, it could be employees, could people just out having lunch. They want to make sure that as we move into the investigation, they've got every bit of information they can.
Yeah, so we're going to take a look now at some of the things that we're seeing on social media. This is a comment that we just saw not too long ago. Nina Marie, she says her brother, Fitzmagic13, that's his Twitter name there, is stable but needs surgery. She said that they maxed out their card just booking the emergency tickets there for her mom and herself to come here. They said they're going to need money for tickets back to New Jersey and medical bills. She says she's handling the logistics because her mom is in panic and she is just in shock right now as they try to deal with their loved one who is a victim in this shooting.
And here we're hearing from Dubby here. He says all the time you hear about these shootings and you pray for everyone involved. Donate money, raise awareness, and do everything you can. But to be in the room getting shot at and seeing your friends dead, man. Now that is quite the statement.
A very traumatic situation for the people who were there. This is from someone with the screen name Dubby. They say, they took me to the hospital, bullet grazed my head. I feel fine, just a scratch on my head, traumatized and devastated. Yeah, 2 words that I'm sure we're going to hear for a while now to describe this situation.
And we heard from one woman this afternoon that her husband, they've been married for years, they had 5 children, so she rushes down there. She can't figure out if he's okay or if he's not. She has to contact every local hospital to find out that he is indeed okay, but what a panicky, scary afternoon for so many people.
And we know that UF Health, one of our local hospitals that's known for being a trauma center, they do have 6 patients there. 5 are said to be in good condition. 1 is said to be in serious condition. We understand that person was actually shot in the chest and they're going to be undergoing surgery tonight. We're going to continue our live coverage right here on First Coast News and also on our social media pages and online as well. Let's go now and take the latest.
This has been a First Coast News special report. This is a First Coast News special report.
All right, and as we come back on the air right now to give you the latest on what's happening with this deadly mass shooting in downtown Jacksonville, if you were planning on watching the nightly news, you can watch that on 12.2.
That's right, NBC Nightly News, 12.2 Comcast, channel 200, so we want to make sure you have that option as well. But you can follow what's going on here on all of our social media platforms. We are live streaming on our First Coast News app, on our social media pages, Facebook, Twitter, and also firstcoastnews.com. So wherever you are, you can keep up with what's going on. And we read earlier some comments, not just from Indiana and Arkansas and Texas, from all around the country, but from even Senegal, West Africa. People were sending their prayers to Jacksonville. So literally the whole world knows that we've had a mass shooting now in Jacksonville,
Yeah,
Florida.
we thank you for that too, because I've seen a lot of emails and even viewer comments coming in from people not just here but across the world who are offering their prayers and their thoughts at this time, so that they're praying for us, and this is something we definitely need at this moment.
Yeah, we heard actually from JFRD this afternoon. They asked on their Twitter page, the firefighters, first responders, paramedics, will you please pray for us? And so that strong message went out this afternoon as well.
So this is what we know right now. If you're just now joining us at 6:30, we've heard from multiple police sources that 4 people are dead. The number that we now have on our screen there, we can confirm that at least 10 are injured. At least 10 are injured. You're going to see those numbers change. Of course, this is all still brand new, and those numbers are going to be fluid as JSO works to give us information. But this is the big takeaway. We can confirm that the lone suspect, who JSO believes is the lone suspect, is dead. They believe that there are no outstanding suspects at this time. Sources have told us that that suspect killed himself after carrying out this heinous crime.
And if you're wondering who that is, that name's floating around social media, we won't report that until we've confirmed. But we can confirm that Sheriff Mike Williams with JSO this afternoon said it is a white male. They were working on the identity. And of course, with the victims too, the people who lost their lives, a family has to be notified. We don't know if they're from here or they might be from out of town, because this was a gaming event.
Right.
So we did talk to people who had come into Jacksonville for this Madden event this afternoon. It's kind of a club of people who hang out together socially and had come here to have a good time.
That's right. That's right. This is an event that is very popular among gamers, especially among young people. We had a statement earlier from Electronic Arts. If you don't know what Electronic Arts is, you probably know them better as EA Sports. You know, they are over the Madden game, and they apparently sanctioned this championship. They said that they are aware of what happened here in Jacksonville at this sanctioned Madden Championship Series competition in Jacksonville, and we are working with authorities to gather facts at this stage. That they say this is a horrible situation, and their deepest sympathies go out to all involved. Our Heather Crawford spoke to a gamer who said that events like this will be happening across the country. So just a lot of questions right now as we try to figure out why the person who carried this out did it. We are hearing different reports out there that there might have been some type of dispute, and that's what caused him to snap and carry out the shooting. But that's information that we are still working to confirm.
And we want to respect Mayport Naval Station's wish, and they've requested that we tell everyone. I mean, maybe somebody's been out fishing this afternoon,
right.
They haven't even heard what's been going on. Now you're coming back in and you're hearing it. They're asking for all personnel at Naval Station Mayport to contact their chain of command. They're saying by phone. They have an accountability muster, and they just want to make sure that everybody is accounted for. So Mayport Naval Station personnel, please do call your chain of command.
And we know that Governor Rick Scott has been in touch with President Donald Trump about this situation regarding the shooting here in Jacksonville, and the president saying that he is giving whatever resources are needed to our area, whatever law enforcement first responders are needed to help us during this difficult time and to get the latest on this investigation.
And so Anthony's been talking about this gaming situation, and we've been interviewing people. And you probably noticed on your screen, they're young folks. The ages of the victims taken to UF Health, the shooting victims, ages 20 to 35. And our First Coast News' Lana Harris has been following what's been going on. She's talked with a doctor there. And Lana, the good news is they were fully staffed. They have trained for mass casualties, and they were prepared this afternoon.
They were. You know, it's so surreal thinking that these are people who this morning were wondering if they were going to win a Madden tournament, and now some of them are dead, and 6 of them are here at the UF Hospital. Now we know that this is the only level 1 trauma center in the area. Fortunately, no additional doctors had to be called in. It's Sunday, so there was a question there, but they said they were fully staffed and they were able to quickly, jump on the problem. Let's give you a look at who is in here now. We don't have exact victim information, but we know that there are 6 of them, that 5 of them are said to be okay, recovering, but that 1 is in serious condition. We're told that this happened very quickly, that some came via ambulance, some came by their personal vehicles. We're told that some victims were shot more than once, and that their shootings range from in their torso, their chest area, to their extremities, their ankles, their wrists. Remember, we did report that one person tweeted that he was shot in his hand and he felt lucky to be alive today. Now, as we've said, not all these victims were from Jacksonville. Some were from out of state. Their ages anywhere between 20 and 35 years old. Again, the trauma center was fully staffed, but take a listen to how the doctors say this happened today.
It went from 1 victim to 6 victims within about 10 minutes or so, and that allowed us to, once we realized the extent, allowed us to kick in our mass casualty planning.
Now, UF Health says that family and friends of these victims can now come and visit them. Previously, they weren't allowed to because of that mass casualty protocol, but we're going to keep an eye on this. And again, since these are victims from out of state, if you were supposed to be at this tournament today, or if you were at the landing, or if you usually go to landing, just give your family and friends a call, let them know that you're okay. Here in Jacksonville, I'm Lana Harris, First Coast News, on your side.
Thank you so much. We did hear from Sheriff Mike Williams. They had a press conference about 4:30 this afternoon, and that's when we found out, thank goodness, that the scene was clear. The lone suspect, the one shooter, was indeed dead.
Let's listen to what the sheriff had to say.
No outstanding suspects at this time. No outstanding suspects. We have one suspect in this case. He is deceased at the scene at this point. He is a white male, and we are still working to confirm his identity. We have deceased victims at the scene. We also have injured people at the hospital, and we will release counts later on. We don't have a count for you today, currently. We are aware of a video that is out on social media. We have that video, but we would encourage people, if you have additional video or any other information about the incident, please reach out through 630-0500, our non-emergency number, through Crime Stoppers at obviously 1-866-845-TIPS. Encourage people not to come downtown to spectate. We don't need that at this point. We've got a very large crime scene downtown, a very large perimeter on this crime scene, and we will divert you away.
They've been saying still, even though the scene is cleared, please don't come down. If you're curious, don't come downtown. Let the investigators work. Let the situation calm down, and please don't go anywhere near the landing. You're probably familiar with the group Mad Dads. They've been around our area for 15 years, trying so hard to decrease the violence on our streets. And we heard an emotional statement from AJ today.
Yeah, AJ, he has been with Mad Dads for a while now. I've had an opportunity to interview him, sadly, for many occasions like this where it's been someone who was a victim of gun violence, but just listening to the interview earlier to hear his emotional plea is something that you have to watch as well.
And you always see it around the country, but for some reason you never expect it to come into your city. But I'm just thank God that we got a sheriff department that trains for this, a fire department that trains for it, and city officials that train for this. So the response was great. I just want to say thank you to our first responders, to Sheriff Mike Williams, to the fire department for being here. I heard the fire department was here even before the call even went out to help render aid to some of the victims. And we're just so grateful for our city leaders, for our sheriff department and our fire department once again.
Right now, all eyes are on Jacksonville around the country. What do you want people to know about our city?
I want to know about our city that we are a loving, caring city. And our city is not immune from this, just like any other city. And what we all have to do across the country is come together and figure this out. What leads to gun violence? Is it mental illness? Is it lack of parenting? But we all have to come together as a nation to solve this problem together. It's not just a Jacksonville problem. It's not just a Chicago problem or Indiana. It's a nationwide problem that we all have to come together and work in common accord to get answers.
Tell me about your heart. You hurt today?
Words can't describe it. I mean, Mad Dads have been doing this for 15 years. And sometimes you just run out of things to say. I just want to be here to hug families, to hug our city, to hug my children.
Oh, doesn't he express probably what you're thinking too? That's what I'm feeling.
Sometimes we just run out of things to say.
Mm-hmm.
I would have to agree with that.
It's our hometown. This is where I've lived for 30 plus years, and you just hate to see something like this. And we talked earlier with Councilman Reginald Gaffney, and let's find out what he's saying tonight. What are his thoughts about the mass shooting at the Jacksonville Landing today?
And so when you heard the word mass shooting, what went through your mind?
Well, I couldn't believe it. I thought I was still dreaming, and because I never in my life thought that this would happen in Jacksonville. I always thought it was to be in other city but Jacksonville. I always thought that somehow the good Lord had Jacksonville covered. But one of the things I will tell you, every day now you wake up, it seems as though somebody getting shot. And Heather, one of my biggest frustration with not just Jacksonville, but with America now is we keep forgetting to tackle a real issue, and it's gun violence. And it started off in some other city and some other state, now it's in our backyard. And so I'm going to be asking all the clergies, all the business owners, as well as all the politicians local, that we really need to come together and take a look at. I know we don't control gun laws, but we need to take a look at our local laws and see what we can do. Are we giving the sheriff office enough money? I'm not sure. I don't have the answer.
That was City Councilman Reginald Gaffney there doing an interview with our Heather Crawford. Some new information to pass along to you. You probably see it right there in our breaking news bar right there. Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, they're going to give us another update at 7:15. That's in about 30 minutes. We're going to have it here live on air and also online, as well as they give us the latest information on what they know about this mass shooting at the Jacksonville Landing.
And just listening to some of these folks we just heard from takes me back to the words that we've been sharing from Jaguars owner Shad Khan, where he says, "We are resilient."
Yes, we are.
And it's almost hard to think that now, because there's a numbness, there's a shock, I can't believe it's in my city, it's happening here. But looking forward, this is going to be something where people unite and show support. And we can't emphasize this enough. Speaking of support, please, if you know something, JSO is asking you to call 630-0500. Even if you're listening from out of state and maybe somebody has tweeted you something or something you think is important. Crime Stoppers, if you're not familiar with that program for some reason or other, it's anonymous. You never have to give your name. That's 866-845-TIPS.
And talking about the support, just think about all the emotional support that's going to be needed for everyone who witnessed that. For the families, the friends of those people who were killed, for those who are even injured. This is a very traumatic experience for all of them, and they're all going to need our community's support. They're going to need our help as they try to recover from this horrible situation that they've seen or experienced.
And we've been talking with a retired special agent from the FBI, Ron Worth, and he said the number one thing right now for investigators is why. They have to figure out what was the motive, what was going on, is there a mental health component involved? FDLE, FBI, multiple agencies interviewing witnesses, interviewing employees right across the street from the Jaguar or the Jacksonville Landing, trying to find out information. And we were asking him, what types of questions do you ask people? They've been in a panic, they've been in a chaotic situation, maybe scared for their lives, I would imagine. He said even the smallest detail is important. Did they see somebody carrying something? Did he seem to have, and that would maybe indicate that it was premeditated, that he was planning something, or maybe he just had a concealed weapons permit. But obviously, for a suicide like we're talking about today, the mental health component will definitely be a key issue here.
It definitely will. You know, there's going to be a lot in the next few days. We have FBI, FDLE, ATF, our local law enforcement. I'm also hearing reports that there may be other outside law enforcement from some of our surrounding major cities coming in to help out as well. There's going to be a lot as they try to gather the latest information on how this happened, why this happened, what was the motive behind it, what gun was used, etc. All that information is going to be important for them to gather at this time during this horrible, horrible event. I know our Ken Amaro, we spoke to him earlier, and he was telling us where they were questioning some of the witnesses down there by the landing. He tried to talk with some of those witnesses who were coming out, but they didn't want to talk at this time. And of course, we respect that. We know that they have been through something so horrible that they did not expect. So we understand why they might not want to talk at this time, but we do thank those who are sharing their stories with us tonight.
So we're going to be getting some more information at 7:15. The press conference at 4:30 told us a lot of information, which was the key, was that the landing was clear, the scene was clear. And if you're just catching up with us, probably the most dramatic, trying information this afternoon, which I'm sure is still on people's minds tonight, is that there were people hiding in the landing when this happened. It wasn't just around the gaming community, and we've heard 50 to 100 people. We just heard a gentleman there interviewing with Bethany Anderson saying he would estimate about 100 people. So we knew there was a significant crowd, but there were other people there having lunch, and when the shots rang out, people were screaming, run, people were trying to dash here and there, and then JSO put out this Twitter message this afternoon, this strong message that said, do not run. If you're hiding, SWAT will come get you. And so that's what's been going on for the last couple of hours until JSO did say the scene was all clear about 4:30. But we have with us now retired FBI Special Agent Ron Worth. He was in the FBI for 30 years, so he's definitely the expert here for us today. And as you're watching this unfold, you're talking about the investigation. What is your observation at this point in the procedure?
Well, again, we got a lot of information that's going to be coming in at this news conference. We'd like to find out, again, if this person is from Jacksonville, if he's from a surrounding territory. They found this car. We'd like to know if the tags on the car match either locally, if they're a rental car, if it's a car from another state. That would give us a chance, again, the Bureau to get involved in covering out-of-state leads. And again, that thing about hiding in place, that's good. If you can get out originally when the thing starts, that's fine. But otherwise, if you're going to hunker down and hide in place, that's good. Wait, like in the school shootings, wait for law enforcement to come and get you out. Don't start moving around because, again, that can cause all kinds of problems in that situation. But again, right now, I think you're going to find out a lot. I hope we're going to find out a lot at 7:15 about the car, about the individual, maybe some more information about where he might be from, et cetera, et cetera.
And you know, Ron, in between these press briefings, what is law enforcement doing at this time? What are they doing? I'm sure it's a lot that they're
scrambling.
Yeah. No, they're trying to cover. They're trying to interview as many people as possible. They're trying to segregate who was there, who was closest, who saw this person maybe. And again, I want to know if we saw this person before he came in, if we saw him before he did something, if we actually saw him do some of the shooting. You know, what was there anybody else with him? Again, I think at this point in time we're pretty sure it's just a single person. But again, we're going to interview people and try to find out if there's more than one person. If we saw him come in, how many people saw him? Where did he come from? Again, if we have this car again that they have searched, I think there should be some good information in the car. And like I said, I don't know what they can tell you based on the investigation, but there may be some significant leads inside that vehicle. They're going to tell us if they didn't find a bomb. Then again, what kind of paraphernalia? Was there more ammunition? Were there more guns? Were there more ammunition? Was there more magazines for this gun if he had it? You know, what kind of clothing was in there? Again, did he come from someplace else? Is he a local? I mean, there's a lot to be determined here.
And sometimes these folks don't plan ahead enough to remove their identity, to remove their wallet. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct. Many times they walk in off the street and they're ready to go right then, and you'll find a great deal of stuff. As they start going through his clothing, they may find a wallet, they may find his ID, they may find his driver's license, many things which again will assist the investigators in finding out where he came from, you know, what he's been doing all this time. And is he just a local guy that got mad about something, or has he been working in some capacity? Did he work for the landing? You know, again, there's a lot to be determined here yet. And I'm again hoping at 7:15 when the sheriff talks, they'll have some more information about that, which is going to help everybody. But I'm sure right now leads are being covered all over. If the lead's an out-of-state lead, I'm sure the Bureau's probably involved in it. If it's a local state lead, I'm sure the other FDLE is probably involved in it, et cetera, et cetera.
All right, Ron, thank you so much for sharing your expertise with us and your knowledge on events like this. We're going to check in now with our Alex Osiris. He is down at the landing right now. Alex, what can you tell us right now?
Well, right now, Anthony, you know, we've been at the scene here for several hours. One thing that I just found through the FAA is that there is a no-fly zone in effect for about 2 miles around here. This is actually the map that the FAA just put out here within the last hour or so. This going into effect through the end of the night at least. That'll be addressed, of course, by those appropriate channels. But you can see here behind us, some of the police vehicles have left in the matter of a last hour or so, but you can still see those flashing lights. We have FHP out here as well, and then in just about a half hour is when we expect another press conference from JSO. That was sent via Twitter just a few minutes ago, and so we'll be inside of the Wells Fargo building as we were just a few hours ago, getting that last update. Now, JSO says that they are going to look into how many people were injured, even killed at this situation. That is something that we asked at the last press conference around 4:30 today. So, of course, we have a lot more questions to ask JSO at this time. And right now, the scene is still very active. A lot of officers are out here. So as we learn more, we'll pass those details along to you. We're live downtown. Alex Osiris, First Coast News, on your side.
Alex, thank you. And as we continue to come up on the 7 o'clock hour, I would say we've probably been on air for about 5 or 6 hours now. The information that we do have confirmed for you, multiple sources telling us that they believe 4 people are dead, and right now we're seeing at least 10 are injured in that shooting, but of course those numbers will be fluid. We're hoping to get a harder count on those numbers at this press conference by JSO in about 20 minutes when they give us the latest on what they know right now. Of course, a lot of resources being pumped here into our city. Something that we need right now, FDLE, FBI, ATF, you name it, they're all here trying to figure out who is the person behind this, why did they do this, and what can we do to make sure something like this does not happen again.
We heard from Lana Harris, who is working with UF Health, the doctors, the public information officers there, and she was saying that the good thing is they were fully staffed, they've practiced for mass casualties, and so 6 people came in. Some came in by ambulance, some by private cars, and within 10 minutes from the scene, they were all there, all 6 of the shooting victims that went to UF Health. Of course, that's by 8th Street, not very far from the landing. And she said some of the injuries were from torso or chest to extremities, to ankles, to wrists, and we've been told then that those folks there are between 20 and 35. And 1 is in serious condition, 5 in good condition, and possibly might even be able to go home. In fact, they were asking relatives to come visit them. So those, for the 5 people there in good condition, that's good news for them. I'm sure very encouraging for people who are told, hey, you can go see your relative right now, he's going to be okay.
And just kind of give you a recap, if you're wondering where all this happened, it happened at the landing, but to be more specific, we're told the GLHF Game Bar, which is inside the landing, and a witness told us who was at that event that that gaming bar is actually attached to Chicago Pizza. If you know where the Chicago Pizza is there at the landing, we're told that that gaming bar is attached to that pizza restaurant.
And we're also hearing from the Salvation Army. Of course, they work very well in emergencies, and they have announced that they have dispatched a disaster services team and also a mobile feeding unit in response to the mass shooting at the video game tournament in Jacksonville, Florida. And they have assured JSO that they're going to provide food, hydration, emotional, spiritual care. That's from Major Bert Tanner, who's the Jacksonville area commander for the Salvation Army, and he is saying, quote, our prayers are with the families who lost loved ones today and all who have been impacted by this tragedy. So the Salvation Army is preparing dinner to serve about 250 first responders that are still at the scene there at the Jacksonville landing. As we've been talking about, investigators, FDLE crime scene unit, they have to go through, there have been shootings, right. They have to process the evidence, and so that's great from the Salvation Army to be able to go in and provide some nourishment, some pats on the back, and just some emotional support.
Yeah, we've been hearing from quite a few of our local businesses who are making that effort to go down to the scene to give first responders food right now and make sure that they have something to drink as well. Of course, they're going to be out there throughout the night as this investigation continues. Let's go to Lindsay Boach now to see what she sees in her area.
Hey, good evening, Anthony. You guys were talking about some of the agencies that are involved in all of this, and FHP is one of those agencies as well. And right now, one of the things that they are doing is they have blocked off the Main Street Bridge. We've seen a bunch of people trying to walk over the bridge, asking why the bridge is closed, but the Main Street Bridge right now is closed, and it's been that way for quite some time. The last cars went over maybe a few hours ago now, but again, FHP does have the Main Street Bridge blocked off. So we are on the South Bank, have a pretty good view of the landing, although we are a little bit far away, but we can see where the police presence is all the way from the Main Street Bridge, stretching down as far down as that gazebo by CSX. They've got some area kind of taped off near a gazebo in Hogan Street, which is just at that end of the landing by where Chicago Pizza is. So we've been kind of keeping an eye. We saw a larger presence, a larger police presence down on the western portion by CSX earlier today. A lot of those officers have seemed to leave that area, but we can still see some police on the west side of the landing near that Chicago Pizza and then stretching all the way toward the Main Street Bridge. We've had a lot of people coming up asking questions. Again, why is the Main Street Bridge closed? What happened? So again, we're trying to gather as much information as we can, but again, that press conference in about 20 minutes from JSO coming up at 7:15, hopefully getting a little bit more information. But reporting live from the South Bank right now, Lindsay Boach, First Coast News, on your side.
Lindsay, thank you. We want to go back to social media now. Some people who knew the victims, even victims themselves, have been commenting on social media. You know, in this day and age, that's where a lot of the news actually breaks first. I was at home when I started hearing reports, just kind of scrolling through social media of this happening. And when I confirmed with sources that it was indeed true, I instantly came into work like many of us did. This is Dubby. He apparently was at this gaming event, and he said, "They took me to the hospital, bullet grazed my head. I feel fine, just a scratch on my head, traumatized and devastated."
And then also, I think he was continuing here. Now, this is someone else now, G-Tech. "I'm good, got hit twice, lower body, one went through, the other was lodged." So it seems he's going to pull through, but golly.
This is also from someone who says, "I am literally so lucky the bullet just hit my thumb." And we have another comment coming to us now from several people there. This is from Jordan. He said, "Rest in peace to my guys, man. I've lost family to the streets my whole life. Never thought it would happen in the one place I always felt safe and could escape to." You know, we've been saying that some people, you know, you hear about the shootings that happen in other places, the mass shootings, and you say, well, maybe this won't happen here at home where I'm from, but the fact is this can happen anywhere.
And that reminds me of what we heard earlier from Reginald Brown, city councilman, and it hit you too. He said, "This is not like Jacksonville. This is not like Jacksonville." And you and I were sitting here saying, but it is now.
It is now.
And that's the hard reality of what we're looking at. We also are hearing from former Mayor Alvin Brown tonight, and he's saying we got to get the weapons of war off the street. He's talking about gun reform, closing gun show loopholes, universal background checks, and then he says no kid should be snuffed out because somebody gets upset, or no kid or really anybody. And of course, this gun debate is always constant. People have varying opinions on it. But as we're saying, it has been confirmed now that this shooter, who is now dead, killed himself. So whatever is going on from a mental health perspective is going to be really important as this investigation continues.
And there are possible reports out there that this shooter might not be from the area. We do have some information that I'm told is reportable right now. This is from a reporter by the name of Justin Finn from the Baltimore Sun. He says ATF is at a home in the Baltimore area in regards to this shooting. So that's some information that we're working on right now. So once again, we're told by a reporter with the Baltimore Sun that ATF is at a home in the Baltimore area in regards to this shooting here in Jacksonville.
And Ken Amaro, we'll be hearing from him fairly soon. As we're mentioning, 7:15 is when we're going to get a new update from Sheriff Mike Williams with JSO. And Ken has been over talking to, or at least looking at some of the people coming in to be interviewed by FDLE and by the FBI. That's at the Times Union Center. They've set up their investigation area there. They're asking questions about what people saw, what they heard, was anybody doing anything suspicious? And so that is a very tedious process, as we've been talking with our experts about, but critical. And they have to talk to everybody they possibly can, and not just talk to people, but ask for cell phone footage and surveillance footage.
And you know, if you've ever been through a traumatic event, there's a million things racing through your mind. So some people might remember something right now. They might have thought that they saw something. It's a lot that they have to gather through and go through when they're trying to get this information from many, many witnesses.
And we really just can't repeat this phone number too much, because this is what's been asked of us by Sheriff Mike Williams. That if you have some information, even if you don't think it's that important, it could be, to call 630-0500. Again, that information going to JSO, you might have some key piece that could trigger something else and help them find and solve this. That information for us is on firstcoastnews.com. You can watch all of this live to keep up with what's going on. All of our social media platforms on our free app. You can go to the App Store and download the First Coast News app. You can also watch on Facebook, and we're streaming on Twitter, and also firstcoastnews.com, and of course live on the air as well.
You know, it's something else that's important to mention when it comes to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. If you don't feel comfortable talking to them on the phone, or maybe you have pictures or also maybe some video that you would like to share, you can email that to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. They have an email address on their webpage, also on their social media pages, and you can click on that email and send them anything that you might have. We're going to take a quick pause for just a few seconds, and our coverage is going to continue.
This has been a First Coast News special report. This is a First Coast News special report.
4 people are dead in a shooting that happened during a gaming event at the Jacksonville Landing today.
So you didn't run away from the scene. You actually ran to the scene.
So you believe you saved his life?
Yes, I saved his life.
What do you want people in Jacksonville to hear? What do you want leaders to hear you say?
Politicians, wake up, because the people that you're supposed to be representing are dying.
This is live First Coast News coverage. Shooting at the Jacksonville Landing.
A somber day, a really horrible day for Jacksonville. A deadly mass shooting at the Jacksonville Landing leaves several people dead. Good evening, I'm Jeannie Blaylock.
And I'm Anthony Austin. So let's talk about what we know at this hour, at this 7 o'clock hour. We're hearing from multiple sources, those with police, that at least 4 people are dead. We're still working to try to find out if that also includes the gunman. We're hearing at least 10 injured. And we do know that the lone suspect is dead. He died from a self-inflicted wound. There are no outstanding suspects at this time. So this shooting happened early this afternoon at a gaming bar that was attached to a pizza place, Chicago Pizza at the Landing, where a Madden gaming tournament was taking place.
And as you can imagine, it was chaotic at the Landing. People were screaming. We've heard video of that. We've heard the sound. We've heard the gunshots. People were trying to hide wherever they could. JSO was asking people to stay in their hiding places, and they would come find them and to try to stay calm. And of course, this is still a developing story. There are so many unanswered questions, but we do know the scene is all clear. JSO is saying there was one shooter only, and that man, a white male, is dead. We do know that. It's confirmed from JSO. We have live extensive team coverage tonight. We have crews at local hospitals where victims have been treated. We have crews at the scene. But let's start with Alex Osiris. Alex?
Jeannie, good evening. And right here at the scene, we're at Laura Street and Bay. And joining us right now, Chairwoman of DCPS School Board, Paula Wright. And Chairwoman,
all right, that was our Alex Osiris there. We're going to go now and check in with Heather Crawford, who is standing by. I believe we have Alex's shot back. Alex, we're going to go back out to you if you could continue on with your interview.
But I'm saddened so much more because after the senseless killing of young 7-year-old Heidi, after the senseless triple shooting, after a football game at a local school, and now this mass shooting, it is incumbent upon our city to now really take a good look in terms of how we as a local city are going to deal with access to guns and how we're going to deal with helping our citizens grieve and how do we move forward. I think that Jacksonville is a resilient city with a city full of love and heart, but it's beyond that, it's more than that. In addition to that, how do we keep our citizens safe?
this coming just the day before a big announcement from the superintendent, as well as the school board talking about safety at schools. How does this situation sort of tie together?
Well, I think that as the chair, I called for an executive session tomorrow so that we could be briefed and understand, and then we're going to have the press conference at 4 to share with the community how we're going to deal with it on a school level. And I think this is a catapult to the community level. Once we've dealt with the school and ensuring additional measures for safety with the school, I think it's a natural step forward to go into the community and say, how do we now deal with this as a community?
All right, thank you so much. Again, joined by Paul Wright with DCPS. We'll have that meeting tomorrow as well. But for now, we're live at the scene. Alex Osiris, First Coast News, on your side.
That was Alex Osiris there speaking with Duval County Schools Chairwoman Paula Wright. Of course, we just listened to her on Friday night when they were talking about that deadly shooting that happened outside of the Raines High School football stadium.
Let's go now to Heather Crawford, who's been down at the Landing talking with a lot of folks who endured all this afternoon. It's such a scary, to say it, understatement of the year, a scary situation. Heather, let's go to you.
It sure was for all of these people I've been talking to, Jeannie. I just spoke with a young man by the name of Marquise Williams and his girlfriend, Taylor Poindexter. They flew into Jacksonville from Chicago for the Madden tournament. It was a fun gaming live-streamed event they took part in yesterday, and then they just ordered a pizza. They were sitting down at the event, and that is when they described hearing what sounded, they thought, like balloons popping. And it took them a second to process. And when they realized that wasn't a balloon, that was a gunshot, and not just one gunshot, but boom, 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 boom. They heard a series of gunshots. They told me they saw the shooter. They didn't see his face. They saw him from behind, and they described him having it looked like a handgun that he was bracing, and their first instinct was to run, to get out of there. And so they were close to the exit. They said that it was just a chaotic scene, people running over each other, and they got out the door and they ran to a nearby business here at the Jacksonville Landing, which you can see is still roped off. And they got to this business next door and they barricaded themselves inside of the bathroom. And that is the stories we're hearing from so many people who just in fear ran out and were hiding until police came and told them it was safe to come out. Now, Marquise's girlfriend did injure herself. She went to the hospital. She had a sprained ankle, but other than that, they are just thanking the dear Lord that they are safe, but they know that there were others who will not be going to go home to their families. This was an event, a gaming event that brought in people from all over the country, and they don't know why the shooter opened fire. I asked them, did you hear him say anything? Was he yelling? Was he screaming? And they said, we don't remember anything but the sounds of those gunshots being fired. They, like so many people who were at the landing, about 100 people they told me were in that room when this all started to unfold, dropped what they had and just got out. And so people now are starting to kind of make their way back who were inside the landing to retrieve their cell phones and get their purses and their belongings that they left behind. Right now, police are not allowing them back into the scene, but we're getting ready to get an update from Jacksonville Sheriff Mike Williams. And as soon as we hear from him, we will bring that live. So many questions. What was the motive? Who was the shooter? Why did this happen here? Those are the questions we're pushing for answers. Jeannie and Anthony.
All right, thank you very much. She was describing the panic there. Bethany Anderson was saying she talked to a man who was so scared he ran so quickly his shoes were still left in the landing. He was running around in sock feet. The ties might be toward Baltimore. We've gotten some confirmation. You're looking at Jacksonville shots right now, but we've gotten some confirmation that the Baltimore Sun, in fact, we've talked to them directly, and they are telling us that federal authorities are now at a home there investigating this as part of the mass shooting at the Jacksonville Landing. Possibly, not confirmed, possibly the suspect's home. But just in a few minutes, less than 10 minutes, we'll hear from the Jacksonville sheriff at a press conference at 7:15. Perhaps he will address the connection, possible connection to Baltimore.
I do want to give you a programming update as we await that press conference with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office at 7:15. At 8 o'clock, we are going to return to prime programming. So at 8 o'clock, we are returning to programming, but during the football game at halftime, we are going to give you an update and tell you any updates that are needed during that time. But once again, at 8 o'clock, we are returning to programming. At 10 o'clock, there will be a special newscast on our app. We'll be online with a special newscast with what we know at the 10 o'clock hour. And then at 11 o'clock, there will be a special edition, an hour-long newscast of First Coast News at 11.
And just a note how this is affecting everybody in the events around our First Coast. Today, of course, was the last day of early voting for Duval County. But now we've been hearing that there are campaign events that were scheduled for Monday in Jacksonville. They are canceled because obviously the focus right now is on this mass shooting. So Ron DeSantis for governor, that is canceled for tomorrow. And Adam Putnam for governor, that rally with Pam Bondi is also canceled for tomorrow as we get close to the primary elections. But as Anthony and I have been trying to share with you for the last several hours, this is, of course, not just Jacksonville news. We're seeing it reverberate across the country on the major networks about a mass shooting in Jacksonville, Florida. We're even hearing people from around the country describe this as the scenic place, the Jacksonville Landing on the scenic river. And, of course, we know that area well because you've maybe been there after a Georgia-Florida game or to the Christmas tree landing. I mean, it is a social gathering point. And there it was, 4 people dead, we've confirmed, 10, possibly 11 injured, and we're waiting on new information from the Jacksonville Sheriff at 7:15.
So, of course, we're hearing from a lot of people who were either there or they were somewhere near the scene. We've spoken to many witnesses. Bethany Anderson interviewed one man. His name was Marquise, I believe. He was from Chicago, where gun violence is something that is not unusual for that area. And Bethany asked him the question, you're from Chicago, you guys talk about gun violence a lot. When it comes to Jacksonville, do you think that Jacksonville is a similar area? And he says, you know, I believe that they are not similar cities, but we have people with similar hearts. So that's something I think that has stuck out to a lot of us right now is, you know, the mental state of some of these people who would carry out some of these heinous attacks. It's something that is going to take us as a community to figure out what we can do to stop this from happening not only here at home, but across the country.
And Marquise, the gentleman you're talking about that Bethany interviewed, one of the gamers, did clearly say he really believed he saw a small handgun.
Yes, he did.
And we have not verified that yet, and that may be something that does or doesn't come out at the news conference at 7:15. But our FBI expert, our retired FBI agent, is talking about whether or not it could have been a small handgun or whether it would have been a semi-automatic. He was telling us, for all of us who are not gun experts, that a revolver you have to reload after 6 shots, maybe 7 or 8 depending on the model. But whatever the truth turns out to be for that, they are definitely going to try to figure out what type of gun it was and where the man's from. He may still have had his wallet in his clothing, because he said in situations like this they usually forget to take it out. They don't plan ahead that well, and that wallet could be a source of information, and that way they can call family members too.
And you know, Jeannie, as you mentioned earlier about that search that's happening in Baltimore, Maryland, right now I'm told that we have a picture. This is a picture from South Baltimore. The Baltimore Sun tells us that federal authorities are at a home there investigating as part of this mass shooting at the Jacksonville landing. That's all the information we have at this time, but we are told that federal authorities are on the scene in Baltimore, Maryland, at a home. We're not sure if this home is connected to the shooter. That's probably what the situation is there, but we are working to confirm that information for you.
And you can see the federal authorities in their uniforms there. We can't really see if it's a home or a townhouse or whatever, but there may be a connection to Baltimore. And this does make sense, because the gamers here at the Jacksonville Landing today, not all from the Jacksonville area or the First Coast area. We talked to some, in fact, one who was shot had come in from, was it New Jersey, right? And we've been hearing from a lot of people from out of town. They just came in to have a fun afternoon on a Sunday afternoon, and then this turned out to be a violent afternoon.
Right, this is a sanctioned Madden event, and we were told that there's others happening around the country, and maybe not necessarily today, but maybe in weeks to come. So there could have been people at that gaming event that they maybe weren't even from Florida, just nearby areas. This might have been one of the nearest sanctioned events that people were coming into. We do know from our reporter Lana Harris, who's out there at UF Health, that some of those patients out there who came in from this mass shooting, they are not all native to this area. Some were from out of town. So we're going to be learning about those people and those among the dead in the next coming days as we get their name and other information confirmed.
And we are not reporting the names of people injured until we've confirmed. We want to make sure, especially the families who may be in grieving or still in shock, we're going to make sure that everything is verified. We've even heard from some just to please give us some time, and we respect that. So we're not going to be pounding on people's doors or do anything like that. But if you are looking for a bit of encouragement, because this is just not good news today, that's the reality of it, and it's our home city. It's where we all live. I found the statement from owner Shad Khan, Jaguars owner Shad Khan, to be really uplifting, and we could share some of those words again. I know we have that written out on what we call tag board, so you can see the words yourself. But what Khan says today, Shad Khan, is what I can say is I know today what lifelong Jacksonville residents have known forever. We are resilient. We're compassionate, remarkably supportive of our neighbors and friends, particularly in these most trying occasions. And he says he knows that this will bring out the best of us, and we will respond. We're not going to just sit around and go, oh my gosh, it's happened again, and even worse this time.
We will do something to stop this problem. And there's been a video circulating. It's on social media. I know some of the networks are sharing it as well. We believe it is video from when that shooting happened during that gaming event. You can hear multiple shots. I believe I counted 11, if not more, gunshots being fired. We have chosen not to air that video because of the sensitivity to this situation. We are not airing that video once again because we don't want to put that out there anymore. It can be traumatic, not only for the people who went through it, but also to their family and friends who might be watching us from afar.
Now, Anthony, you know, one key question that maybe we'll learn something about here very shortly at the 7:15 news conference will be about the bomb squad going into the parking garage by the landing. Heather Crawford was down there, and she was showing us some of the law enforcement officials coming out. So we don't know if they found something or didn't find something, but she had verified that there was a robotic device used. So it could be that we're going to find out information right now. Let's go live now to Jacksonville Sheriff Mike Williams and find out what they know now from the mass shooting at the Jacksonville Landing this afternoon. I think this will be the sheriff or one of his spokespeople. They're still setting up just a bit, so we'll continue to tell you just a bit about that. But our FBI expert says that that's really critical because maybe, and let's hope not, but maybe they found signs or evidence that this man had other munitions, maybe a bomb. We don't know if there even was one, but maybe was planning something worse. Let's just hope that's not the case. But whatever, that suspect, that shooter is dead. And we know he was the lone suspect. At least that's what we were told at 4:30.
Yeah, so we're told with this press conference right now that they are running a couple of minutes behind. Of course, this is still a situation that they're still trying to gather the latest information and make sure that they pass along the most accurate information to us that they can. But you know, Jeannie, we were talking with one of our law enforcement experts, and he was talking about the +1 rule that they follow. As you just mentioned, so far JSO believes that there is only one suspect, and that suspect is dead after turning the gun on himself. They say there are no other outstanding suspects at this time. But with the +1 rule, they always come into a scene maybe looking for not only the shooter, but maybe someone else. There might have been an accomplice or a second shooter. JSO telling us that that's not the case, that they believe at this moment.
And we talked about maybe they've been able to find his wallet, and through that or through some kind of identification, they'll be able to locate family, friends, and ask, was there something going on with this guy? Did he show signs of mental distress? Did he talk about committing suicide? Or did he say he wanted to hurt people? Or could this have been just he got upset about some sort of video game loss, which kind of seems unlikely, our experts are saying. But nevertheless, whether there's mental health involved or not, it certainly seems so with a suicide.
That's right. So that's Melissa Bujeda right there. She is the public information officer for the sheriff's office. It looks like they'll probably be starting any minute. It looks like they're getting everything set up there. Our camera getting there in place. You can see there's a lot of media who are now here to cover this as well. I'm sure you probably have family and friends telling you that this is in the national news now. A lot of people concerned as we report on yet another mass shooting in our country. This time, it's at home.
And we've been told that President Trump is aware. He was notified about this. We are probably awaiting some comment from him, but you saw our Bethany Anderson there. We want to assure you that our entire staff is in the newsroom or on the streets or at the hospitals or with JSO or with investigators. We are all here covering this story, every single one of us today, producers, reporters, managers, to make sure that we get out the information and hopefully as the days go on, not just grieve for the loss, but find some sort of solution maybe that other cities haven't been able to find. Somebody's going to have to solve something.
Somebody's going to have to do something like this. We are tired of reporting it. We know you are tired of hearing it and going through it another time. Something needs to be done to come up with some type of solution so we don't have to talk about mass shootings ever again in our country, especially in our city. As Jeannie mentioned, we know that Governor Rick Scott, he did speak with President Trump around 4:30 today to inform him about the situation. The president saying that he is making any resources available that we need, any federal resources during this time. We've had Marco Rubio, Bill Nelson, a lot of our state and local leaders, national leaders as well, reaching out and sending their condolences and saying that they are available for whatever needs to be done for our city as we try to move through this. So if you're just joining us right now at 7:18, we are waiting on a press conference by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. The information that we have right now from different police sources, they tell us that 4 people are dead, but we don't know at this time if that number also includes the gunman. That's something that we're hoping to get confirmed at this press conference when it starts. And the number we have right now when it comes to the number of people hurt in this shooting, we're told at least 10. We know that there are 6 patients over at UF Health. 5 are said to be in good condition. In fact, they might be released from the hospital tonight and they're able to go home. We do know that one person is in serious condition at UF Health. We were told they're going to be going through surgery tonight, and that person was actually shot in the chest. The victims at UF Health, they range in age between 20 and 35. So the victims there, they're between 20 and 35. So Melissa is approaching the podium again. They're probably getting everything set up, make sure that everything is okay so we can hear them clearly when the press conference starts in just a few minutes.
We are receiving thousands of comments on our Facebook page. You can cover this or watch it all live on our Facebook and all of our social media platforms. Also on our app, we're streaming this, everything of it live on firstcoastnews.com. But here's a comment from David Byrne, and he's saying, praying for Jacksonville always and forever. Jacksonville will always be home for me. Seeing this from Kentucky, hearts go out to all of the victims. And it has been interesting today to see how many people used to live here and they're now in other states and they're following this. And you've probably heard from your families too. I mean, we had, all of us were checking in with family, reassuring moms and dads. And and sisters and husbands that we're okay. Unfortunately, that's not going to be the case for everybody, and as the time will go on, we'll find out about the victims of the shooting. At least 4 dead this afternoon. If you're just joining us, Melissa Beheda there is the public information officer for JSO. She's getting everything together so we can hear from Sheriff Mike Williams. Perhaps some other people will be there as well. We haven't heard from Mayor Lenny Curry at this, but we've heard him that he's obviously involved and concerned about this. He might be there as well, but we're going to be hearing from the sheriff and find out some new information. And we're wondering, did they find any bomb? Did they find a backpack? Was there anything suspicious? And what about Baltimore? We just showed you that picture of the home that we know from the Baltimore Sun that federal authorities are there investigating. We don't know if that's the picture there. Could that be where the suspect lived or somebody he knew? What's going on there? Maybe the sheriff will address that. I'm sure he's going to be asked about it.
Yeah, and what is the motive behind this? Was this a planned attack or was it some type of dispute? We've been hearing reports that it may have been a dispute that led to this shooting, but once again, that's not confirmed at this time. We're hoping we can get that question answered at this press conference. Jeannie, you were talking about a lot of local people sending out comments about what's happening here at home. Tim Tebow tweeted out earlier that he's praying for his city, praying for the city of Jacksonville. As you know, Tim Tebow, a man of a strong faith, just breaks his heart about what happened here as well.
And we've been hearing from the Jacksonville Landing. Their official statement says, "We are deeply saddened at the incident and pray for everyone involved." And of course, they said the Landing is fully cooperating with JSO. And there's the comments that we've been hearing from Shad Khan this afternoon, weighing in. And we were speaking about yesterday. They had a good game last night.
They did, the third preseason game.
Yeah, everybody.
They won.
That's right. They did win, and that was a bright spot because there's been a lot of tragic news over the last couple of weeks, especially Friday night after the Rains high school football game. One man lost his life, a young man, and 2 teenagers shot outside the stadium. So that was all on our minds. Then we had the Jaguar game, and that was like, oh, good, maybe we'll get to the Super Bowl. And then today, the shock of a mass shooting, and mass shooting defined as at least 4 people dead, which is the case here in Jacksonville, in our yard, our backyard, our home.
We were talking about the number of law enforcement that's here. You can see that gentleman right there. He has an ATF jacket on, and I believe that is Dylan Bryant, the spokesperson for the Florida Highway Patrol. You can't see him, but he's behind that gentleman there with the ATF jacket on. A lot of law enforcement here, FBI, FDLE, they're all here taking a look at this situation, and they'll probably be here for the next coming days, maybe even weeks, as they take a look at this investigation to see why someone would do this. Once again, we don't know if this was a planned attack or if it was a dispute. That is information that we are working on gathering for you. We know that there's a lot of information circulating on social media at this time, but we're not going to report that until we have it confirmed and verified. There is a suspect picture that's floating around out there and a name, but we're not going to pass that information along to you until we have spoken to police and they have given us the information saying, yes, that is the person who did it. Because the last thing that we want to do as a news organization, as a responsible news organization, is to put a picture out there that is not correct, that is someone else. So we want to confirm, even though you might be seeing reports somewhere else, we want to confirm that indeed we do have the right person and the right information before we bring that along to you.
And we want to thank everybody who's going through this today with us on our social media pages. It does help us to feel like we're all united in this. And I keep going back to the comments. Katie Chandler right now on our Facebook page saying, so sorry for the families. And we don't know these families, but we'll get to know them and the people who were lost as the days go on. Gloria Davy says, evil is running amok. God help us all. And then Veronica Westbrook, seeing this from Mississippi, she said, my hometown was Callahan. Prayers for everyone. And then somebody else says, prayers from South Carolina. And then another man, Mr. Dan says, or Miss Dan, born and raised in Jacksonville, living near Knoxville, Tennessee. Glad my brother is safe. He works less than a mile from there. And that brings up something too. That perimeter around the Jacksonville Landing today wasn't just a block away. It was many blocks away. And so it's never good when people are down there. 50 to 100 people at this gaming event, more at the Landing, eating on a Sunday afternoon. But had it been a busy rush hour, because that's a very populated area for business people as well.
That's right. You know, our Heather Crawford, she's there at that press conference right now, and she just tweeted this out about a minute ago. She said ATF and FHP are here with JSO at the press conference. Mayor Lenny Curry, we are being told, will also speak at this press conference. And she said in her picture she took here, you can see the Main Street Bridge is still behind behind them in that picture and is still blocked off at this time as that investigation continues. We don't know how long the Main Street Bridge is going to be blocked off or shut down, but JSO is asking that you not come to downtown right now. The mayor is also putting that plea out. Please avoid downtown. I know you might be curious. You might want to see for yourself what happened, and that usually happens in situations like this, but stay at home and we will bring the information to you. You do not want to affect the investigation that's happening. They need all the space that they can to make sure that they can figure out and gather any evidence that they may need, and that they can do that in a controlled environment.
And you were asking a question earlier, would this man have needed a concealed weapons permit? You asked the expert we had this afternoon from retired FBI agent Ron Worth.
Yeah, I asked that question about whether someone would be allowed to have a gun at the landing, and our expert told us that yes, as long as you have a concealed handgun permit, you would be allowed to have a gun there in the landing as long as the restaurant allowed it. But in that space, it would be okay. So,
and if you're wondering what you just saw there, kind of that grid that popped up, we have some live equipment called TVUs, and occasionally their batteries die. We have been on the air now for many, many hours today straight, and so we fix that situation. Batteries die as we cover live breaking news. But if you're just joining us going, man, I wish they'd give us some new information, we'd like new information too, and we're doing our best to just keep filling you in here until the sheriff, which is going to happen at any moment, gives us a press conference, which here we go right now. This is Sheriff Mike Williams with JSO.
First, let me say this. Our thoughts and prayers go out to the victims and their families who were all affected by this senseless act of violence here today. I ask that you please pray for these families as they deal with this tragedy in the coming days and weeks. I'd like to thank the media for joining us as we come together to provide the community with an update on information and dismiss any rumors regarding the events that took place earlier here today. So here's what we know. So this afternoon there was a Madden 19 tournament event at Chicago Pizza at the Jacksonville Landing. At 1:34 p.m., 911 calls came in stating that people had been shot inside the Chicago Pizza. 2 minutes later, at 1:36, officers were on scene at Chicago Pizza inside the landing. Shortly thereafter, businesses in the landing went on lockdown as other patrol units worked to evacuate the area. When the SWAT and bomb teams arrived on scene, they also conducted a detailed sweep of the landing. So there were 3 deceased individuals at the scene, one of those being the suspect who took his own life. There were 9 victims transported by JFRD to area hospitals. 7 of those had gunshot wounds. In addition, there were 2 additional gunshot victims that self-transported themselves to local hospitals. I'm happy to report that they are all in stable condition at this time. So let me recap. There were 14 total victims, 12 with gunshot wounds and 12 with other injuries that were sustained during fleeing from the restaurant. So please note this number may change as we learn about the victims who may have transported themselves to area hospitals. If you are a victim and you have not heard from us, we ask that you please call us at 630-500 to report this. The single suspect in this case is a white male. And this is pending confirmation, but we believe the suspect to be 24-year-old David Katz from Baltimore, Maryland. And the FBI is assisting us with that leg of the investigation in Baltimore. We have located, and a search of that is pending. But we believe he stayed somewhere locally last night, maybe at a hotel. If anyone has any information about where he stayed last night, please call 630-0500 or email JSO Crime Tips at jsocrimetips@jacksheriff.org. And we will be releasing more detailed information about the suspect in the next couple of hours. So we know that the suspect used at least one handgun to commit this act, and we are working again with our partners at ATF on that aspect of the investigation. So I'll not be discussing any details pertaining to the motive at this time, as that part of the investigation is still ongoing. So that, as I mentioned at an earlier news conference, there is a video, and we do have a copy of that footage. But we're asking if anyone has any additional video footage, to please email that, call us, 630-0500 to get that, obviously, additional information to us. So our Family Assistance Unit is up and running, so if you have a loved one that you believe to be at that event and you have not heard from them, please call us again at 630-0500 so we can have that information. If anyone has any information reference to this shooting, any information at all, we're asking you that, again, you please call us at 630-0500, email us at jsocrimetips@jaxsheriff.org, or, of course, use our partners at First Coast Crime Stoppers, 1-866-845-TIPS. So I want to take a minute to thank the men and women of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office and the Jacksonville Fire and Rescue for their incredible response today. So we spend a lot of time training together and separately for events like this. We pray, obviously, that it never happens, but today it did, and they were prepared. I also want to thank our partners, many law enforcement partners, who stepped up with us today to help us work through all of the challenges that we had today. So with that, I will invite our Mayor, Lenny Curry, to say a few words. Mayor.
Thank you, Sheriff. Today, this evening, and tonight, Jacksonville is mourning. We have faced an occurrence that is all too common and will require us to continue to do the hard work of public safety to make sure that people are safe. One violent crime in our city is one too many. Tonight, we pray for the wounded and we pray for the families of those who are lost. Sheriff Williams and JSO are working with State Attorney Nelson and law enforcement professionals from local, state, and federal agencies. We thank them for quickly responding and securing our downtown. Our local fire and rescue professionals rapidly responded, running into chaos to start saving lives. Local medical personnel at several hospitals responded perfectly. At terrible times, we see the best in people, and today is no different. There are witnesses who have not hesitated to talk to law enforcement, and we need that to continue. If you have any relevant information about this incident, you should call the numbers the sheriff and his team are publicizing. Governor Scott and scores of leaders from around the state have expressed their condolences and support. To all those in anyone watching, I say this: pray for Jacksonville as we deal with this senseless tragedy.
All right, thank you, Mayor. With that, I'm going to have Charles Spencer, who's the SAC of the local FBI office, say a few words. Spencer.
Thanks, Sheriff. Again, I express my profound sympathy for the victims of this tragedy and for the Jacksonville community as a whole. At this time, the FBI is providing investigative and technical assistance to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. We also are providing assistance for any investigative leads that take us outside the Jacksonville area. Currently, as stated by the Sheriff, FBI Baltimore and ATF Baltimore are assisting investigation in Baltimore. The effective response to this incident highlights the strong partnerships that the FBI, the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, and all the partners in the community have in responding to this incident. They responded quickly and efficiently. It also highlights the effectiveness of the training that we do together and the exercises that we continue to prepare for tragedies such as this. The Jacksonville Sheriff's Office responds to this incident within 2 minutes of the first call for service to the exemplary. The sheriff should be very proud of his deputy. I just want to reiterate one final time that if you have any videos, you have any information about this incident, please share it with the Sheriff's Office as soon as you can. Thank you very much. Sheriff.
So, tough day for us, as you can imagine, but again, we could not have been able to get to this point investigatively when we were with our partners. So, I won't name everybody because I'll forget somebody, but just a tremendous response. Local, state, federal agencies coming together, responding to help us here in Jacksonville, and we appreciate it. Moving forward tonight, we're going to be releasing some additional information about potential street closures that obviously are being impacted by the investigation, business closures at the landing. When we finish mapping that out, we'll release a map of what's closed. It'll be a small footprint around the landing. It will not be all of downtown. If you work near the landing, you might want to pay attention to that. For other parts of downtown, you'll be fine. You'll be impacted. So again, we'll get detailed information about that out later tonight. So with that, we'll be able to answer a few questions.
Sheriff, was he a gamer in the competition?
He was here for the competition.
Did he know the victims?
I do not know the answer to that question.
Can you share with us any details of the motive?
Not at this point.
Sheriff, what can you tell us about the victims who lost their lives? Were they gamers? Do you have any details? Have you been in contact with their family members?
So we're still working, Vic, on all of that. So even potentially at this point, confirmation of victim ID has not yet been done.
You say if they were
Sheriff, we saw
So-
a robotic device go in that searches for bombs. Is that still, are they still searching areas right now?
No, not at this point. So we have, you know, not realizing the catalyst for the event, obviously we took all precautions and that was one.
Sheriff, about how many people were inside when this shooting happened?
So I don't have that number, but there was a large number of people inside the restaurant. It wasn't full, but there were enough people in there.
What was the fire marshal's capacity for that staff?
So the fire marshal capacity is 238, I think I've heard. There's nowhere near that.
Please clarify the number of fatalities versus the number of injuries, please.
So the number of fatalities is 3 to include the suspect. And then you have an additional 9 who were injured from gunshot wounds and 2 that were injured again fleeing the restaurants.
Sheriff, what happened to security? Security. How much security was there?
So that's, well, I don't know. We have to look at that down the road.
Sheriff, have you heard this?
These victims were local. So again, until we can confirm the identity of the victims, I can't answer that question, but that's something that we're working on. And once we do that, keep in mind, then we're going to have to reach out, and if they are from out of town, it's going to take some time to locate those families.
Is there another suspect?
So our family unification process, our family assistance process is very narrow at this point. So we
Is
kind
there
of know
another
what we're working
suspect
on.
in custody?
There is not another suspect in custody. There's only one suspect in
Sheriff, we
custody.
heard that Jacksonville Fire Rescue was nearby doing some training with people who the city. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, they were. They were close by doing some elevator work, I believe. May have been in this building, and were able to respond quickly. And again, hats off to them for their tremendous response and you know, the courage they show day in and day out.
Do you have other video other than what we've been seeing and circulating in the media where you kind of see the game being played and in the corner 2 people playing the game? Is there other video that you have access to?
So we won't talk about the other parts or pieces of evidence we have at this point in the investigation.
Sheriff, are witnesses still being questioned over at the Performing Arts Center?
So we may be wrapping that up. We're very close to closing down witness and you know, interviews and that type of thing. So
Sure.
there may be a few left.
Sheriff, will security measures increase after this?
So that's a question that we will obviously delve into in the coming days and weeks. And, but that's something that we'll be looking
Were
at.
there cameras inside this restaurant where the shooting unfolded?
There were cameras inside.
Sheriff, was this a disgruntled gamer upset that he lost? That's what a lot of people are telling us here.
So again, we won't confirm any of the motive at this point. It's still under investigation. So before we talk about that, we will be sure.
Can you confirm that the FBI and ATF in Baltimore are searching his home right now?
So we are having, there is some cooperation going on in Baltimore with ATF and FBI.
And he shot himself, Sheriff, inside that facility, inside that venue?
He did.
One more question.
Sheriff, was the gun legal to you in possession of
So that's all part of the ongoing investigation that we're working in conjunction with our department.
Is he just one firearm, as far as you know, at this point?
One firearm was in the vehicle.
What's the spelling?
Thank you.
There are no news.
Okay, so you just heard an update there from Sheriff Mike Williams along with Mayor Curry and others involved in this investigation at that mass shooting at the Jacksonville Landing. This is the information we can pass on to you. We want to get those numbers correct for you when it comes to the death toll and also those injured. We know that there's a total of 3 dead. That includes the suspect. So 2 innocent victims are dead along with the suspect. We know that 9 people were injured. 9 people were injured in this, and they are investigating the shooter as David Katz, a 24-year-old from Baltimore.
And so the picture we were showing you earlier that the Baltimore Sun had shared with us that there were federal agents outside a home in Baltimore, it seems to align with the information we've just gotten from Sheriff Mike Williams, that David Katz from Baltimore is the suspect, 24-year-old dead. There's the picture there. You can see the federal agents outside. In one of those buildings, there must be some sort of connection, they believe, to David Katz. We've also heard from the sheriff that he apparently stayed or may have stayed in a hotel in our area overnight. So they're asking if you have any idea where he may have stayed. Maybe you're the hotel clerk. Maybe you saw him in the lobby or you heard him talking about it. Please call police and make sure JSO knows any information that you might have. What about a motive? Don't know a motive. Does he have a connection to anybody he shot? Don't know that yet either. Still all under investigation.
So we know that this happened at 1:34. That's when the first call came into police that a shooting was happening at Chicago Pizza. We heard from a witness that they have a gaming bar that is attached to the Chicago Pizza there at the Landing. So the first call came in at 1:34. Police officers responded to that shortly after. to see exactly what was happening.
And so the sheriff pointed out that they are getting calls from people who are worried that they have not heard from their loved one. They're worried they might have been at the gaming event today at the Jacksonville Landing. So if you've not heard from someone and you need to confirm they're okay, or maybe if they've been hurt, you can call the Sheriff's Assistant Unit. That's the Family Assistance Unit. That number is 904. That's our area code here, 633-5500. I say that's our area code here because we have people listening online from all over the country, in fact, all over the world.
And I want to read you this statement. You know, Mayor Curry, he spoke there at the press conference. I know that audio was kind of hard to hear, but to just tell you what he said. He said, today Jacksonville is mourning. We have faced an all too common occurrence, one that will require us to continue the hard work of ensuring public safety. I've said any violent crime in our city is one too many. And he says tonight, we pray for the wounded and the families of those who were lost. Sheriff Williams and JSO are working with State Attorney Nelson and law enforcement professionals from local, state, and federal agencies. And he said we want to thank them for quickly responding and securing our downtown. He says at terrible times we see the best in people. Today is no different. There are witnesses who haven't hesitated to talk to law enforcement. And he says Governor Scott and scores of leaders from around the state have expressed their condolences to those and to anyone watching. He says, pray for Jacksonville as we deal with this senseless tragedy.
And for the first time, we are about to see, there it is. This is the first time we have seen the suspect, the shooter, we've been told, who committed suicide, the shooter at the Jacksonville Landing this afternoon, holding up a shirt that says Madden Champ. This gentleman has been identified as David Katz from Baltimore, 24 years old, a gamer at the Jacksonville Landing. Allegedly, the shooter who killed 2 people and then shot himself, and also wounded 9 people, and then 2 victims in addition to that hurt in the stampede out in the chaos. So I'm sure JSO would appreciate anything. Is there any chance you saw him at a hotel? Did you hear somebody speak about him? Do you know him online? Do you know any information? They're trying to figure out why. What was the motive? Where are his connections? So if you know anything at all, please do call police. Let me give you those numbers. That's 630-0500, and I should give the area code 904. You can also remain anonymous if you don't have the program wherever you're listening from. Here on the First Coast, we have Crime Stoppers. That's totally anonymous, and we've shown that year after year that it is indeed anonymous. You don't have to worry about being identified. That number is 866-845-TIPS. 866-845-TIPS. If you know anything about the man you see there on your screen, David Katz, age 24.
Right, and he is from Baltimore, and as Jeannie mentioned, we understand that he stayed at a hotel here in our area somewhere last night. If you recognize him at all, or even if you think you might have seen someone who looks like the person you see here on your screen, give police a call because they want to figure out what was he like. What kind of person he was leading up to the shooting. We're still trying to figure out if this is something that was pre-planned or if this was some type of argument that got out of hand during that gaming event. But once again, that is 24-year-old David Katz, who is from Baltimore, Maryland. And just to clarify on those numbers, when it comes to the number of dead, 3 people are dead. The suspect, David Katz, is among that number. He's one along with 2 others. We're told that there are a total of 9 others injured in this mass shooting.
That's right, and so we're trying to gather more information from all of our reporters. We have an entire staff, everybody from First Coast News is working on this right now, on the streets, in the newsroom, working social media. And if you have anything that you need us to know, please let us know. We're going to respect some of the victims. We'll be hearing more of their stories as time goes on. If you have a connection to anyone and you want us to share their story, please let us know. FirstCoastNews.com, Facebook page. We're live streaming on our First Coast News app, and you're welcome to get that. That's free on the App Store. So just to let you know, coming up at 8 o'clock tonight, we will return to regular programming. But for right now, we're going to take a very, very short break. And I'll leave you with what Anthony just said, the mayor said, and it stood out to me as well. Mayor Lenny Curry just a moment ago saying, pray for Jacksonville as we deal with this senseless tragedy. We will be right back in just a moment.
This is a First Coast News special report.
4 people are dead in a shooting that happened during a gaming event at the Jacksonville Landing today.
So you didn't run away from the scene. You actually ran to the scene.
Do you believe you saved his life?
Yes, I saved his life.
What do you want people in Jacksonville to hear? What do you want leaders to hear you say?
Politicians wake up because the people that you're supposed to be representing are dying.
This is live First Coast News coverage. Shooting at the Jacksonville Landing.
Good evening. What a really awful day for the city of Jacksonville. But as Jaguar owner Shad Khan says, we will be resilient. As our leaders are telling us, we will get through this together. A deadly mass shooting at the Jacksonville Landing leaves 2 people dead and also the shooter dead from self-inflicted gunshot wounds. Good evening. I'm Jeannie Blaylock.
And I'm Anthony Austin. So right there on your screen, you're taking a look at a map. This is where that shooting happened. It happened at the game bar, the GLHF game bar. That's where a Madden tournament was taking place. We're told by one of the witnesses that it's actually connected there to the Chicago Pizza that's there at the Landing. We just learned at I probably would say maybe 10 or 15 minutes ago from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office that the first call of that shooting came in at 1:34 and they responded quickly after. Well, what we know right now that this is the suspect. This is 24-year-old David Katz from Baltimore, Maryland. The suspect is not from our area. 24-year-old David Katz from Baltimore, Maryland. He is among the dead. We've heard from sources that he died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
Now let's show you a picture from the Baltimore Sun. We have been seeing, actually this is live video for the first time now. This is similar to the photo that we've been showing you now for the last hour or so. We saw federal agents out there, the Baltimore Sun reporting that they are there investigating. It is obviously, at least in the belief of federal agents, some sort of tie to David Katz, the shooter in this mass shooting at the Jacksonville Landing. You just saw someone walk by there. We don't know exactly if this might be his house or a friend's house or whatever, but there's high interest in Baltimore right now at that location. We've also been told that David Katz, as Anthony was saying, age 24, was a gamer. You can see right there holding up Madden Champ t-shirt there or jersey. It was a gamer at the event today and stayed in some sort of hotel or stayed overnight in our area.
Since he is from out of town, there's a possibility he may have been at one of our local hotels before coming to this event. We're told that this was a sanctioned Madden event, so there might be a couple of others like this happening across the country or will be in the next coming days. So he probably drove down here because this was the closest one to him to participate in. So David Katz, that's who you see there. He is among the dead. He is the lone suspect, is what we're hearing from police. If you recognize him, if he looks familiar at all to you, you are asked to give police a call. They want to know what may have led up to this. So take a close look at your screen. David Katz from Baltimore. If you are familiar with him, please give police a call. The latest numbers, once again, that we have at this hour, 3 are dead, including David Katz. He is one of those among the dead, and we have 2 others who have also passed away in this shooting. And we're told that there are a total of 9 victims.
And so 9 people hurt. 2 were in a stampede and just literally run over during the chaos. And so we are also being told as well that some people are still concerned about whether or not their loved ones were hurt or were even at the gaming event. And there is a number now that you can call if you're listening to us from anywhere around the country or on the First Coast. It's called the Family Assistance Unit. That number is 904-633-5500. You can call and find out if someone you love is okay. We talked with a family this afternoon, a woman exactly, who had to call every single hospital herself to make sure her husband, who was a bartender there, was indeed okay. So still, the information is eking out to people, and everyone needs a confirmation of if their loved one is okay or not. And of course, we heard from Mayor Lenny Curry just a moment ago as well, and he said that he wants to remind everybody to pray for and to thank the first responders. As they usually do, they ran right into the chaos in this really very dangerous situation this afternoon.
That's right. We had an interview earlier with a gentleman by the name of Marquise. He is from Chicago, and we're told that he was there during this tragic event, and he gave a very poignant interview. This is what he had to say. Let's listen in to Marquise.
Something like this can happen anywhere, but it shouldn't happen. It shouldn't happen anywhere. Us at our age or any generation should be able to go out to a public event, have a good time, and make it home to our families.
So that was Marquise there. One of our reporters, Bethany Anderson, she asked him a question. He's actually from Chicago, where they deal with gun violence. And she said, you know, being from Chicago and coming here to Jacksonville, do you see similarities? And he said, I wouldn't say that the cities are similar. I would say that people have similar hearts. So what we think he meant by that is there's always going to be evil in the world, no matter where you are. So a very interesting interview there with Marquise, who was there during the shooting.
We have with us now retired Special FBI Agent Ron Worth, who was with the FBI for 30 years, has done so many investigations in similar cases like this. And Mr. Worth, you were watching the press conference with Sheriff Mike Williams just a moment ago, and you say one key is this car. Tell us about this.
Yeah, okay, he's in town, I mean, 24 years old, okay, and he's in town. They think they have the vehicle, or they have the vehicle, haven't searched it yet, okay, and of course they want to know if he stayed in town last night, but the question would be, for instance, how did he get the gun here? If he flew in, how does he get the gun here? If he drove in, then he can bring the gun with him. If they said they have one handgun, they found their ATF is checking that. The FBI is up there trying to cover leads up in Baltimore to see what they can find out about it up there. And there is a video, which is not being released yet, which will probably tell us a lot more. But I would think a search of the car, if he didn't have any ID on him or personal identification on him, a search of the car is going to show, again, a lot of things. Where he stayed last night, what he may have left something in a motel, if he stayed in a motel, or if he stayed at someone's home. All those different things are going to be available once they get that.
And so we see something like this. You know, people started asking me early on social media who were watching our coverage, is this someone from out of town? Do you think it makes, do they think maybe this was planned? He said, well, maybe if I'm coming from somewhere else, they won't suspect me, or they won't be familiar with me.
I think it's a strong lead. He's from the Baltimore area, and that's what they're up there doing leads for. So again, I would think that he was down there. They said they thought he was a competitor.
Yeah.
In the event, and you know, again, maybe if he thought he was going to lose, you know, people do strange things for very unusual reasons.
Yeah, we heard from several witnesses, one lady who was working by there, and she said first thing she heard was glass shattering and bullets going. And we've had several witnesses, more than 2 or 3, but quite a few today, keep saying that he got upset, got mad, got angry. And so would that be pre-planned to shoot someone after that?
I don't know. Why would you have the gun with you? And that's the thing that gets me.
If
If you're down there just gaming and you get mad, maybe you break something, throw something down like that. But you know, why would you take the gun with you unless you had planned to do something?
Right. We're getting several emails, and I'm even seeing things on social media. He may have been a well-known gamer, that he kind of participates in events like this. So I don't know. He could have had a very competitive edge, as we mentioned, and we don't know what happened at that gaming event. We don't know if he lost or what, and maybe he got upset and decided to carry this out, or if this was planned. That's information that we're still trying to gather at this time.
Yes, sir.
And so tell us about the FBI work there in Baltimore. What would they likely be doing?
Okay, they're going to be out trying to, again, interview anybody. First of all, to get to his house, they need a search warrant to get into the house. They may get permission to get into the house and search to see if there's any information about what he planned down here, when he planned to travel, if he planned to travel with anybody else. We're looking for any leads that'll help to identify the reason why he came and what he might have done, why he planned to do this down here. But I would think the leads, and then of course the gun, if they're tracking the gun and the gun was bought up in Baltimore or purchased up in the Baltimore area, again, how does he get the gun down here? If he flies, it has to go in his check baggage. He can't carry the gun on the plane. If he drove down, that's something else. Again, he can then drive down. We can cross state lines with it in the back of the car. So I mean, there's all kinds of things. I think right now the car and the search of his premise up there in Baltimore are going to be two big things, because he's not available for interview anymore. He's
right.
Gone.
Yeah, and sources told me that they had found the suspect vehicle, but we don't know if that was his personal car, or like you mentioned, I didn't think about this, but he could have flown here, maybe he was in a rental car at the time.
But again, evidently, they still think he was here someplace in the area last night. So the question is, did somebody see him? Does somebody know where he is? If somebody should check hotel, I mean, somebody remembers, oh, I think that guy stayed at my hotel, and call it. Listen, here's what you got. You got this happening at 1:34, and within 2 minutes, you have the sheriff's office on the spot. Kudos go out to them. I mean, they were right there on the spot and started clearing things out right away. I mean, you can't, that's almost instantaneous.
Right.
And they certainly deserve a lot of credit for that, getting it so quickly. And again, you can't stop this thing from happening if it's going to happen. So,
and speaking of speed, and we were also told that the victims, the shooting victims, got to the hospital within 10 minutes. So, and that's a good thing too. So let me ask you, as far as what he might have been doing with the rental car, or his name, if he gave a fake name that would show some sort of premeditation, or maybe he just burst and lost it at the event today.
Again, it could very well be. Like I said, I think we're going to find out a lot more when we find out what his temperament was up there in Baltimore where he lived, if this is in fact the place where he did live, and then again what's in the car. A lot of times people leave notes about things. You know, there was a hijacking years ago up in Baltimore where everybody thought it was a real crazy thing, and they found letters later on that he was going to hijack the plane and crash it into the White House.
Thank you, Ron, for giving that. I do want to tell you, because we're about to go off the air, a quick programming note. We are returning to programming at 8 o'clock, and we will have a 10 p.m. newscast on social media, on our app, that you can get the latest information there. And then, of course, we'll be back for First Coast News at 11. We are also going to be back during halftime during the game to give you the latest updates.
This has been live First Coast News coverage. Shooting at the Jacksonville landing. We now return to regular programming.